They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 young people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
Exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, Viva Jack, Viva Jack,
pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the bad chest say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard to die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse her soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, we strike great fear into the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a being. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes. And no fan says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, we strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, we strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. Hey,
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Budget 2025. Plug in 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong along with me but must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA's dying grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. In the chat, the waves crash loud. As Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique With love and courage, she set sail, riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy, her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail away. Yo ho, me hearties, gather round the screen. Where Riverboat Jack sails a pirate queen. With a red mane glowing and a smile so bright, she leads us through the digital night. In the game of Scrabble, a word was denied, but from its ashes a meme did rise. The WA, a battle cry in the chat, it roars, echoing laughter through all shores. The WA, ooh-ah, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, ooh-ah, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. Through the seas of pixels, she guides our way. With politics and games every single day. Her partner by her side, a bond so tight. Together they shine, a beacon of light. From Scrabble's lost to a meme so grand, the WA Boo-ah will take a stand. In the chat, it's our rallying cry. With Jack at the helm, we reach for the sky. BWA Boo-ah, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA Boo-ah, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. So join the crew, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a pirate dream. BWA, ooh-ah, forever we'll stay. In her ship of laughter, we'll always stay. BWA, ooh-ah, BWA, ooh-ah, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, ooh-ah, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. BWA, ooh-ah, let's all shout. Through the boat, Jack. Forever we'll say. In her ship of laughter, we'll always stay. So join the crew, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a pirate dream. BWA, ooh-ah, where we'll say. In her ship of laughter, we'll always stay. Hey!
everyone. Hello. I'm sorry I took the scenic route to get on stream today. Had to make a phone call. You know how it is sometimes with phones and calls and such. Give me 1 second to tweet out that the stream is happening. Beep boop. How we all doing today, folks? There we go. Come on. Fine. I'll copy and paste. It's fine. Copy. I'll even cut it. Boom. Twitter is such a dog shit app now. Let's go. There we go. Tweet it out. Whew. I'm hot. There we go. I'm free. Redheads rise up. Hell yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are we, folks? And hello. Hello, postmodern Prometheus. Hello, H. Jorturth. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Sister Rose. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Big Esther. Hello, Koopa Shell. Hello, Firefishy. Hello, Audrey Rose Beavers the First. Hello, John Brongus. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Ocean Forest. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, KG Bogula. Hello, Zelrex. Hello, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. I'm sorry our horror movie Discord shenanigans gave you nightmares. Hello, Sweetness. Hello, Erica. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Banana Brains. ZEF. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello, everyone. How we doing? Hello, Pierce the Veil. Hello, one and all. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Solar Lander. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, Jobertus Maximus. Hello, Qberry Shortcake. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Aska, or Aska, as the case might be. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello. Do you guys have any more interesting numerical breakdowns of the election? Because I'm feeling pretty confident today. Not gonna lie, ever since I heard Donald Trump is pulled out of Pennsylvania, I'm feeling real good. Hello, IH Sim. There we go. Hello, Crystal Hazer. Quick comment and thumbs up for the algorithm. That's what I like. The riverboat's strongest soldier. Let's go. Salmon Moose!
I've been doing 16-hour days. Have some subs. From your loving Australian handler.
Thank you, Australian handler, for this totally string-free attached dono. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Trump pulled out of PA, like the rally there. He was supposed to attend a very prominent sport game in Pennsylvania and canceled last minute. It seemed to coincide with internal polling being released within both campaign camps. And so, it seems like rhetoric around the election being stolen has amped up, whereas his Pennsylvania game has been going down the drain. So, yeah, it is, it's looking rosy. Early voting is looking extremely good. I don't think we touched a big on it last stream, but women are outpacing men in early voting by about 10%, which is huge. Statistically, if that goes through to the general election, he's cooked. You know, if Puerto Ricans overwhelmingly come out for Kamala, he's cooked. Like, there are so many vectors now that are kind of aligning against Donald Trump winning the election. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. Did you see Sam Seder was on Timothy Poole's show? Why ever did you think I titled my stream "This is my Super Bowl"? This is that is my version of the Super Bowl. Watching Sam Seder just tear into some red meat like that, ideologically, of course. That's my Super Bowl. 3 hours of that. I don't know if he's on for all 3 hours, but if he's on for all 3 hours, I will cover all 3 hours of that. Did you see Cenk tweet about it? I did see Cenk tweet about it. I'll reserve my comments as we get in. I do have to be upfront. I did watch about 15 to 20 minutes of it because I could not restrain myself. And it was so excellent. It was so excellent, guys. Sam manhandles him like a father to a newborn, swaddling him. It was that level of manhandling. It was really good, and I'm very much looking forward to more of that. So Tim unironically doesn't seem to believe or understand anything. Well, no, that's the thing. That his brand is not believing anything or understanding anything. Like, Tim Pool is the guy I watched and realized, oh wait, I'm basically a dumbass, and I could make more engaging content that's more informative. Like, and that's what then spurred me to start streaming about politics. Like, he's never been a smart guy. He's just been a business savvy guy who came up in a very opportune moment. And even the business savviness is debatable. But welcome, Raiders. Welcome. We're just getting started here. Hello, everybody. Hello. We're gonna be doing a lot of content today. I'm really trying to pack in as much content as I can get, because as soon as election day is over, all of the content that we've made thus far is worthless. So I'm trying to pack it all in and also publish it over the next few days. So if you do subscribe to my channel, you are going to see a deluge of content, the likes of which you've never seen. Also, just for like legibility's sake, I did break up the third-party debate coverage that we did into 4 distinct videos because it was a lot. Yay for throwaway content. It's not throwaway content. Also, I want to take some time off after the election, so like whatever isn't time sensitive will just come out after the election. I edited 50 videos today and then got dressed up for stream, and now here I am. And you know what? Like, I'm doing the best I can. It's not fucking throwaway content, okay? Let's see. So Tim Pool inspired you to start streaming? Yeah, kinda. But by being a colossal dumbass, yes. I've been hearing others say Trump will likely win the Electoral College, so we're toast. I don't... Look, as far as I understand the math, and granted, I'm not an expert on this, as far as I understand it, if Trump loses Pennsylvania, he's basically cooked. He's basically cooked. He needs to win Pennsylvania. Like, if Democrats win Pennsylvania and, like, one other state, like Wisconsin, which I would consider, like, very much in their camp, I think that the election's going to be done. However, I also have a sneaking suspicion, based on early voting and based on the internal polling skew that seems to be coming out, that we might be seeing a gigantic blowout. I would give it maybe like a few days ago, I would have given the gigantic blowout scenario like a 5%. Now I'm leaning towards like maybe a 15%. What internal polling skew? women are outpacing men in early voting by like a crazy margin. Like 10% more women are voting than men. And I'm just going to throw it out there. One, that is not usual for the skew. And two, that seems to be replicated across swing state lines. And three, like, you can kind of guess which way they're going to be voting in an election where abortion's on the line. What does the blowout mean? The blowout means we could start seeing some crazy numbers. Like, we could start seeing some craziness happen, like Florida going blue. Like, I wouldn't put money on that. But like, as I've looked more at the numbers and kind of at the Kamala Harris campaign strategy, we've talked about this on stream. It largely seems to be geared towards white non-college voters, so low information voters, mostly non-college, and that has typically been a bastion of Donald Trump's support. But if you look at it in 2016 to like 2020 to 2024, he's lost about 6% of that demographic. Now, granted, he has gained in minority demographics, but to put in perspective, losing 6% of the white non-college vote, the white non-college voter has made up 40% of the electorate in 2020. If you lose 6%, if you lose 6% of that support, that is ungodly levels of like getting wrecked electorally. Like, that's when we, like, if we see Kamala Harris shave off another 1 or 2% from that, even like 0.5, we start getting like some really wacky outcomes, like Florida, you know? Like, and that seems to have been the thrust of her campaign. And this is why I've been saying, if that tactic is successful, it would basically be the end of the Republican Party. Like, there's not really coming back from that. And yeah, we talked about how Puerto Ricans might save democracy in this election, because that gaffe, and let's be real, not a gaffe. A gaffe kind of implies it was a mistake. That deliberate piece of racism at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, like, keep in mind, there's new polling out today that's 85% of Puerto Ricans are now are now voting for Kamala. That's a lot. That there are a lot of Puerto Ricans in Florida. And also, the DNC has been making plays for shifting both Florida and Texas blue. There's like I don't know. There is let me put it this way. I wouldn't put money on it, but the possibility went from a snowball's chance in hell to like maybe a 15% chance. You know, like that's my calculation. And, you know, granted, other people who are more knowledgeable than me might come to different conclusions. That's just kind of my, you know, layman's view of this. In the same way Trump having a red mirage due to mail-in voting in 2020 and got overconfident, I'd be cautious since day of voting will most likely be Trump-leaning. Maybe. You know, again, we won't know until the day of, but early voting has been crazy. Crazy. Like, some of the numbers I've been seeing out of early voting indicate that, like, in some rural areas of the country, like, they've tapped out rural voters. Like, their votes have already been cast. And like, I don't know that we're gonna see a blowout like this. And keep in mind, he lost 3% of the white non-college vote between 2020 and this election. 3% translates to around like 2 million votes. If Kamala Harris is able to shave off an additional 1%, we're talking like 2.5 million. We're talking like some numbers that make like that dwarf the like 10,000 votes he needed in Georgia, you know, or 11,000 votes, however many it was. Like we're starting to talk about like the margins are decimated. The margins for victory, that is. I think it's still going to be close. I mean, I think we're going to win. That's where I'm at today. I'm hopeful. All of the numbers I've been seeing indicate to me that like pollsters are being overly conservative to avoid potential embarrassment if they're wrong and Trump loses and Trump wins. And even with those conservative polling estimates and like polling redundancies, we'll say, Harris is still up like 2 to 4%, even in swing states. Like I think she's going to convince not a lot of. Let me put it this way: I don't think she's going to convince a lot of MAGA voters to switch sides. But what I do think her campaign strategy is to convince them to stay home. And I think that they are. I think that is kind of the indication I've been seeing. And I do think that if it's close, he's going to try a lot of electoral fuckery, but I am not getting the sense that it is going to be close enough for him to do that. Hello, Ailana. Hey, Derek IT Pro. And I mean, like, I guess we can get to this, right? Like, we can get to this. Now, keep all of this with a grain of salt, right? But new audio has been leaked of Jeffrey Epstein talking about Donald Trump and the Trump administration. And this is coming courtesy of Michael Wolff, who is being called, a liar by conservatives. This is all fabricated, et cetera, et cetera. However, Michael Wolff was the author that Jeffrey Epstein wanted to have write his memoir. So Michael Wolff has an awful lot of stuff about Jeffrey Epstein. And it turns out that Michael Wolff, on a recent podcast, released approximately a minute of audio of Jeffrey Epstein discussing the inner workings of the Trump White House. This is prior to Epstein's death in 2019, which, like there were multiple years where he was not in prison, and apparently was still speaking with Donald Trump. Oh, goodness. Children screaming in the hall. So, let's play this audio. This was obtained by the Daily Beast. And apparently, Michael Wolff claims to have over 100 hours of Epstein recordings.
I think we have a snippet from one of the conversations that I recorded with Epstein, and I think this was in a restaurant in 2017.
His people fight each other.
Right.
And then have outsiders. He sort of poisons the well outside. He will tell 10 people Bannon's a scumbag, and Priest is not doing a good job, and Kelly has a big mouth. And what do you think? Jamie Dimon says that you're a problem, and I shouldn't keep you. And I spoke to Carl Icahn, and Carl thinks I need a new spokesperson. So Kelly, even though I hired Kellyanne's husband, Kellyanne is just too much of a wild card. And then he tells Bannon, I really want to keep you, but Kellyanne hates you.
I have more than dozens. I probably have 100 hours of Epstein talking about the inner workings of the Trump White House and about his long-standing, deep relationship with Donald Trump.
Yeah. Like, this, by the way, in case you guys forgot who Jeffrey Epstein was, He's like the most notorious pedophile in U.S. history. Like, he had an island dedicated to like sexually assaulting minors. He, to the degree that his airplane that chartered flights back and forth was called the Lolita Express. Has all the audio been released? Not to my knowledge yet. It remains in the possession of Michael Wolff, and that is one of the most frustrating aspects of this story. If it is true that he has hundreds of hours of Epstein talking in depth about the Trump White House, that needs to be that should be a matter of like national security. Like that should instantly be released. It's really crazy. This absolutely does not sound like AI audio. No, I don't think it's AI. I think this is real.
Like, are we gonna watch Thanos' Seder dog walk Tim Pool?
Yes, we are. ACAP includes Stone Police. Thank you for subscribing. But I don't think that was AI. And of all the people who would have hundreds of hours or 100 hours of Epstein audio on this topic, it would be Michael Wolff, the guy he wanted to write his memoir. So, yeah. This is, if you know anything about Donald Trump's history with Jeffrey Epstein, this is not surprising. They were friends. They went to the same parties. Donald Trump is on record talking about how they both like young women, and Jeffrey likes them really young. You know, like their relationship isn't a secret. When Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, the woman who would procure underage girls for him, was charged in court, Donald Trump wished her well. Like, this is not surprising, and I think maybe this is a damning story that a lot of people may have forgotten that was published in Salon, right? Okay? And this is coming courtesy of, again, Michael Wolff, but I want you all to pay close attention to who's very concerned about Michael Wolff's book that released in 2021, okay? Steve Bannon contacted Jeffrey Epstein over worries he would flip on Trump. You were the only person I was afraid of during the campaign, Bannon allegedly told Jeffrey Epstein. Like, this is, and the worst part about this, guys, is that I would not expect anything to come of this. Like, as soon as I posted about this on Twitter, there were conservatives in my mentions, in my DMs, saying that this was just Russiagate. It's Russia all over again. It's fake. I don't happen to think this is fake. And I do happen to think Michael Wolff is a horrible enough person that he would simply sit on this audio for 4 years. You know? He might, it might even be that he's currently shopping around to see which news outlet wants to buy that audio. That would not surprise me. And so it does not sound fake. I don't think it sounds fake. I've listened to some AI like voices. I feel like I can tell the difference most of the time. This doesn't seem like it. So all I have to say here is that this story's coming out. There was a story from a Swiss model that came out about how Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. Like, we got new sexual assault allegations. We've got Donald Trump like flailing underneath these new allegations that he maintained ties with Jeffrey Epstein to such a degree that Epstein knew about the inner workings of his White House. Like, none of this surprises me, to be completely honest with you. And also, I just want to throw this up there, okay? Where is this? thought I prepped this. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Like, we have all of that happening in Trump world. What else is mobilizing Trump's base right now? Serious question. What is mobilizing his base? No, nothing. There's nothing happening that is mobilizing the Republican base. It's simply like the cult of personality that is running on fumes. It's just being brainwashed, right? But like, here's the thing. The important part about being brainwashed is even if you're brainwashed, you need to feel motivated if you're being asked to go do something. Okay? It's fear of immigrants, but like, I'm gonna put this to you, okay? Which do you think weighs more? If you're talking about the median voter in America, okay? Average Joe Schmo trying to decide who should I vote for? Kamala Harris? Donald Trump? Who should I vote for? Well, then you find out this.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
Hey,
Hey,
Scarlett.
jumping on the call.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think you mean assembling. I said
Wow.
assembling. Don, that's pretty good. No, they thought it was funny.
Scarlett, it is our pleasure to come together and to get the vote out this election. Come on.
Yeah, how can we be of service? How about we start with what our voting plans are going to be, who we're going to bring to the polls with us, that sort of thing. Just I think
the literal Avengers are coming together and saying, hey, go vote for Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Ooh, yes, definitely a catchphrase.
How about this? I'm just off the top of my head.
Yeah, like, I want to be clear here. This is incredibly cringe. This is something that, to me, like, I don't care about this. I don't care about this at all. But if you are, you know, the median voter, you fucking love Marvel movies. Okay? This is like this is like being in the 80s and seeing the cast of Star Wars assemble, okay? Like this is on that level here, okay? These are the biggest movie stars of our current age to the median voter.
I can do this all day. Shut up. I hate it. Okay. I mean, it's original, but what about something punchier like, oh, boom. You looking for this? Iron Man 2, everybody loved it. Okay, again.
Yeah, it's for a good cause. I'm not arguing against its efficacy. I just find it cringe, you know? Like that's fine. I'm cringe.
I think we're just trying to get out the vote.
Kamala forever.
That's better.
Okay, how about I'm down with democracy? It's just clean, it's simple.
Okay, I like.
You got Vision. You have literal Captain America. You have Iron Man. You've got Black Widow.
It's hard to argue with that. Kamala Harris down with democracy.
Got War Machine.
Yeah. I'm Kamala Harris, and I say down with democracy. I don't know if that sounds the way
When
we
we're
want
going
it
to
to
catch
sound,
up on
though.
Skibbity Toilet.
Never. If you keep asking, the answer is never.
Can we get some production, though?
Jarvis?
My name's not Jarvis, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Nope. Okay, we have to abort. We have to abort. I can't. That music is going to be instantly DMCA'd. Okay. But okay. So on the one hand, you have Donald Trump being being extraordinarily racist. People are talking about how he's a fascist, and you don't really know what that means. And on the other hand, you have Kamala Harris, who's like, I want to make sure your Mima can like live in her home until she dies, or like, you know, the Avengers.
It's better than Pokemon Go to the polls, at least.
Oh, it's a lot better than Pokemon Go to the polls, because I'm not done, guys. You know, the other day we talked about Puerto Rican celebrities coming out and like talking about how, you know, you need to get out there. You need to go out there and vote for Kamala Harris. J-Lo has 250 million subscribers on like her Instagram. Okay, like if even 1% of those respond like out of voter apathy and go vote for Kamala Harris, if even 0.5% of them do, Like, that's a crazy amount of juice in Kamala Harris's tank, okay? But also, we're not done, guys. We're not done, okay? Let's check in. What does MAGA have right now? Here's Charlie Kirk from the Megyn Kelly Show.
And she needs people to basically lie to their husbands, which they are promoting, by the way, which I find that entire advertising campaign so repulsive. It is so disastrous. It is just like
I'll show it in a minute.
It is the embodiment of the downfall of the American family.
Oh, by the way, Charlie Kirk here is pissing and crying because the Kamala Harris campaign partnered with Julia Roberts to run a campaign about how if you go to the polls, your vote is private. No one else can spy on it. And so if you live in a red area, you can vote for Kamala Harris and no one will know. And that has driven conservatives insane because conservatives want to control their wives. Like, you have Jesse Waters going on television talking about how, like, if he catches his wife voting for Kamala Harris, that's grounds for divorce. Okay, like, we've got these men proving that they are not safe to be around right and left. Okay, the ad is ridiculously effective. But here's Charlie Kirk.
I think it's so gross. I think it's so just nauseating where this wife is wearing you'll show it, wearing the American hat. She's coming in with her sweet husband who probably works his tail off to make sure that she can go, and have a nice life and provides for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then she votes for Kamala Harris as her little secret in the voting booth. Kamala Harris and her team believe that there will be millions of women that undermine their husbands and do so in a way that it's not detectable in the polling.
I mean, it's well, wait, Charlie. It's going to be detectable in the polling, but also because it's already being detectable in the polling. But second of all, yeah, husbands and wives are two different people. Two people capable of independent thought. Just because the husband decides to vote one way doesn't mean that the women, the wives, have to vote in that same way. Maybe Charlie needs to try giving the same amount of respect he reserves for, I don't know, random men he bumps into on the sidewalk for, his wife, maybe he has a sister, his mother, maybe like even a half the respect he would afford to a stranger who happens to be a man, for the most important women in his life. And I think he would maybe not be spewing this kind of nonsense on a show, but that's me assuming Charlie Kirk has a soul, which is of course a big assumption. So that's what we have on the right. Let's take another look. What do we got going on the left right now? What do we got going on the left that just dropped yesterday? Let's take a look.
All right, heck yeah, it's cool. Black guy. That's one of my buddies. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome.
No, I'm not a racist.
They're taking black jobs now. The whole country's going to be it'll be like Detroit. A lot of it's about the genes, isn't it? Don't you believe? They're poisoning the blood of our country. Troublemaker. These are troublemakers. Look, I love the old days, Do you know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. Now, if you had one really violent day, like one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately. But we're going to indemnify police officers and law enforcement from being destroyed by the radical left. You're changing history, you're changing culture.
Of course I hate these people. And let's all hate these people because maybe hate is what we need.
Now, you might be asking yourself, one, that was a really good ad. Who posted that? Where did that come from? Well, that was actually posted and shared yesterday by LeBron fucking James. That is one of the most famous basketball players in the country. The most famous basketball player? I don't follow basketball, but I know that is a big deal. Okay? So, yeah, what are we even talking about here? When I think about my kids and my family and how they will grow up, the choice is clear to me. Vote Kamala Harris. Can you link that? I absolutely can. Here you go. One of the most famous athletes in the world. So, on the one hand, you have, like, Charlie Kirk going on a show, being like, oh, well, women need to know their place, okay? And on the other hand, you have LeBron James posting, like, one of the most effective political ads I've seen this cycle. Like, contrasting Donald Trump's statements with images from the civil rights movement. Brilliant work. And also the literal Avengers assembling to endorse Kamala Harris. And then you also have, maybe I'm not being fair to the MAGA folks right now. Let's take another look. What do they got going on over here? Okay, what do they got going on over here? You know what? Let's take a look at one of the most famous the most famous conservatives in America right now. Let's take a look, okay? Let's take a look.
Do you think
what's he up to?
The presence of evil is kickstarting people to wonder about the good?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to you?
Oh yeah, I had a direct experience with it.
In the milieu of journalism or just?
Nope, in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled. Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left.
Is that right?
I'm gonna pause this. Yes, this entire premise from, again, one of the most recognizable conservatives in the country. I would argue the most popular conservative in the country, maybe fallen a few degrees since his ousting at Fox News, but this is Tucker Carlson doing media rounds talking about how he was literally physically attacked by a demon in the middle of the night. So, no, he couldn't see it, of course. And I just want to add, Tucker, if you're sleeping in bed with a bunch of dogs, now I'm not a demonologist or anything like that, but I'm gonna spitball a possibility at you, and that's, it was dark, and you have a bunch of animal creatures in bed with you that have claws. I feel like this is a pretty obvious explanation for what you're talking about. But other than that, assuming you were attacked physically by a spiritual entity, right? Why in this video?
By something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides.
Demon
So it
talking
left
about
physical
being
marks.
attacked
Oh, they're
by
still
a
there.
sleep
Yeah,
paralysis demon?
Year and a half
Ironic.
ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
Wait, did we not see it? Here we go. Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $5 dono.
And 4 dogs in the bed and mauled.
Here we go. This is what I wanted.
Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon.
I love the implication here that he shot the demon. Right here. I love the implication that after he was attacked, he grabbed like some kind of, I don't know, holy handgun and just like popped a couple of caps for the Lord into it.
Or by
like
something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks?
Oh, they're still there. Yeah.
Show them, coward.
Year and a half ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I wasn't. I was totally confused. I woke up and I was...
This is Tucker Carlson's version of an October surprise. Just, This will help. This will help Trump in the polls.
Couldn't breathe, and I thought I was going to suffocate, and I walked around outside, and then I walked in, and my wife and dogs had not woken up, and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains on my rib cage and on my shoulder, and I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms.
Wait, why did you go walk outside? It seems like a weird thing to do after you get attacked. You abandoned your wife and dogs to the demon?
I bet you that
coward.
the gunshot was just a sound effect.
The gunshot was just a sound. Yeah, probably.
And on my left shoulder.
I just love that in his story, he ran like a coward and left his wife alone with a demon.
They're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails.
What? I sleep on my side, so I couldn't have clawed myself?
And they didn't fit my hands anyway. But yeah, that happened. So I'm not from a world where things like that happen. I never heard of anything like that happening before. I had no idea.
You're literally a core component of the Christian nationalist movement, bro.
This interview just reminds me of Gnome shooting cricket. R.I.P.
Oh shit, maybe it was the spirit of cricket coming for revenge against other conservatives. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 super chat.
What that was, I knew it was spiritual immediately.
You did? Okay, that was going to be my question.
Yeah. I don't understand to this day. I'm not going to put it.
You didn't try to refute the spiritual part in your own mind. You went right into the.
Well, it didn't make any sense, and it doesn't now. But I'm not from a, what do they call it, faith tradition that talks about things like that or even acknowledges their existence. Like, there's nothing like that. I've never heard anybody say anything like that in my whole life.
Okay, that's just a lie. Tucker Carlson has covered like conservative politics for like the last 20 years. He has absolutely heard other conservatives talk about like demons and like, churches and whatnot. Like, come on now.
What was the next day like?
Well, the next morning I woke up and I thought that was the weirdest dream I've ever had. And then I saw blood on my sheets and I realized that was not a dream at all. I called my assistant, who was like the only evangelical Christian I know, well enough to call with something bizarre like that, totally bizarre like that. And she said, oh yeah, no, that happens. Yeah, people are.
I called my assistant, and she was like, oh yeah, no, yeah, people do get attacked by demons, don't you know? Like it's the most normal thing she's ever heard in her life. Yeah, that happens to my friend Bill like twice a week. Oh yeah, you betcha. Like, are you kidding me? He can't even lie effectively on this. And the worst part is evangelicals lack so much discernment that they are probably licking this up. They're just like sipping and like really savoring this moment.
Attacked in their bed by demons. What?
Got demons, huh? Oh man, it's like getting lice. Sometimes your kid just comes home with lice. Sometimes they come home with a demon. It's just part of being a dad, Tucker.
What are you even talking about? Yeah. So, I'm not leaving anything out.
Oh, no, first true virgin, Tucker Carlson 10,000% bought this cabin specifically so he can LARP as like a simple country guy, He LARPs at what Tim Walz actually is, This is actually not uncommon with conservatives. Like George W. Bush did this too. Like Jeb did this. Like a lot of conservatives go down this path of like, buying a ranch and pretending to be a cowboy. It's cosplay to them. And Tucker Carlson has been doing that as part of like his production since he left Fox
News. No, fucker, you're not liked enough to have your own analog horror series.
Okay, but you know what? Counterpoint, I might actually watch Tucker Carlson if he just started his very own Ghost Adventures show and like went into like abandoned insane asylums and yelled at ghosts. I might watch that. Counterpoint, that might be brilliant programming. Yeah, and the thing is, Tucker Carlson very deliberately projects this rural country guy, simple man of the people aesthetic, because he's the heir to the Swanson frozen food company. Like, he is going to inherit one of the largest fortunes in America, okay? Like, he's insanely wealthy, from an insanely wealthy family. He is about as far as you can get from someone who's a down-home, folksy guy, which is exactly why he tries to adopt that aesthetic.
And I'm not pretending to understand that. I can only say what happened to me, and that did happen to me. And then I was seized with this very intense desire to read the Bible, which I then started without any study aids or anything. I bought a Bible that didn't have any.
Oh, God. Okay. No, he's just molding himself into the Christian nationalist. If I had to put money on why Tucker Carlson is going this way, it's because he's trying to build up a mythology for himself so that he can maybe take a stab at the presidency in 2028. That would be my guess. That has always been something that has appealed to him, that has been kind of a long-term goal of his, and having a story of how a demon attacked him and he converted to Christianity, I think taps him back into this kind of insane evangelical Christian nationalism that he's been cultivating the entire time in his punditry. Let's take a look at this clip from Not Me, Us.
Asshole.
No. But see, I'm an out of the closet elitist. I don't run around pretending to be a man of the people. I'm absolutely not a man of the people at all.
Yeah. Tucker's full name is Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson.
Yep. We're not going to watch this whole video, but yeah, that is him admitting to not being a man of the people. It's an affectation, right? Shit, we're just going to be right back here in another 4 years? No, are you kidding me? Tucker Carlson got brought down. His career almost got beheaded by talking to Jon Stewart, okay? This man does not have the Riz game to be able to become a new Trump. If he did have that power, his audience from Fox News would have left with him to his new operation that's independent, and they did not do that. It's why he's lost a lot of his juice.
I'm not interested in editorializing in the Bible. I just want to read it and see what's in there myself. I have very low levels of trust for Christian pastors, most of whom, I'm just not a fan at all. And sorry to say that, but that's how I feel. And so I don't want to hear other people's opinions. I just want to see what's in there. And so I spent a year and a half reading it, and then I started rereading it, and it was just a transformative experience for me. But
all right, we're done with that. But that's what conservatives have going on right now. They have Charlie Kirk telling women to mind your place, and you have Tucker Carlson coming out with his "I was attacked by a demon" story. And then you have Donald Trump doubling down on racism, and also he went on some really weird rambles, and this is how I'm going to tie it into Tucker Carlson here, with Tucker Carlson the other night, where he was just saying crazy shit. At one point, he talked about how Liz Cheney's a war hawk, but she's actually a coward, and, let's put her in front of let's give her a rifle and put her in front of 9 barrels that are shooting at her. What I believe was right about his phrasing there, which, a lot of people have been like, oh, well, that's, he's talking about, doubting her bravery and, criticizing her willingness to send people to war. And it's like, I don't know if you guys know this, but you can do that without talking in detail about her getting shot at by a firing squad. I don't know if you guys know that. You can actually criticize her hawkishness without talking about how you want to put her in front of a firing squad. You know, like I'm just throwing that out there. The rhetoric is terrible. And when asked about it today, he doubled down and said something along the lines of, she kills people. Because, and specifically in the context of this entire conversation, she kills people by sending them to war. And I have to remind everyone, Donald Trump sent people to war and moved troops around in ways that got people killed. Famously, he abandoned the Kurds. He conducted assassinations. Like Donald Trump gave a bunch of orders. He skipped out of Vietnam by faking bone spurs. Like, this is not a guy who is in any position to criticize Liz Cheney sending people to die. And don't get me wrong, Liz Cheney is a ghoul. But however much of a ghoul Liz Cheney is, Donald Trump is at least 1,000 times the level of ghoul. That's just basic ghoul math, okay? He was literally the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of America for 4 years. He wanted to nuke North Korea. I mean, like, guys, what are we doing here? I don't understand people who are trying to, like, be like, oh, well, he actually had a very nuanced point about her foreign policy. Like, get the fuck off. Fuck off. Get some basic literacy. Donald dodging the draft was the only unironically cool thing he ever did. I mean, that's true. I agree. Though, you know, I do think that, like, if you do dodge the draft and then you run to be president and then you complain about other people not being willing to face the music of like combat, you're not really in a good position to do that. And also, let's be clear, if Donald Trump could, to this day, would he push a button that would, like, drop napalm all across Vietnam? Yes, he would. He would do that. Like, I do not get the sense that there's any compunction in that man about, like, not massacring people who are non-white. Like, I think he would be down for that. He's been talking about the criminality inherent to genes, okay? He's been going full eugenics, and he very clearly thinks some races are better than others. But that's basically what the two main parties are bringing to the table at the moment. And this is why I'm optimistic about where things are going for Kamala Harris. And I have one last thing to play for you guys, okay? One last thing to play for you guys that is maybe a bit tangential here. But here is a small clip of what the Green Party is bringing to the table in the final week before the election. And it is approximately 12 seconds of Green Party Vice President candidate Butch Ware.
I don't think that biological males should play in female sports. I think that it gives an unfair, competitive advantage. And
They're breaking out the transphobia. Yeah. He also went on to talk about how he thinks that abortion should be cut off. We should have a 16-week abortion ban at the national level. And the Green Party folks are trying to say that that expands abortion in the United States as opposed to codifying, an obscene restriction of abortion rights at the national level. So, that's what the Green Party is bringing to the table. They are deeply unserious and transphobic. And frankly, I don't think this message of weakness to the conservative position of no abortion, no compromise on that. Let's just reinstate Roe. Restore Roe, if you will. Like, that's the baseline. That is the baseline. So all I'm trying to say here is that as we go into the final days before the election, I have hope that celebrity endorsements that reach hundreds of millions of people will reach the median voter. I think that the final push before the election here is going to reach, you know, a couple of percentage points of that median voter, that white non-college voter, and is either going to keep him home or maybe get him to vote for Kamala.
Dono Ghost says people who vote Green Party don't care about queer people or minorities.
It's true.
Oh.
Also, they are being taken advantage of. Like, their good intentions towards the people of Gaza are being taken advantage of. The Green Party has no real solution for that. Unfortunately, I wish they did, but they don't. So, all I have to say here to kind of close this out is that the numbers for this look really good from the early voting perspective, and a lot of the polling is either tightening up or Harris is moving into a more advanced lead. I think we are going to see a positive election night. Now, is that going to be close positive for Harris, or is it going to be a massive positive for Harris? We'll have to see. But a lot of the polling that is being done about how activated the Democratic base is for Kamala Harris indicates to me that the campaign is going to do extraordinarily well electorally. Kamala Harris and this particular 2024 campaign have comparable levels of excitement and interest and engagement from the Democratic base to Obama in 2008. That's the level we're at, and Obama was considered like the top tier of how excited you could get people for a presidential candidate. So if that is true, with the additional part of like Roe v. Wade, you know, abortion rights being on the line, with everything else, I think that she's going to do well.
Here's my contribution to the election night ice cream fund. I would recommend Brookie Dough. Have fun, you all.
Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. But yeah, I think that this is gonna go okay. I think we are in a good spot, and that is not to say you should be complacent, but it is to say go vote. Like we're right down to the wire here. Go vote, because I think it will matter. And one last thing, for those of you worried about Montana, it really does look like John Tester has closed the gap and is now neck and neck with Tim Sheehy. We've been paying close attention to the Senate race in Montana, and it looks like John Tester has he initially reached like being within the margin of error, and now he is neck and neck with Tim Sheehy. So, like, it's going to be an interesting election night, to say the least. Whew. And I've been really, really worried about Montana, so seeing the race narrow like that has been amazing. So, anyway, there you go. There you go. I didn't even plan that to be a whole segment, but here we are. Now, folks, we have been going for an hour and 40 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And folks, we are one follow away from 11,000 followers over there on Twitch. That'd be really cool. Someone go over there and hit that number. I love big round numbers. And folks, consider dropping those subs and donos because this show is only possible because of viewers like you being incredibly generous and kind to support me. I could not do election coverage. I could not put myself through this if not for you guys supporting me. So thank you so, so much. You like Line Go Up? I do like Line Go Up. And also, chat, I can't help but notice, let me just do some quick mental math here. We have over 300 people watching on YouTube right now and only 97 likes. I have a challenge for you. I think we can hit 200 likes on the stream. I think we can do it. I believe in you. All right? Hit that like button, folks. And also, again, consider those subs and donos. Cupcake Chaos, thank you for the 100 biddies. And Preston577. Oh, Daddy. There you go. Ethriel, thank you for the tier 2 sub.
BWA less than 3.
Really embodying that BWA spirit. Thank you so goddamn much. And also, I have the rest of this bottle of whiskey that I'm going to drink for our Sam Seder coverage. Okay? Because that is my Super Bowl. This is my house. And we do have other stuff we need to cover, okay? We do have other stuff we need to cover. We're going to get to it. But you know what? I deserve a treat. God damn it. And that treat is specifically watching Sam Seder gently destroy Tim Pool. Okay? I deserve this. Let's get whisked away. Luckily, I drank most of this bottle when I was in despair on Tuesday, so I have a reasonable amount of whiskey left. Sam Seder's father. Sam Seder is daddy. KF Logan, thank you very much for the raid. You guys are just in time. I hate that it's come to this, though. Me too. Also, folks, go subscribe over on YouTube. We are getting so close to 10K on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, folks. And we are going to have just a flood of content over the next few days while I try and push out every single thing we've done related to the election, okay? I'm going to be trying to get it all out there over on YouTube. Wait, why despair again? Because, you know, sometimes looking into the abyss every day as part of my job gets to me, you know? Like, also as, like, a prominent trans person, like, it fucking sucks. Like, I get people being transphobic to me every single time I go live. It takes a toll. And sometimes my brain is mean. I do have clinical depression and anxiety and an anxiety disorder. So, like, sometimes it fucking gets to me, but I do my best. Hello, Wayward Historian. Hello, Rohawk. Hello, Igloo BC. Hello, Big Esther. I already said hello to you. Hello. Being trans is so scary right now. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. Brains be like that, sadly. True. She is trans. She is trans. Also, you might notice I have like this weird bruise on my arm. I don't know what it's from, but if you see it, it's not, I don't have like the plague or something. Oof. Hey, Makuto Luroka. Sorry about the ban the other day. Don't know what happened there. Hey, Nova4. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Let's go!
This is going to be so good.
Was that from a vaccine? No, I have no idea what it was from. I just got it. I think it was from carrying boxes. I was awkwardly carrying boxes and maybe one of them like poked me too much. Your Riverboat hoodie arrived today? Hell yeah, Amber Brains. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The rot consumes? Hell yeah. Folks, thank you for dropping those subs and donos. I appreciate the support. It means the world to me.
Group hugs on Jack. The more you resist, the more we will love you.
Oh, God. All right. Whew. I can't believe I forgot Riverboat Jack is trans. It's okay. Like, my, you know, like, sometimes my loved ones forget that I'm trans, too. It's okay. Happens. It's not like the main thing about my identity that I usually think about. So, yeah. Hey, very knifey duck. All right. Let's go, folks. Beep, 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 doo. I can close all of these tabs because we already got to that segment. Thank you, folks, for getting us there. And you know what? Hitting the button. You guys can't stop me. Here we go. Folks, we're about to embark on a journey. I tried to dramatically pull the cap off this whiskey bottle, and the wax from the cap came off, but not the cap. That's very anticlimactic. Okay. Trying that again. Ah, there we go. Nailed it. Going great. Folks, we're about to embark on an epic journey. And that journey involves watching Tim Pool's The Culture War. That's right. That Tim Pool. The Tim Pool that was making content for the Edward Gregorian Russian op that was controlling Tenet Media. And in fact, Sam Seder appeared today on that show that Tim Pool was cross-posting onto Tenet Media and thought it wasn't weird at all that a company was paying him hundreds of thousands of dollars to post a show he already made to another channel, and also allowed him to retain rights to that show and post it on his own channels. And he said, wow, that's not weird at all. I'll just take that money that is free, that apparently has no strings attached. And yeah, Sam Seder's going on that show now because I think Tim really is wanting to show that the culture war with Tim Pool is its own independent entity that absolutely is not just a Russian op from Tenet Media. So, whatever the reason, Sam Seder's here, I'm happy. And we're also gonna have a good time. And I do want to be upfront here. I have, in fact, watched the first 15 to 20 minutes of this because I couldn't resist. I really like Sam Seder and the way he debates and the way he engages with opponents. And it was very, very good. So can't wait to watch the rest. This is going to be fun. Mr. Anderson, haven't seen you in chat in a hot minute, my friend. Hope you're doing well. And with that, cheers, everybody. We about to get a little tipsy. For those wondering, Knob Creek 9. It's a good bourbon. I have a better one for election day, though. All right, here we go.
I like it. He's got his...
Sorry.
Seder, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
That's a good one. I like it. He's got his own beanie.
That's right.
20 years?
What's that?
20 years? Is that?
20-year anniversary. This is actually a
Can we just take a moment? Can we just take a moment? Sam is so precious. Sam is so precious. Look at how big that goofy smile is. Look at how big that goofy smile is. He woke up at like 4 o'clock in the morning to catch a flight to Tim Pool's compound. And you know the entire time he was like, oh man, I'm going to wear this hat. The second it goes live, it's going to be so good.
A gift for you?
Oh, right on.
There you go.
I went to a restaurant for breakfast today and there was an old guy that was very visibly annoyed by my presence but didn't say anything. I just sat there smiling and eating my breakfast. Made me happy.
Well, Catalina Gearbox, I'm glad you had a good breakfast. The absolute flex here, though, of like putting the hat on the second the show goes live and then giving it to Tim after he's already worn it. Excellent. That's an alpha move right there, okay? In the red pill PUA communities, that's pickup artist community, that would be known as establishing dominance.
Yeah, I'll put it on the shelf. See all like the weird knickknacks that I have?
Yeah. Well, that's actually for your baby.
Oh, thank you very much.
Congratulations. I understand.
Oh, okay, wait. Tim Pool does have a family? Okay, because I genuinely, when he started talking about taking more time for his family, I couldn't tell if that was more time to like go out and like find a woman to date, or if he was genuinely like if he already had a baby on the way or something.
Understand that you're expecting, is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Nervous.
I hope you're getting sleep.
Oh, I think I got 6 hours tonight.
Well, I'm saying, is your baby born already?
No.
Oh,
Coming soon.
I'm talking about when your child comes.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, what little sleep I already get probably will be less.
All right. Well, there you go.
Oh, man, he's dying inside. Sam's already cooking him. Step 2, establishing even more dominance. I've already been through the trenches of sleepless nights with the baby.
Right on, man. So we'll start light. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, the election is Tuesday, but people are already voting.
No, wait. We got to talk about what am I doing here?
Sure. I was going to start light, but you can go with whatever you want.
No, I mean, it's light to me, but like what? I thought I was banned. Didn't you say I was banned and blacklisted?
Maybe. I don't know the specific.
Oh man, it takes him so aback. He needs to recalculate the entire conversation and like what this dynamic is gonna be already. He's already so thrown off.
75 years old vet here, Jack. Have you seen the Kamala in Chains video at the Mount Pleasant Halloween parade? 'Tis sick as hell.
Oh, I didn't know there was a video. I thought there was just I only saw an image of that, I guess. God, okay. Well, if someone reminds me, like if we take a break, which we surely will at some point in here, we'll take a look at that because I did not know there was a video. That I guess Republicans are still stuck on like you know. I don't know if people remember this, but when Obama was campaigning, Republicans like burned him in effigy and like did fake lynchings of like paper mache Obamas. It was really, really disgusting. Also, Lunatic, thank you for the $10 super chat. That is both very generous and also 75-year-old vet. I love seeing people of all backgrounds and all ages watching my show. So I'm glad I'm making content that's interesting to you, my friend. Thanks for being here.
Specifics. You have to. There's something to that effect.
I can send you a link. But I teed it up here.
It's hard for me to remember verbatim everything I said, but
Let's see what do we got here?
I would
wait. Okay? So this was one of my questions I had right when I started watching this. Did Sam bring his own laptop with a bunch of queued up clips to play on Tim Pool's show? Is that what happened here? Because that's such, again, like, we're talking, like, Tim Pool usually has the advantage of being the only one with a computer in the room. And the fact that Sam brought this, has everything queued up, absolutely nailing this. Absolutely nailing this. Because suddenly, it's not Tim's show. It's Sam's show. This is Samcast IRL.
I would say...
Oh, I mean, you pretty specifically banned...
Did I say no Sam Seder at all?
Well, I think so. Here, wait a second.
Trouble. Sam Seder's blacklisted by a lot of podcasts.
Yeah. Did I say us?
I'm not exaggerating. This is not a joke. Yes, there are many large podcasts that have outright said they will...
He's playing it through the speakers of the laptop because it's not wired for sound. I did not pick that up when I was watching it because I was actually listening to it. I was doing other things. I'm very busy.
Never work with him, and has nothing to do with being afraid to debate him. Sam Seder's off the list. This guy is a manipulative, lying con man.
I mean, that's pretty strong stuff.
My confusion comes from,
Sam Seder has the heart of like a radio shock jock, but if like they found like a soul to like guide their hijinks, you know? Like that's like Sam Seder's leftist ethos, and it's so good.
I say I would never have you
on.
on.
I don't have anything to do with him, and that's why Sam Seder makes all these videos, and he focuses on drama. I mean, the man's obsession with Dave Rubin is laughable.
I agree with that to this day.
Oh no, I actually I have a
did I say
real reason for that?
Did I say?
Yeah.
Did I,
Also, fun fact. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have actually met Sam Seder. I have actually interacted with him directly. I doubt he remembers, because I was in a group of like 3-ish, 4-ish people, and it was like a meeting for something else. Yeah, it was. He was really nice. He was really out of it, but he was also like really no nonsense. I like him a lot. Did you swoon? Internally, yes. Outside, I was cool as a cucumber.
Of
did I
course.
say I would never bring you on.
Oh yeah, you did.
Okay, I might have.
I mean, I don't know if I have that specific.
Yeah, in the course of like my organizing work. Yeah.
Video teed up. I might though.
I may have. I usually, if I get like heated or something, but I tend not to be as definitive on things like this.
Well, it wasn't just that one time too. When you went on Patrick Bet-David's show, you said the same thing.
Well, but you know it's true.
What's true?
There are a lot of big shows that have blacklisted you.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
It's not about you. Nobody wanting to debate you. I mean, the first thing I asked was like, let's talk about the issues, and you immediately pulled up drama. That's
not drama. I mean, I think everybody wants to know. It's like a weird. I mean,
is it drama or is it like a weird elephant in the room you have to address because you've talked about not ever wanting to talk about Sam Seder again since he embarrassed you because you were talking about Marvel's Endgame or Avengers Endgame, and he was like, "What is this kid shit? Please talk to me like an adult."
You know, if you, I used to be a script writer, and if you put a loaded gun in the first scene and you don't resolve it, people are going to be distracted. So this way we can just deal with this, get that out of the way, and then move on to stuff that is more, I think, like substantive.
Yeah. But that's it, right? It's not my business to tell other shows that have brought it up. But
I'm not concerned about other shows. I know what. I'm just curious. What am I doing here?
What are you doing here?
Yeah,
I decided to have you on. I don't know. I figured there were probably misconceptions you had about me. I think that a lot of what you think about what I say comes from clips and not the actual show. So there's like,
Sam has completely thrown off whatever plans Tim had for the conversation. It's honestly great.
Don't really have conceptions of you.
This started.
Yeah, instead of Chekhov's gun, though, it's Chekhov's Sam.
Because you said something that was untrue about my position on the death penalty, and I was like, I think Sam saw.
Dude, no, you're in favor of the death penalty, Tim. I've seen him go through this circle of logic so many times. Tim Pool has advocated for the death penalty to be used. That is undeniable.
saw a clip that someone pulled out of context and didn't actually hear like my 2-hour diatribe on.
Yeah, no, I
this
don't.
segment be uploaded
I think
later? Yeah.
actually what I was talking about, I don't think I ever said whether you believe in the death penalty or not. I mean,
you pulled a you cited a quote.
Yeah,
where you said that I said something.
Also, can we just take a moment? I don't have conceptions of you is such a badass thing to say on a show that has like obsessed over you for years. Like it's honestly kind of crazy, right?
Thing like
I cited a quote, or did I play a
stated
video?
at the beginning of a video? Tim Pool agrees that people who commit treason should get the death penalty, which is
that right? Do you have the video? You must have the video. No? Oh, wait a second.
and I just went, holy crap! And
let me see if I got it, because I'm pretty sure I remember this. It was in the context of you suing Kamala Harris,
and so
you
here's
were
the
on
issue.
with Laura Loomer,
right?
And you said the words.
Here we go.
People who get the death penalty. People who.
Even Tim's like, oh man, here he goes. He bothered to memorize it.
Who commit treason should get the death penalty.
What's the context of that sentence?
What's the context of that sentence?
So there's a clip.
Yeah, sure. I said this group of people should die. What's the context for that? As if there's context that will make that better.
That's 5 seconds long.
Oh no, but I watched the whole rest of it. Like I know you went back and forth, but it was so weird because you should really, if you can find this and put this up, because what I found fascinating about it was that you literally did say on multiple times in that going back and forth. Because apparently what happened is you got in trouble at one point with, I don't know, some streaming service about people calling for the death penalty or whatever it was. I don't know the background to that.
YouTube says you can't call for the death penalty as a legal mechanism.
Okay. And so she brought up, I think these people committed.
Can I just say it's incredibly funny that off the top of his head, Tim Pool is like clearly has had to engage with YouTube terms of service around calling for the death penalty so many times that he just rattles it off. Like it's just buried in the upper level of his subconscious at all times when he's doing his show.
Committed treason, they should get the death penalty. And you said,
I don't know if she said. I think. Well,
I don't care what she said, really, for this sake. But I'm quite sure you said, if you commit treason, you should get the death penalty.
Now,
right now,
what words are you missing from that sentence? Because it sounds like you just heard a clip.
No. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, well then,
and
why
then
are you,
at
why are
one
you,
point afterwards,
okay, so let's pause. Let's pause. We'll
Yeah.
break this down. We'll break this down.
Sure.
Is it currently codified in law that if you commit treason, you are out? The penalty is death.
What do you mean by codified?
Like, is U.S. law states that the penalty for treason is death?
Not necessarily, but it is one.
It is right. The penalty for treason is death.
This is like watching a man try to like this is like watching a man who's like, you know what? I think I can swim against the current over at Niagara Falls. I think I am a strong enough swimmer to doggy paddle my way against the current at Niagara Falls, right on the top of it. Okay? I think I can do it. And you're like, I don't think you can do it, man. And he's like, watch me. And then he jumps in and he's just like trying with all of his might to swim against the current, but like he's still being swept inevitably over the falls. Like that's the feeling I get here. That's the feeling I get. Like Tim is trying so hard right now.
What is the penalty for murder?
It varies. It
can be, it can be the death penalty.
Exactly.
So it's the exact same dynamic as treason.
Yes. So if we're talking about, in that context, people levying war against the United States, to which I said, I don't believe any of these people committed treason.
Correct.
Sedition would be trying to undermine or cause damage to the government.
Correct.
Treason,
that's not the issue.
Right. And so the context of that conversation is, one, I don't agree with the death penalty. And in no circumstances, I
But you did say the words, if you committed treason, you should get the death penalty.
Okay.
There's really no way to wiggle around this, and goddamn is he trying. But like you're saying a prescriptive statement. You're saying if somebody does X, they should Y. You know, like that should be the inevitable outcome of doing X. under normal circumstances, this person should be put to death if they do treason, right? That's what Tim Pool said. And Tim is like trying to be like, well, you know, when you say someone should be put to death, I mean, that just means, you know, in like a 1% of the cases they should be put to death. But that's not how the word should is used, Tim.
Okay, so once again, do you not understand?
Would you agree if someone commits murder that they should get the death penalty?
No.
I do want to know, by the end of this, does Tim Pool still have a career? Does Tim Pool quit at the very end of this stream?
Agree with that.
Right.
But you did say if they commit treason, they should get the death penalty.
So if we're talking about the penalty for levying war against a country, whether you want it to or not, if a judge sentences someone to death, should they get the death penalty?
If a judge, I don't think people should get the death penalty under any circumstance.
If someone is shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone...
No. If you can avoid killing them, yeah, you should avoid killing them, yeah. Like, lethality should be like the last recourse in any given situation.
Shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone is committing an act of violence, and actively, is it within the legal rights of a person to return with lethal force?
You mean self-defense?
Yes.
I think so.
Like if your life is under threat, you have the right to self-defense by any and all means. But that's if your life is under threat. Does that mean if you are threatened, you should execute whoever threatened you? No, that's not what self-defense is.
So, yeah.
Right now, whether you want it to or not, if someone...
Yeah, also, like, putting aside the fact that, like, self-defense is not the same thing as executing someone who's been arrested by the law.
Robs a liquor store, should they go to jail?
Should they go to jail?
Under the current laws, regardless of your opinions, should the police arrest the person?
Should the people arrest the person for robbing a liquor store?
Yes.
I mean, I think they should, yes.
Do you think in literally every single circumstance, then, no matter what happens, if someone commits a robbery, they should be arrested?
I mean, I suppose there could be extenuating circumstances, but yes, if you commit a crime, you should be arrested.
So the clarification that I'm trying to make, it's not about, I don't think there's any real reason to try and go back and parse semantics. The concept was, if people are levying war against the United States, such as we're on the battlefield somewhere in Iraq or whatever, right?
Wait, this whole thing was about treason, where you were saying that...
Do you want me to explain the ideas, or do you want to just...
Do you want me to explain the ideas? What, are they too high level? Do you think your ideas are too high level right now, Tim?
Oh no, Sam Seder. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
Tim, this is just playing on repeat in Tim Pool's head. That sound clip.
Go in circles. I don't understand.
Well, I want you just to address what I'm talking about.
I'm trying to.
Instead of talking about war.
Some criminals do need to be shot if they threaten other people's lives. Yeah, but you understand that's a different circumstance, right? Like shooting someone who in the heat of the moment might harm or kill someone is a different scenario than the state legally executing a prisoner. Those are two very different things.
All right, go ahead.
And Sam very clearly is not against intervening to save somebody's life if they're being threatened by a criminal.
Please.
Treason is levying war.
Treason is levying war?
Or providing aid to the enemy of the United States in a time of war.
Well, it also, you can be, I mean, there's been people who have been charged with treason when we're not in an active war, but yes, I guess. I mean, but however you want to parse this, treason is a legal charge against somebody, and there are multiple potential penalties for that, one of which includes capital punishment. And
just for the sake of clarity, because in the show we're not talking about specifics of someone may or may not be wrongly charged.
Yeah. But you can be charged with treason and still, like, there are other penalties that you can be hit with that aren't the death penalty.
If you're asking me why I would say something like should be, it's rooted in this. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war.
Oh my God, dude. This is so pathetic. This is also, man, Tim really didn't want anyone else there. They didn't even update their setup in OBS to account for just 2 people being in the show. They still have the 3rd camera on.
Against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses of the same overt act or confession in open court. So the issue at hand was when we were talking and I said, I don't think any of these people committed treason. I don't think anything they've done is worthy of death. I don't agree with the death penalty. The return is, but what if they're levying war against us? And then someone decides their life should be forfeited.
Jobertus Maximus, I'm going to read your comment because it's good. Treason could be used to describe many things. One example is, say, if you're a media apparatus that takes money from a foreign agent to spread propaganda. And, you know, do you have to, for it to be treason, do you have to be a knowing, accomplice in that? I wonder.
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
I watched that video, and in fact, I remember this now, actually. We were going over the ridiculousness of your lawsuit, and I said, you know, Tim says he doesn't agree with the death penalty. That's fine. And then they played more where you say, if you've committed treason, you should get the death penalty. And the interesting thing is, then I watched, hold on, but let me finish. And
do you want to do a drama circle jerk, or do you want to actually talk about the ideas of the death penalty and what should or should not happen?
I really, really want Sam to answer here that he has no idea what a circle jerk is, and for Tim to then be in the uncomfortable position of having to explain what a circle jerk is to Sam. I really want that. I don't think we're going to get that, but I really want it.
No, I think that I personally am against the death penalty. I think
so
you are maybe against the death penalty.
I'm 100% against death penalty.
But
you can't be 100% against the death penalty if you are on the record saying people who commit this crime should be executed. That's pro-death penalty.
Found fascinating, it was as if you watch that video as it goes further along, and maybe you can release it. I don't know if it's behind a paywall or what. I watched it somewhere, so I know it exists. Maybe it was on Rumble. And if you go along, it's almost like you catch yourself and you realize, like, wait a second, I'm against the death penalty. So, no, you shouldn't get capital punishment. And that's one of the things that I think, like, in terms of, like, that I have always found fascinating about you, and that there was actually a great video by Timba Toast on how you vacillate between
God, dropping the Timba on Toast reference to Tim Pool's own audience and potentially getting some of them to go watch Timba's videos is such like a BDE thing to do, you know? God damn.
Different political ideas as a way of, like, maintaining a certain brand.
What is the brand?
Well, I don't, not exactly sure what you think the brand is, but
here's the challenge. Here's the challenge. You know, if I post a joke on X that is, like, over the top, for instance, I tweeted.
Is he now going to try and argue that his insurrectionists should be executed comment was a joke? Are we pivoting to just jokes?
Kamala Harris is like Hitler and Stalin times 200, and she's going to start 800 wars. That was actually written about in various liberal outlets as if it was a fact statement. And so
well, you do present yourself as a journalist, Tim. And also, you're only half joking. The point you're trying to get across is that she would start a lot of new wars and that she's really bad. You know, comparable to Hitler or Stalin. You know, funny jokes. You know, like, let me just be clear here. When I compare Donald Trump to Hitler, I'm not joking about it. When I compare him to Mussolini, I'm not joking about it. There are direct parallels there. Tim Pool's just a coward who can't stand by any of his opinions.
I'm sitting here being like, can they not tell? Well, there's Poe's law. I get it. Sometimes they don't. But the issue at hand right now is just semantics. So instead of saying, like, well,
Dude, we're in the communication business. Like, our words are important. Now,
yeah! It is. It is important. All right, let's go. Also, chat, real quick. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, we've actually been going for over 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos because I'm having such a lovely time. But this election season is rough as hell, and this show is only made possible by the kind contributions of people like you. So please consider supporting stream with your subs, your donos, your super chats, etc. 2 hours already. 2 hours. Time flies when you're having fun, you know? Honestly. The Colonel Flanders, thank you for coming over to riverboat.gg. You covering the whole debate tonight? I'm going to do my best. We'll see. We do have a lot of other things to get to, but I don't know if he's on the entire time. He might be on for the entire 3 hours. So if he is, we are going to cover the entire thing. And if you are too tired to make it through to the end, don't worry. I will be uploading it as a segment over on YouTube. So we might break it up into 3 bits for, you know, digestibility. Welcome, folks. Also, welcome, Venerosa. Thanks for jumping over to riverboat.gg as well. Got some new white name faces over on riverboat.gg. Also, I'm going to go change out of this skirt. This skirt is not comfy, and I don't want to sit in it for, you know, the next several hours. I will be right back. Got a water jug. Whew. Whew. All right. Yes, I also brought some pretzels because, you know, again, this is my Super Bowl. This is like everything I want in content. Okay? We doing it live, fam. We doing it live. All right. Here we go. Jumping back into it. My hair's messy.
Listen,
Sure.
I
So
certainly
let me-
understand
let me-
people
let me
misinterpreting
I'll
a
finish the
tweet.
point.
Believe me, I've been there.
I will just say this for the sake of clarity. Right now, regardless of my opinions on law, should the law be that someone will receive the death penalty, then they should receive it. I oppose it.
But it doesn't necessarily, the treason, the punishment for treason is not necessarily the death penalty any more than it is with murder.
All right, so let's just try and...
Why would you ever say, if you're
so
against
this
death
is, once
penalty...
again, misconception I'm trying to get past, so let me explain.
Okay.
In the circumstance where
Wait, where the fuck did the live meme even come from? I think that was a what's his face? Papa Bear. What's he called? Not Bill Maher. Not Bill Maher. Bill O'Reilly. The other awful Bill.
someone has
That's
committed a
conservative.
death-worthy trespass, I oppose the death penalty. I would advocate against it. We recently had a big case where there were 2 instances where people were put to death. One guy, the family even said it shouldn't happen. They had cut a deal with the prosecutor. It still happened. And that was, I believe it was, who was that? That was Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the people who watch my show were quite outraged that a family would say no. But the issue at hand is I don't assert myself over the rest of the country in law.
Genocide of the white names.
Penny Auntie, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And to answer that chatter's curiosity, here is the actual clip of Bill O'Reilly.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. And thing sucks. In 5, 4, 3. That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
Law, which means if the mechanism of the courts is as such, that's what should happen. I will fight against it. That's the semantic misunderstanding.
Oh,
So
all right.
let's just put it like this.
Because you were so offended. I mean, the reason why I thought I was here was because you were so offended that I said you were against the death penalty.
You said I was for it.
And I got confused when you said someone should get the death penalty
Under a mechanism
for
of
treason.
law that I oppose.
Well, you never said those words.
But that was...
Well, you see, Tim meant a very specific thing that you were supposed to guess by reading his mind when you watched the segment, Sam.
The whole conversation.
No, actually it wasn't.
Literally was.
We could play it.
But I mean, look, how about...
Oh my God. Yes,
No white
please.
names left behind BWA.
Very knifey Doug, thank you for gifting a sub to Veneroso. That's true. Chatters together strong. But I have no doubt that Sam has this entire exchange keyed up on his laptop right now to play it. And I hope it winds up happening. How much of this have I missed? We're only 13 minutes in. It's so much more left.
We just, instead of going back and forth and saying it was this show where these things were said, we lay it out on the table. There it is.
Okay, there.
Death penalty should be opposed.
We agree on that.
The government is a failed arbiter of who should live or die. This mechanism doesn't work at an institutional level.
I don't know that anybody is a arbiter of who should live or die, but yes.
Excuse me. There is some context that is more challenging, such as if a man pointed a weapon at your children, would you decide that he should die?
I mean, if someone pointed a weapon at my children, I would attempt to do whatever I needed to do to stop them. But that's different
Up to and
than
including lethal force.
I mean, if that's what it took, of course.
So that is you making the decision that you will take action which may lead to the death of an individual.
Oh yeah, I mean you know.
I have a little thing to play for you guys right here.
Should he start locking them up? No question. Should there be lists of Democrats that need to go to jail? 100%. And the reason for that is they've committed crimes. We need to make sure that when Donald Trump wins, we've got an attorney general, a deputy attorney general, a head of the CIA and the FBI. Kash Patel would be fantastic. We can have attorney general. There's some names floating around. And then they can start having their investigators and the feds issuing subpoenas, pulling up evidence, and with real evidence, bring them to judges for warrants. Then these people can spend three years of their lives fighting tooth and nail for the crime against the government for crimes they committed, and we can prove. Yeah. And the reason why we put them on trial is that we can show the whole world we will uncover what you've done. We will make sure everyone knows, and you will be held accountable for it.
Not just jail, they should get the death penalty. You know, we actually used to have the punishment for treason in this country.
Should Democrats be in jail? No question.
So that's all the context leading up to the Tim trying to justify Laura Loomer's bit by saying insurrectionists should be killed. Amazing stuff. The context actively makes it worse.
I would suffer the consequences, but I don't believe in general that that in capital punishment. I mean, that's not capital punishment. That's
I agree. I'm just saying
self-defense or
in certain circumstances, a person will decide someone may be about to die. And there's other issues, of course, like whether to render medical aid is a different circumstance. If someone is already dying, then there's if someone is in peril but you can't save them. But in terms of a human being making an active decision to end someone's life, there are many circumstances where someone will decide that they are the arbiter of that decision.
Yeah, but you understand, like, the circumstance of execution and the circumstance of like self-defense are completely different, right? Like you're moving the conversation away from the core point here because you're uncomfortable with your position on that core point.
Police officers do it every day. Soldiers do it every day, and often regular people. We have the Penny trial in New York right now, where they've got the trial going on for the Daniel Penny in New York, where he put that guy in the chokehold and the guy died. He made that decision at that point.
He killed the guy.
He did.
Is Tim Pool's point here quite literally that people can make choices that result in somebody else losing their life? Because, yeah, duh. That's not profound.
He did. And he made that decision for whatever reason. I am going to apply this technique to this man, may result in death. So at a certain point, someone makes that choice. The question then is, do we agree that the choice was necessary or that they were backed into a corner? And that's a difficult decision. So I would just put it this way. I think in a perfect world...
This has nothing to do with capital punishment, though.
It's about whether someone chooses someone else should die.
Right, but that has nothing to do with capital punishment.
Good job, Sam.
They share
capital punishment is definitionally
Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare.
A punishment that is put out by the government, as opposed to, an individual's decision as to whether or not they're going to apply lethal force to somebody. It has nothing.
I've decided that anytime Sam gets Tim back on track, I'm going to play that sound clip. Whenever Sam brutally corrects Tim, I'm going to play that sound clip, and every other time I play that sound clip, I'm going to drink some whiskey. Let's go.
And do it. You would never say
they're literally
that Penny provided capital punishment to that guy on the subway.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
That argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with capital punishment.
Just in the sense that someone's making a decision over someone's death. And the question being, in the case of self-defense, I agree there are circumstances. And in the case of capital punishment, I agree there are no circumstances.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a reality where...
Then why were you advocating for capital punishment in the case of insurrection?
The government has successfully subdued an individual who they are no longer a threat, and then they just decide 20 years later, now let's kill the person. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I do not believe that we should have capital punishment. I do not believe in the death penalty.
How do we stop it?
Well, I mean, there have.
That is objectively. Can somebody please clip from this? How do we stop?
How do we stop it?
I want that clip. I want that sound clip from Tim Pool for my soundboard so badly. How do we stop it? How do we stop it? How do we stop it? Just don't execute people, Tim. It's really not that complicated.
Well, I mean, there have been times in the past where we've come close, I think. Sadly, I think because of all of the ginned up stuff about crime in this country over the past couple of years, I think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think the Democrats actually took it out of their platform this year that they're against the capital punishment. It is a problem. There is a cost associated with the attempts to scare people about crime in this country, and that's one of the costs, that we move further away from some type of positive public policy.
4% of death row inmates are likely innocent. And that means...
Damn, Paladin!
A donation to the Riverboat Jack Election Night Bourbon Slush Fund. We're going to need it.
We are going to need it. And I do want to say, on election night, just for clarity here, I will be doing a very long stream on election day. Currently, I have plans for to do a crossover with Dead Domain. I have plans to do a crossover with a couple other people, too. I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to discuss. But I'm also going to be talking with Hey, it's Vadim, formerly known as Creationist Cat. We'll be chatting away, and we'll be doing community call-ins as well throughout the day and night. Maybe Vosh will hop on. Who knows? I haven't actually invited him on, but like he's more than welcome to come on. I haven't heard from Vadim in forever. Yeah, he's great. I got to work with him in New York. Yeah, I should probably reach out to Vosh and see if he'd be willing to come on. But anyway, they're not going to stay for the entire night, guys. I know people like different creators or whatever. It's fine. I try to be nonpartisan. Let's see. Sounds like fun content ahead? I think so. But I am going to allow you guys to both reward and punish me on election night, okay? You see, I have a tall Baja Blast alcoholic beverage that, for whatever godforsaken reason, Mountain Dew decided to produce. And they taste awful. I've had one before. I hate it. But I have that and Doritos distilled liquor. And, so you guys can punish me with those or reward me with bourbon. And that's kind of going to be how election day goes. And I'm going to also be drinking a lot of water so I don't get too tipsy. That is my goal. I'm going to be eating food and drinking water. Not real Baja Blast. No, it's real Baja Blast made by the real Mountain Dew company with alcohol. It just tastes terrible. Are they at least tequila based? No, the Dorito alcohol is made with Doritos. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's basically just pure alcohol. It tastes like rubbing alcohol, if I'm being completely honest with you. Not that I know how that tastes. But anyway, that's the loadout for election day. How do we reward Jack with the sick bag? By handing me that bag. Hey! With subs and donos. Anyway, moving right along. I'll drink anything if it gets us a blue Texas. Exactly! Through our arcane drinking rituals, we will turn the nation blue.
Means at an institutional level, people in this country accept 4 in 100 people will be murdered by the state, unjustly killed, for a sense of security.
Hey, Dustin the Dam, thanks for gifting a sub over on
Yeah, I mean,
Twitch.
I think both in terms of efficacy, but even in terms of, I think if you feel that there is a situation where without a threat to anybody, right? I mean, these people are all in jail, that there is a justification to kill someone in cold blood, then I think it just becomes a negotiation as to when it's not.
You know what really gets me too is what I hear from a lot of people is, what about when you've seen on video they're harming a child or they're doing something, and it's funny because
this election is incredibly stressful. Witch Night Melody, like I had my mental breakdown on Tuesday, and I've been too busy to have another mental breakdown, and I'm gonna keep it that way until after the election. But like as a trans person in this election cycle, I'm not doing okay. You know?
Because in a circumstance where an individual literally witnesses a crime happening, it's easy to say, sure, we can, like if you're out in public and you see someone committing an egregious crime that is going to cause great bodily harm or death. But why does that justify an institutional, national level mechanism by which the government can decide that someone dies?
It is so weird that he has now moved to this position when he started from the position of those who commit treason should be executed.
Yeah, I think it comes down to 12 people walk into a room, someone they've never met before points to a person they've never met, and they say, trust me, kill him. And these people are like, well, sure, I guess. I think that's insanity.
No, I agree. Yeah. I mean, you brought up the Penny thing, and I think that's why it's even that much more egregious, in my opinion, his killing of that man, because I don't believe in that situation there was any type of threat that justified holding this guy in a chokehold for that many minutes at all.
Yeah, for those of you who don't remember what that case was about. The Daniel Penny case revolved around a like homeless man on the subway, like agitated, and a random bystander put that homeless man in a headlock and choked him out for like 8 minutes, and then of course he died. Like, it's like he just, like, one citizen murdered another one, and for some reason conservatives act like it's morally complicated. It's not.
Well, frankly, for that matter.
What do you think, like, the penalty should be? Like, do you think, like, they're charging him, I think, with negligent, is it negligent homicide? I'm not sure.
I mean, at some point in there, like, intent comes in. I think there has to be some level of intent if you choke someone to death.
At the very least, I would imagine manslaughter. But, you know, in general...
I thought it was a cop, not a bystander. Nope. It was a bystander, not a cop.
As a rule...
Like a former Marine, I think.
I don't really parse out court cases. I mean, you know, if there's a charge, as a matter of public policy, there are instances where I think that people should be charged. But beyond that, then I just, you know, I didn't even watch the OJ trial.
I'm curious about your thoughts.
I have so much respect for Sam. I haven't watched the OJ trial either, but that's because I'm a babby.
Thoughts on this story. This is from NBC News from 2021. Police say riders didn't...
Okay. Twitch chatter that just commented, it was a former Marine. I remember that incident. Yeah. Also, very unfortunate username in this particular instance, where your name is Executioner. That unfortunate alignment here, to say the least.
Help woman raped on train because of the bystander effect. Explain why. Does the bystander effect explain why? Philadelphia police said riders did not call 911, instead held their cell phones up in direction of the assault. You know, in a circumstance like this was a huge story.
Oh yeah, I have no problem. I understand it's not your fault that your username popped up for the first time in my chat under these circumstances. Not your fault. I understand. Just unfortunate. Also, any mod of Kevin Logan is more than welcome in my chat.
40 minutes. A woman was harassed by a stranger on a public train and then raped while bystanders just watched. What would you do? Like, what do you think a person should do in a circumstance like that?
At the very least...
Wait, I remember this story. Why do I remember this story, guys? Subway rape. Bystanders didn't call 911. Yeah, this was from like 2021. And happened late October. Oh. The prosecutor of that case disputes reports that train passengers recorded rape without calling cops. The narrative that passengers watched a man rape a woman on a train in suburban Philadelphia last week and filmed it for their own gratification instead of calling the police is false, the prosecutor handling the case said Thursday, as he asked witnesses to come forward. Okay, Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer said during a news conference that the other passengers on the train were not present for the entire 40-minute interaction and may not have understood what they were seeing. People get off and on at every single stop. Stolzheimer said, that doesn't mean when they get on, they see people interacting, they know a rape is occurring. Stolzheimer's recount of the surveillance video and plea to witnesses came after days of authorities saying multiple passengers were present for the assault, with some appearing to hold their phones in the direction of the attack, as police allege 35-year-old Fiston Ngoy raped the woman in a train seat. Police in Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority officials initially expressed dismay that passengers did not call 911 or report the attack, even if they didn't understand the seriousness of what was happening. Okay? Nevertheless, Stolzheimer said Thursday the narrative that there is a group of people callously filming and didn't act is simply not true. He added that witnesses of the attack could share information without fear of being charged. Yeah. Surveillance videos showed 2 passengers holding up phones toward the assault. One of those people provided video to authorities as part of the investigation. Okay, and the assault wound up being reported by an employee. Yeah, an off-duty SEPTA employee was one of those 10 people. That employee alerted SEPTA police because he believed something wasn't right with the interaction. So, that being said, like, even the phrasing of this implies that, like, the employee that did wind up reporting it wasn't entirely sure that it wasn't, like what he was seeing, you know? So, like, this story is not accurate the way that Tim is telling it anyway. Like, it's not like there's just a ghoulish group of, like, train enthusiasts watching this unfold.
I would call 911.
That's correct. Yeah, right. No one did.
And over the course of 40 minutes, I mean, I'm not familiar with this story, but if I watched someone being assaulted,
raped,
and then, or raped,
yeah.
Yes, I would intervene. I would push that person away. I would attempt to stop them from raping that person.
Sam Seder has now officially cleared the lowest possible bar of being a good person. I would like to hope anyone would be in a similar position there.
I think anybody should.
What has that got to do with this?
Well, we've got two extremes, I suppose, right? With Neely, you've got a woman who said that she felt like her life was in danger. This is one of the witnesses.
Well, we've seen that. I mean, there were people all around there, and the idea that she felt like her life was in danger. I mean, she's not communicating that to the guy, to Neely. B,
she said
it was quite clear. It was quite clear that, you know, I don't know, minute 2, minute 3, minute 4, that.
Okay, wait. Benjamin Kessler. I don't know if you've watched any recorded trial. They seem kind of boring. Counterpoint. This is one of the best moments of any court case of all time. Okay? Right here.
You guys have all this stuff and you say we didn't give anything. It's
Mr.
ridiculous.
Jones, you know how an iPhone works, right? You've had iPhone text messaging for several years now.
Yeah.
What does it mean if the messages are in blue? Whose messages are those? Whose phone is this taken from?
I don't know whose phone's taken from. I mean, I turned the phone over and said, take the stuff off.
Can I have you look in the very bottom below the very bottom left corner? Is that your phone number?
Yes. So you did get my text messages. And it said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Oh.
Indeed. You didn't get it. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
No.
Mr. Jones, did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about saying you okay. Did you know that?
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone, and then.
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No,
Did you know this happened?
No, I didn't know this happened. But I mean, I told you I gave them the phone over. Just
answer the question.
You said in your deposition, you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
And I had several different phones with this number, but I did, yeah. Well, of course, I mean, that's why you got it.
No, Mr.
My lawyer sent it to you, but I'm hiding it. Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, that's...
Just answer questions. There's no question. Mr. Bankston also only asks questions.
Sure. Mr. Jones, in discovery, you were asked, do you have Sandy Hook text messages on your phone? And you said no, correct? You said that under oath, Mr. Jones, didn't you?
I mean, if I was mistaken, I was mistaken, but you got the messages right there.
You know what perjury is, right? I just want to make sure you know before we go any further. You know what it is.
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I told you, I gave in my testimony the phone to the lawyers before, whatever, and so you got my phone, but we didn't give it to you.
No, Mr. Jones, one more time. And please remember, if you need to assert your Fifth Amendment, you can. I need to know that you can do that. But you testified under oath previously that you personally searched your phone for the phrase Sandy Hook, and there were no messages. You said that under oath.
Yes.
And you lied when you said it.
No, I did not lie.
Oh God. All right. Anyway, one of my favorite court clips of all time. That was incredible to see unfold. Lawyer really won the lottery there. True, but also Mark Bankston is just a goddamn good attorney. All right, let's head back here. I just a fun little diversion, okay? What a cheeky bastard, right?
This person is not going to end up killing that person. I would imagine that if this guy
we were watching the clip because someone was like, I would never watch a court case because they're boring, and I was like, except for this one.
To assault her anymore, Neely could have pushed him away, or they could have held them down. But a chokehold is a lethal thing, and he held it for minutes.
Do you think that you would wait until the woman was being raped before you would intervene?
You know, probably not.
Can I just say that, like, it's really weird that Tim Pool took essentially like I didn't advocate for the death penalty, and then took it to rape case. Like, what a weird pivot. Like, honestly, kind of gross.
But how would you know then if the guy is like a threat unless he's actively committing harm?
Well, I mean, if he's like actively committing harm, there's you know, I would assume, I'm not familiar with that story, but I would assume that it would start out where the guy is physically assaulting her, holding her down or whatnot. And I think at that point I would go and intervene. But I think the problem in this instance, and again, like, you know, the guy's been charged.
Yeah. Do you suppose, like, in Tim Pool's worldview, like, rape is just like a guy walks down the street and then like trips, and like his junk just like falls out, and like it's just like an instantaneous act, as opposed to like something that takes multiple steps to arrive at?
That's basically where my interest, you know, I move on to other things. But in an instance where you're putting someone in a chokehold, which again, he's trained. He's a
Marine, right?
Yeah, he must know this is a lethal thing. You know, you're putting someone in a chokehold for 5 or 6 minutes. I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I have no idea. You know, I see both stories, and it seems like they're both on.
Wait, you have no idea when you'd intervene in a sexual assault in front of you, Tim?
The ends, right? Jordan Neely didn't do anything. People may have claimed they have felt threatened. In this regard, it's a woman who was quite literally raped. In one instance, you have intervention.
People aren't even calling 911. I mean,
Zero
I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that's absurd.
I know, it's a crazy story.
I think, you know, I
think,
don't think you have to have too nimble or nuanced of a brain to say there's a difference between watching someone get raped and not calling 911 and putting someone in a chokehold for 6 minutes. I feel like
you all know that was literally the kindest possible way to call Tim an absolute moron, right? It doesn't take the nimblest brain.
Like there's a...
You can at least call 911.
Yeah,
That's
these
crazy.
are pretty wide disparities. This is not,
That's what I mean, like on the extreme ends.
Right.
You get these stories where it's no intervention to the extreme degree and then intervention to a person's death.
Right.
And it's like maybe we don't see the stories of any kind of in between because they're not sensational, right? Like I'm sure something happened on a train recently in New York where someone like the guy was getting violent, he got shoved, everything stopped. You know what I mean? No one, NBC News is never going to carry the story.
No,
because there's nothing extreme about it, and so we only ever get these.
Wait, default X, the Jordan Neely story, the choking wasn't being done by a cop. It was literally a random guy, not a cop.
Edge cases which put people on one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean, stuff happens in the subway all the time.
New York's been getting pretty wild. I suppose
it?
it's relative to the amount of crime, but
been getting wild. And
has New York been getting wild? My understanding is that crime has plummeted in New York.
What way?
There were, I think, last year, like 25 people were pushed in front of trains.
I mean, I can tell you that crime in New York City is, down still around historic lows.
Oddly enough, he's talking about the subway, but he can't stay on track.
I mean, I'm old, so I remember New York in the late 80s. And
Tim Pool does love talking about people being pushed in front of trains.
It's like
weird.
3 years ago. Sorry, I was wrong. Yeah, it was in 2022, I think.
Yes,
it was,
boo me.
I mean, listen, during
more.
COVID, we had a once in a lifetime event, hopefully, knock on wood. And a lot of things got messed up, but crime is back down. The only crime that has gone up, which is fascinating. And for all of the BS that we heard over the past couple of years about, shoplifting and smash and grab and all that, do you know what the one major crime that is up?
Which one?
The most statistically? It's actually shoplifting. Shoplifting went up in 2023, and it is now because it went down during COVID. So as much as we heard, and I know you've talked about this quite a bit, and I think it's been misrepresented in a lot of respects, that all of the shoplifting was up and people are gone mayhem. It's crazy. It was actually below where it was in 2019, and it is now back up to where it was in 2019.
I think,
and because COVID was, screwed up with our society so much. But again, you ask me, why are we going the wrong direction with capital punishment? I would say it is the absolute BS that has been shoveled. I don't watch your show enough to know, although I've seen people on here who, when Emma was on, who promote this idea that there was like this explosion of crime. And in fact, what ends up happening is that, yes, during COVID, there was a spike. And now we're back down. And the only thing that is back at 2019 levels is actually shoplifting, because it had gone down and it's gone back up because we're back to normal.
So I'm trying to pull up the Marshall Project. This is a good one.
Tim is
so we had these. This was the story
here.
that happened, and this is what's a cause for contention. The FBI released crime data showing that crime had gone down, and during the presidential debates, David Muir fact-checked Donald Trump, saying actually crime is down. However, recently the FBI released new crime data showing that actually it was up. It was up, I believe, 4.5%.
When? What year?
The year prior, 2021.
That it was up.
Yeah. So the latest data that we have.
But we knew. No, it was actually 2022. We knew. We knew. Yeah, it was 2022.
I'm sorry.
Tim is being mogged right now. Straight up mogged by Sam Seder. Like, Sam doesn't even have access to the computer that Tim is using right now. But, like, off the top of his head, he just knows the stats well enough to know that, like, Tim is getting it wrong. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Oh no, Sam Seder. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
Increase from 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah.
During COVID, in the wake of COVID, 2022 was up because the data reporting was not complete. But if you look at 2023 data, which is now they have got enough of the police departments online that 94 point, I don't know, something of the country is covered, you will find that crime is down in 2023.
So do you think, I think one of the issues
we had a rise because of COVID, and now it's dropping back down. But again, let's also be clear on this. If you compare 1990 crime with today, it's basically like this. It's just straight down on that.
You want to know something interesting? You know what one of the biggest factors in the decline in murder is? Cell phones. So back in the day, in the 90s.
Citation needed, Tim. I'm gonna need a citation on that one.
If somebody got stabbed, somebody had to run to a payphone to try and call 911, and that created a massive gap between first response and medical treatment. And so around the time cell phones came out, you see a massive...
I am sure that cell phones help reduce the lethality of crime. I am not sure that that is the defining... The defining, like, not attribute, what word am I looking for here? Component of the crime reduction.
Drop in murder charges and homicides. People immediately started thinking like, wow, crime is down. And it's like, well, no, look at the crime data. It is down, it is going down, but it's not the same. There's a decline in crime and a sharp decline in murder because now people...
Yeah, because like that exactly what Gransom is pointing out there in chat. Crime was already going down prior to wide-scale adoption of cell phones. Like, most people didn't have cell phones until like, I don't know, early 2000s. Like you had, like cell phones existed, but most people didn't have cell phones until later.
People were instantly calling 911 and first responders were arriving on scene much more quickly. So that's
okay. But also the other part was, yeah, I mean, that's interesting.
Crime's been going down.
Crime has been going down. I mean, you know, there's a lot of theories about it.
Like I remember growing up and like, I didn't get a cell phone until like 2000, maybe like 2006, 2007, maybe. And like, prior to that, I had a landline, you know, like, and I wasn't that big of an outlier, you know.
I happen to think it's a function of lead, to be honest with you.
I agree. Lead and gasoline.
Lead.
I love that Tim agrees here, despite just missing the opportunity to talk about how lead was the defining feature.
Gasoline and lead regulation. It's another example of strong government regulation bringing about benefits that we couldn't even imagine.
I agree. What do you think of, I don't understand the mechanism by which lead made crime happen. I saw the reports though, where...
What? How do you not understand? It's very simple, okay? It's very, very simple. Lead is a neurotoxin. So if you pump a bunch of neurotoxins into the air you breathe, that will lead to brain damage. Like, it's not complicated. It affects brain chemistry, it affects brain structure. And as a result, people with lead exposure tend to have like emotional issues or behavioral issues. There's some evidence to indicate like are more prone to violence or irrationality or, you know, mental illness. Like there's a lot of things that can happen when you introduce lead poisoning in the brain. Soda Eternal, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you for bringing that big BWA energy. I appreciate it. Anyway, it just is kind of wild to me that, like, he's like, I agree. Lead in gasoline was a big factor in crime, but I don't really understand the mechanism. And it's like, it's not a complicated mechanism. It's just people breathing in poison.
Well, I mean, lead is a neurotoxin, and if you have brain damage, you're more likely to be maybe violent or antisocial.
That's crazy. Like in the 70s when we had leaded gasoline and it's just pumping out of all these cars, like people are effectively having some kind of effect on their brain that
it aggregates, and so if you are living
Tim learning that lead is a neurotoxin in real time is honestly astounding to me. I had a low opinion of Tim Pool, but I guess I assumed like basic levels of competence and knowledge on his part that I shouldn't be assuming.
In areas that had a lot of lead paint, hadn't been remediated, and on top of that, you're getting gasoline that's in the air, or I should say lead that is, in the air because of gas, that accumulates in your brain, and it creates neurotoxin. That's why we have that problem in Flint, Michigan,
right,
with the lead poisoning. We have a lot of children, who have special needs, and there is data. I mean, this is, it's very difficult to assess this stuff, but there's data that shows that about 20 years after lead gasoline is outlawed, or lead in gasoline is outlawed, you see a precipitous drop in crime. This happened both internationally and in this country.
What do you think about phthalates? Are you familiar?
No.
So plastic chemicals leaching into our food.
Also, this is an underrated quality that I like about Sam and about people in general. People who can admit when they don't know things. That's hard to do in a conversation for a lot of people online. But like, being able to admit you don't know really, I think, allows a conversation to be more like natural and flexible.
Yeah.
Even these cans. So I'm going to give a shout out to Liquid Death. They'll get mad at me, I guess. So Liquid Death is water in cans, and it says death to plastic, but every single aluminum can is lined with plastic. So it's all leaching into our, even these midriffs. They say they're endocrine disruptors. So they're affecting people's hormone regulation, hormone balance. This could lead to, depending on the study, hormone imbalance could lead to like emotional disturbances or dissociative or like identity issues.
This is one of the reasons why, since we are a couple of days away from an election, why I think it's so important to make sure that Donald Trump is not in a position to...
Why was lead in gasoline in the first place? My understanding is that lead was in gasoline specifically because it makes it harder to light the gasoline on fire. But like, also America had a really weird relationship with lead. Notably, you might have heard of people talking about lead paint. It was known for a really long time that lead was toxic, and like, in other countries around the world, they removed lead from paint, but the paint industry in the United States lobbied to keep lead paint legal, and that gave a lot of people in America the impression that lead wasn't really that harmful. And so there wasn't really this gigantic push to remove lead from gasoline until far more recently. Yeah. Basically, there was a colossal lobbying effort in the United States to sane wash lead so that it wouldn't be seen as a harmful thing to incorporate into paint, which led to the use of lead paint for like 75 years after we already knew it was poisonous. Very similar to asbestos industry lobbying, by the way. That's why so many like pipes and old buildings have asbestos. People knew it was bad, but they were just like, whatever. It's fine. Just don't touch it. It'll be fine.
To appoint any more Supreme Court justices. I mean, the damage has been done, but, it could be rectified, because one of the things that this Supreme Court has done in its assault on what is known as the Chevron doctrine and deference.
How did he take the conversation from approving death penalty to the presence of plastic in aluminum water cans? Well, my understanding is that he took it. How did he get there? Right? Like, he was talking about the death penalty. Then we got to, different extremes of like inaction versus execution, and then with some kind of crime rates and relating that to lead. There we go. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Shaloon.
It will, over time,
Hey, executioner,
inhibit the ability of something like the EPA or the.
Well, it also made car engines slightly more efficient, but like there, multiple things can be true about lead and gasoline.
The USDA or the FDA from assessing in real time that there is a problem with certain products that is poisoning our environment or poisoning our people, and it will inhibit their ability to address it, because we don't know in the future, and certainly if what chemicals, we discovered this over time, right? We didn't know this when plastics are fantastic, and then we start to realize there's these PFAS, there's the
Also, fun fact, it was only until the early 2000s, like lead in gasoline was present until the early 2000s. Fun stuff.
These things that you mentioned, maybe in the context of fracking, there are certain things leaching into water, but you probably know that you can't just there's no, I test water and then all the bad stuff comes back on the test sheet. You must look for specific things. Well, what this Supreme Court has done is inhibited, and this actually is even a problem for investors like the SEC and other agencies. They have inhibited the ability of these agencies to do their work as scientists, as financial regulators, find problems that exist that were not contemplated by Congress and act upon them, because Congress doesn't have the ability, to act on every single or anticipate every single substance that may be a problem for people
Yeah, and also Congress is made up of politicians and not experts in their given fields, whereas different, areas of government can ostensibly be crewed by experts in their given fields to give or seek out additional expert input on what healthy regulation might look like. It makes it a lot easier to actually implement regulation if these different governmental departments are actually staffed by people who know what they're doing, rather than a politician who doesn't know anything about anything. They know about winning office. That's about it. And honestly, this is why one of the big threats posed to America right now by a Trump presidency is Project 2025. We've been covering that a lot on my channel. We have an entire playlist of every single Project 2025 internal training video that got leaked by ProPublica. I go over every single one of them. And in those videos, they make it very clear that their entire purpose for this project is to get yes men into these bureaucratic appointed positions across the government that would then be able to, gut all of these regulations that currently keep us safe. The last video that we covered was actually a former Trump White House guy talking about how his greatest accomplishment.
Fun fact for chat. Thomas Midgley Jr., the man who invented leaded gasoline, also created Freon, the first CFC. CFCs went on to tear the hole in the ozone layer.
Man, this Thomas Midgley Jr. was quite the mighty inventor. We're done with the Project 2025 vids. We have one more left to go over. But the point here is that their goal is to remove regulation. Their goal is to get rid of it. And the last video we covered had a man bragging about how his defining accomplishment under the Trump administration was blocking low-income housing from suburban neighborhoods. Some of you who've been following politics since the Trump years might actually remember that. That was the time Donald Trump talked about how he had protected suburban women from low-income housing. Which is just barely coded dog whistling for protected white women from black men. That was it. That Like he went on like a whole spree about it. Yeah.
And
high fructose corn syrup.
I mean, that's also a problem. That was under the Nixon administration. They decided they wanted to increase the amount of money that expendable money that people had. So they decided to subsidize corn and make all the food cheaper. But
isn't it weird how the high fructose corn syrup things happens? They subsidize corn. So then these researchers are like, corn's so cheap now because it's being paid for by the government, by taxpayers, that we can produce. It's actually difficult to make high fructose corn syrup. It's more.
Yeah, one of the things we maybe need to talk about more is how much subsidies go to corn in particular. This is actually an under-talked about issue because the amount of subsidy we give the corn industry is what makes like ethanol fuel a thing that exists. It's what makes it like cost effective for consumers and producers. And it's also what makes it so that there's just high fructose corn syrup in everything. Like that, the reason it's in everything is because it's so cheap and it is demonstrably addictive. And so you can effectively, for a very low price, just include high fructose corn syrup and make your product that much more addictive to your consumers.
Expensive than sugar, but the government subsidy has resulted in
100%. It's also the filler in all our foods.
Yeah. I was reading something recently that said that the high colon cancer rate among young people is due to emulsifiers. They're using like Gelen gum and guar gum and these things in dairy products. So, or not even just dairy products, but like to make it seem like it's.
Wait, do we have more hopium hoi polloi? Let's take a look. I've been given permission to share details of a new Ohio poll. This is coming from Split Ticket, election guy. I don't know who this is. Lakshya Jain. But it does look indeed like. This is very interesting. Kamala Harris is currently down by 3 points, but Sherrod Brown is up by 2. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting.
Fatty. And so you're actually just eating this like gum stuff that gunks up your insides.
Blowhio.
I don't know how you appropriately regulate.
I'm not gonna bank on Blowhio, but frankly, if I'm being completely honest, I feel like Florida is much more probable than Blowhio, but I wouldn't bank on either of them, frankly.
Or deal with things like that.
But
because,
this is a positive development.
We don't know what it's going to do until we have all this data and research for a long period of time.
I mean,
I saw that at Gumi.
We could
85% of Puerto Ricans in Florida are going for Harris. That's crazy.
Regulate against it. Like, I wasn't quite a fan of Michael Bloomberg, but one of the things he did was, I think it was during the Bloomberg administration, there were like polysaturated fats, I think it was, that were outlawed in New York City. I think that's become the norm around the country. Even you couldn't buy a 40-ounce soda.
That was kind of weird.
Not really, because.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, question. Genuine question for chat. Have any of you at any point ever needed a 40-ounce soda? Like, ever? Have any of you needed that? Bliowa? Huh. Interesting. Yes? As a child, yes? No? No? Yes? Guys, do you know how big a 40 ounce is? They sell the 20 ounces. Those are like the gigantic jugs. Sometimes I like a 40-ounce seltzer. That makes sense.
It's the same principle.
Fizzy water is good. I like it. It's my weakness.
Right? I mean, the fact is that like, and the pushback.
Also, yeah, if you are trying to get off of soda, switch to LaCroix. LaCroix is delightful. Spicy water.
Back from conservatives in this was so ridiculous because, like, look, I can't go buy a, a pony version of like a beer. Like, I don't want a 12-ounce beer.
It's not illegal.
I want to, but I can't, it's not available to me. I mean, the size distribution, what difference does it make? Like, at the end of the day.
Well, that's true because...
Damn, we got some spicy water haters in chat.
Progress Action Fund released a few ads that targets young men about Project 2025. This might dissuade the GOP appeal towards this group.
True. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 super chat and also for the reminder. Yeah, it turns out conservative men tend to want to stay home after they learned that, the Trump administration wants to make porn illegal and also make it illegal to have recreational sex. Those are not popular ideas among the conservative base. And making sure conservatives know that absolutely has a very substantial impact on their willingness to turn out to vote.
People just bought 2 sodas.
It is, yeah. I mean, if you buy 2 sodas, at least you're trying to basically, you're not outlawing sodas or whatnot, but you're trying to encourage less cost essentially for society, right? Because more people get diabetes, that ends up costing society
LaCroix
more.
Is where it's at.
I mean, so there's a lot of value to regulation. Look, we saw this in the context of light bulbs. The light technology we have in here, right? All these LEDs, it's a lot cooler in here than it would be if we had the old-timey lights.
Oh, they burn out too.
The LEDs don't. They're cheaper. It took a couple of years before you got the technology was better. But I can't. I mean, maybe you remember that.
I mean, let's be real here. Now that LEDs are like up to par, they're so much better. They're like energy inefficient and they last for like 10 years a pop. It's crazy. The LEDs do burn out though, sure, but like it takes a while.
But
I went and got a light bulb the other day at Home Depot, and like it came with like a 10-year warranty. Like, I mean, like we're talking like they're very efficient. They last a very long time.
Outrage by conservatives over
energy inefficient. No, they're efficient in energy compared to the old light bulbs.
The light bulbs, and we hear Trump talk about this too with the toilets and whatnot. Incidentally, I'm very sorry. You have a very fancy toilet.
Like it used to be when LED light bulbs came out, they gave off a very cold and stark light, but they've gotten so much better now.
And
I said inefficient. Well, I meant the opposite.
You have a very fancy toilet.
You apologized.
Well, it wouldn't flush.
That would explain why a bunch of people in chat suddenly started saying inefficient, and I was very confused.
Yeah, because it's a fancy toilet. It's trying to save water. We try, man. So
no, I appreciate that.
But you end up having to press it several times, and then
it didn't work for me.
Should we just?
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
Maybe Steven was saying that because he knew Sam would clog his toilet.
Just get the regular one, the regular.
I don't know what you should do, but maybe I would call the authorities because
Well, I mean, but that's kind of an issue.
How big a shit did Sam take in Tim's toilet? Did Sam show up and just clog that motherfucker? Sam, no.
You're
right. We have this like high end.
Use the bathrooms at the airport.
Well, it's a bidet and it's fantastic. I really enjoyed that part of it. It's just...
But it won't.
Oh, that's true. Sam is an older man. He probably eats the actual recommended amount of fiber every day.
It didn't flush.
Yeah, people keep asking, like, I don't understand. I'm like, you got to press it like 3 times because it has like a sensor.
I pressed it like 5.
So I mean,
honestly, though, clogging Tim Pool's toilet on purpose would be the ultimate Sigma move. Ultimate Sigma.
This kind of feels like an example. So we agree. We want to reduce excess waste. We want to reduce overuse. waste in general. Like, we don't want to produce waste. We want to we want to not waste things like fresh water. But now we have a toilet that requires 5 flushes because we tried doing the right thing.
Well, I mean, look, you just bought the wrong toilet. I mean,
one downstairs and have the
I have low flow. You can find low flow, manual toilets. I mean, that's a high end toilet. Somebody screwed up. But I mean, the bottom line is all of these. There are definitely regulations. Nobody's forcing you to buy that toilet, but there are definitely regulations.
Like just the little jabs here and there. Nobody's forcing you to buy that toilet that doesn't work. That he moves on. Just little like, yeah, someone screwed up with getting that toilet, huh? Anyway.
That we find over time are not as effective as we thought. But the bottom line is all of this deregulation that we're seeing is a function of largely certainly of conservatives, but largely a function of the Republican Party. And now we see, for me, Kamala Harris would not be the first person that I would vote for. But in terms of the Supreme Court, that alone is enough for me.
How do we balance?
And federal courts, I would say, too, broadly. I mean,
how do we balance this? Right, so there's a push and pull between private and public. There are, I've never been a laissez-faire libertarian guy. I've never heard a good argument from a libertarian about how you protect water. I've often brought up the Clean Water Restoration Act. Are you familiar?
A little bit.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just I think it was the 70s. I'm not sure if it was the Cuyahoga River.
It was the Cuyahoga River in Ohio that was on fire, and that's where we got the EPA from.
Right. And people were like, why is this? And what ends up happening is all of these corporations say, don't look at me. I only did a little bit.
Why is this river on fire? We must get to the bottom of it. All the corporations go, not us. Immune from prosecution. No takesies, backsies.
And it's like, well, yeah, but literally everybody doing a little bit is an avalanche.
Yes, of course.
And I've never heard a good answer for how you deal with something like that. Just claiming someone owns the river changes nothing.
No.
Well, the good answer to that is regulation.
No, of course it doesn't. I mean, I've had many debates. People can look on my channel for my debates with libertarians, and at one point it all just turns into ridiculous mush with libertarians. And look, there's a
True.
The idea that you are either pro-regulation or anti-regulation. To be anti-regulation is, in my estimation, absurd. But that doesn't mean that you don't look at each regulation and make an assessment as to whether it's functioning or not. There's a lot of local regulations that I think are unhelpful at times. I'm sure on a federal level there are some regulations that are unhelpful. But the bottom line is, fundamentally, do you allow the government to have this ability to regulate? The idea that we have that it inhibits the free market in some way. I think the idea of a free market is absurd, doesn't exist. But beyond that, we're always regulating the market. It's just a question for whose benefit are we regulating it? That's
like, he is correct. Like, historically, whoever controls access to the market conducts regulation in some method or fashion. Regardless of where that market is, regardless of what kind of government is going on, whoever controls that market regulates it in some way. Who can do business? Even if it's like a black market, the people who control the black market are regulating that black market. Like it scales up and down.
The bottom line.
I think free markets can only exist temporarily until someone amasses power and then displaces the market and becomes the power structure.
But there is no, like, what is a free market?
It would be like 10 people who live 10 miles from each other, they trade periodically. But once you get to a point where anyone controls one resource, you start to get...
But even that isn't a free market, right? Like, that market is also constrained by, like, where those 10 people live, what their skill sets are, like, and also what their social dynamic is. Like, that requires some level of regulation whether formalized in a government structure or informalized. You know, the same way, like, I talk about sex education. You know, your kid either gets sex ed formally from institutions and, like, you know, trained professionals who know what they're talking about, or informally through, like, their whisper network of friends. And your decision there is really, who do you want providing sex ed to your kid? Their friends who don't know buttholes from vaginas, or a trained educator? You know, like, that is your decision when you're looking at sex ed. But either way, like, that has to happen. Just recently found your content, been kind of binging it. It's great to catch a stream. Hell yeah, Vash Bandicoot. Glad that you're enjoying it. Also, excellent timing. Folks, very knifey duck, thank you for a tier 1 sub. Meh to you as well. And also, folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, super chats, memberships, etc. Because at the end of the day, you guys make this show possible. My show is not large enough on its own to generate enough ad revenue to live on. You are the ones that power the show and make me able to do it. So I really appreciate it, especially during an election season where, like, I'm absolutely overwhelmed constantly and doing, like, 12-hour, 14-hour work days. So thank you all. Also, if you're wondering about this, it's a bruise. It's not a exotic illness. It's just a bruise. And yeah, how we doing? How did we hit our likes? Goddamn, guys! Well, would you look at that, folks? We have 400 people watching on the YouTube right now. We've gotten over 200 likes. Good job, folks. Let's see if we can hit 300. Let's see if we can hit 300, okay? There are at least 100 of you who haven't, or 200 of you who haven't hit the like button. Let's see if we can hit 300. Let's do it. Let's do it. And also, again, consider those subs and donos, folks, because this show is brought to you by people like you. Thank you. Are we getting it done on YouTube? We are getting it done on YouTube. Can you do the shit rant? It was funny. I did clip the shit rant. I did clip that entire conversation I had with the chatter the other day, who didn't understand why calling Puerto Rico a garbage island was offensive or bad. And then I just started telling him he was from a shit family in a shit town. And he's like, I'm not from a shit town. I'm from Las Vegas. And then I was really mean to Las Vegas for a long period of time. I want everyone to know I have nothing against Las Vegas. It was purely for rhetorical effect. It went on for a very long time, though. God. Hey, Roggle Boggle, thanks for jumping over to the Riverboat site. Counterpoint, it's Las Vegas. Yeah, I mean, like, not the worst place I could have levied that ire upon. I missed it. Took a few streams off for mental health. That makes sense, Zennies. It's been rough out there. I don't blame you. All right, let's jump back into this, okay? I'm having a ball, by the way. This is great.
Power displacement, and then you'll end up with power centralizing.
Yes. Well, the first thing that you're talking about, hasn't existed in
forever.
Yeah, forever. I mean, really.
But it's like I talk about this with left libertarianism because a lot of people on the right say it doesn't exist, and I'm like, it absolutely does. It's hippies living on a farm. You know what I mean? That's left libertarianism. They're just hippies on a farm. There's no need for great power structures or police because 10 people living on a farm get along just fine.
Yeah,
scaling things up
and maybe they're completely self-sufficient, but they got there in some fashion, and it wasn't they drove on roads that were built right by a society. So
it is funny because I always hear libertarians say that it's a meme who's going to build the roads, and I never actually get a response.
That's because they don't have a good response. Their response is companies will build the roads. And then you have to point out, will the companies build the roads to places that are poor? And the answer is no, they're not going to do that. Why on earth would they do that? They're not going to do, like, the answer to what is the libertarian world going to do for poor people? The answer is exactly jack and shit. There's no answer there.
Well,
like
you could find private companies that are going to build roads, but they're
they do.
Yes, but they're not going to build it to everywhere. Like, out here, I mean,
had to build this road.
Well, you built the road, not the paved one.
The the one that goes onto the property we had to build.
Well, yes, of course, but the paved one gives you the opportunity to, that's the way you get to the airport.
Yeah. So
and Sam knows a thing or two about getting to the airport. Just wanna bring this up because I saw it first thing in the morning today. Sam knows a thing or two about trying to get to the airport via a road. More people travel at 5 a.m. than I was aware of. I'm glad he made it.
I guess the point about regulation is, I certainly agree. It's like Republicans across the board are almost always talking about deregulation. But
yeah, it's absurd.
But I don't see Democrats talking about cleaning regulation either. Right? There's a give and take. But let me give you a better example.
What does cleaning regulation mean?
Getting rid of the bad ones.
Oh, my God. I mean...
Are you kidding me? Democrats don't shut up about wanting to change regulation. Are you kidding me? It's like the thing they talk about. Democrats are always talking about, like, removing regulation or improving it, or they talk about it a lot. Like the entire premise of, like, this actually boggles my mind. Who does Tim think passed regulations like that cleaned up the air and water? Who do you think was championing those? It wasn't Republicans. For the most part, it was liberals.
I would say so to an excessive standpoint. I mean, this is, and I'm not speaking positively of this, but that guy Cass Sunstein underneath under the Obama administration, it was absurd. The idea, look, I don't think you ever have to worry about the Democrats putting too much regulation on things because to a certain extent, there's still elements within that party.
Actually, big thank you to If I Had a Life, I'd Use It Wisely. If I Had a Life over in YouTube chat for reminding me that I actually prepared a little thing about Lena Khan to go over here, but like she's been killing it when it comes to like different kinds of regulations across different government agencies. Today, USDA announced an end to school lunch junk fees for low-income families. This follows a CFPB report showing that school lunch payment platforms collectively charge families upward of $100 million in fees per year. $100 million in fees that, like, working families will no longer have to pay. Like, it's crazy. FTC is holding businesses accountable when they unlawfully saddle people with junk fees, be it in renting an apartment or buying a car. And like, she then just is like, this week the FTC took action against Invitation Homes for advertising lower rents, only then to saddle tenants with hundreds of dollars in junk fees. The firm also unjustly withheld people's security deposits and unfairly exposed tenants to evictions. Like, Lena Khan is over here getting it done. Like, when you say, like, Democrats never talk about cleaning up regulation, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? In the wake of the financial crisis and the foreclosure of millions of homes, large institutional investors purchased thousands of single-family homes across the country. Founded in 2012, Invitation Homes was previously owned by Blackstone, the major private equity firm. After going public in 2017, Invitation Homes merged with Starwood Waypoint Homes. The $11 billion deal consolidated over 80,000 homes and created the biggest single-family rental landlord in America. Invitation Homes drew people to its listings by deceptively advertising low monthly rents. People paid a non-refundable application fee only to then learn the rent was higher. Since 2019, Invitation Homes has collected $18+ million in application fees for deceptive listings. Like, just, like, it keeps going. It keeps going. Like, and this one's a big one. Thanks to the Copyright Office, McDonald's franchisees now have the right to repair their own ice cream machines. Like, she literally led the effort to fix America's broken ice cream machines at McDonald's. Like, Democrats care about this stuff so much. And Tim's just like, oh, Democrats never talk about fixing regulation or cleaning it up. And it's just like, you could only think that if you've never paid attention to politics in your life. And I have to be honest here. There's a part of me that kind of thinks Tim Pool hasn't paid attention to politics in his entire life. There is kind of a part of me that thinks he's never really been paying attention, and that this has always been about the money. That's my impression of Tim Pool. Just throwing that out there. And yeah, my guess here is that he's trying to, in the stupidest way possible, talk about like how we should get government approval or congressional approval every single time a regulation like goes into effect. It should like expire after like 10 years or something, and then the government should have to like repass it, each individual piece of regulation. I'm guessing that's where he's going with this, but like I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Celestial Heart, thank you for gifting a sub to Holly Hoomst. Let's go. All right, jumping back in.
Hopefully it's getting drummed out.
Well, guns is a good issue on overregulation.
Neoliberal is.
Oh, of course Tim Pool wants to talk about his guns.
Guns are
overregulated in ways that don't quite make sense, right? So that's an example of, for instance, semantic definitions of high capacity and standard capacity, what those even mean. But more importantly, the specific example would be in Maryland, they've banned the M1A, but the SCAR 20S is legal, despite the fact, and there's no legal, like there's no reason for it other than Democrats just decided we will start regulating these things because.
I have to be honest with you guys here. I'm not a gun person. Like I'm not big on like different models of guns. But this does not sound like a huge problem to me. Like what Tim just listed off is like a concern he has does not sound like it would be a huge issue. There is a thing with this? Okay. I'm more of a bun person. You are, Holly Hoomst. I know that there are some like ridiculous gun laws, but like I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, like there needs to be like definitions for different types of weapons. And like, of course, there are always going to be weapons that like straggle the line or not straggle. Struggle? Straggle? Is straggle the right word? That can't be right. I'm a knife person? Hell yeah. Straddle. Thank you. For some reason, my brain wanted to say Fraggle, and I knew Fraggle wasn't correct. That was just me being tired, and that was incorrect. So it combined that with straddle, and I got straggle. All right, down in Straggle Rock.
It sounds good on paper.
Well, I think that probably the reason is that we have a court that decided in 2008, after almost 200 years in this country of not perceiving an individual right to carry a gun, but only in the context of being a well-regulated militia.
True, Shaloon. I do think that like Democrats would be better served by actually passing common sense gun control that like 90% of Americans agree on. But yeah.
That because the court has lurched so far to the right over the past 2 decades.
Yeah, universal background
particularly
checks. Yeah.
Most recently, that I think the idea is that you chip away at this from a legal perspective to try and build a legal precedent by doing,
night,
you know,
Ashley. Get
whatever.
good
I mean,
sleep.
I'm not familiar with that specific regulation, but I would imagine that's the.
As an anarchist, I'm against it. I mean, as an anarchist, I'm against the concept of the state. So I'm gonna prioritize getting to a point where we can abolish the state. But that's like so far in the future that I don't think any of us can actually conceive of that, you know? I don't think that's like, I think the order of operations is probably not first we legalize all guns and then we get rid of the state. I think it's probably something different than that.
The idea we're going to get as much regulation as we can in this. I don't know, like, what's the damage done by that? Maybe from the perspective
made people felons who have like an archaic. It's unfair to call it archaic, I guess, but like the M1 Garand is like a Vietnam weapon.
You do realize that the monopoly of violence is already owned by the U.S. state, right? You realize that there is no amount of gun ownership that you can indulge in that would ensure that the U.S. that you have any kind of parity with the U.S. government, right? You understand that, right? Like, if you lived 1 billion lifetimes and worked nonstop every single one of those lifetimes, you still would not have amassed an amount of wealth equivalent to like the current standing force of the United States. Like, if you think you can topple the state with that, that's a very special idea. Derogatory.
Weapon. And the M1A is a more modern version, but it's like a wood stock, and it's got like it's a 308. The Scar 20S is a modern AR-15 style variant, which is substantially more efficient.
Well, I am definitely in favor of outlawing, you know, all of them, if that makes it easier.
Every single one.
Well, I listen. I think that people. I have no problem with people.
You realize the Vietnamese farmers and Afghan mountain men literally fought off the American military, right? Yeah, and I don't think anarchists have any remotely comparable organizing ability as opposed to those Vietnamese farmers and Afghan mountain men. Having been somebody who's paid attention to like anarchist movements in the US, I don't think that you guys have the same level of coordination or community building apparatuses as those Vietnamese farmers or Afghan mountain men. I don't think you have the self-sufficiency. I don't think you have the organizing ability. I don't think you have the grit. And I don't think you have the ability. So take that as you will. I think that ultimately the best way, if you want to actually abolish the state, is to first achieve maybe like, I don't know, socialist economic system, and then phase out, you know, the commodity form maybe, and then you phase out the state. I feel like that's kind of the order of operations if you want to get to that end point, and that is probably a project of hundreds of years, if not thousands, because the state has been around for a goddamn long time as a concept. So I would argue that's probably a much more effective way of dealing with the overwhelming might of the state rather than I have 10 handguns and 6 rifles. Like, congrats, whoop-de-doo. Yeah, like you know how that ends, right? You know how that ends. That ends with like you like cornered in a government building in the middle of nowhere, being starved out as people mockingly send you dildo packages. And if that sounds oddly specific, it's because it is. And that might be based on an actual event that happened.
People using weapons that are specifically for hunting, you know, that's, I'm okay with that. But
see how I segued into guns now?
Well, I'm happy to, you know, I mean, it's absurd, I think.
There's a bit of a foresight.
But, you know, the Supreme Court has lurched to the right, and we have
agree.
2 Supreme Court justices on the right who I think want to retire in Alito and in Clarence Thomas. And I would love Donald Trump not to have the opportunity to appoint their successors.
I don't want to go too, I want to stay on the guns for a bit, but
I disagree, Sabcat. I think fundamentally democracy and democratic means can be used to achieve socialist ends. I do believe that. And maybe that's a flaw of my ideological thinking and framework, but I do think it's the best shot we currently have. Mostly because we currently have like democratic worker co-ops right now in the United States, and oddly enough, the US government doesn't like move to shut them all down and enforce like a capitalist ideology. It does do that in some cases, of course, but largely because large capitalist firms lobby the US government to do so. I think that we could build up enough worker power to actually preclude that outcome.
The sign's pointing to a Trump victory. It doesn't mean he's going to win. I don't know if he's going to win.
Didn't you tell me we were driving up and somebody asked me if I'd been on your show before, and
yeah, but that doesn't involve disarming us. I never even talked about disarming anyone. I talked about common sense gun control. You were the one who jumped to the government disarms everyone. But also understand that I don't think fundamentally people being armed in the US population is going to prevent, or I don't think it's going to help us, and I don't think it's going to hurt us. Other than, prevalence of mass shootings due to lack of regulation.
I said, yeah, I don't know what show it was because you got so many. But
it was actually this channel.
Okay.
That was like 7 years ago.
And nobody can find that interview, but I'm quite convinced that
those laws effectively designs us. I don't know. If you can't pass a background check, maybe work on being able to pass a background check. I don't know. Like, ultimately, I'm okay with some people in the US population not having access to guns. I'm okay with that. The same way I'm okay with children not having access to guns, I'm okay with some adults who have proven themselves not to be worthy of trust, not being trusted to have guns. It's not that complicated.
Also predicted a Trump victory then, and that must have been like, it was pre-COVID.
Well, this is like 2017, 2018.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe not.
Yeah, like Ocean Forest. In my heart, I feel like I'm an anarcho-communist, right? But I feel like the ultimate goals of that are so far outside of our current reach that I'm a settle for just getting socialism, and then move from there. Yeah, maybe if you want to own guns, don't beat your wife.
But I'm pretty sure it was.
I mean, I am unclear as to who's going to win this election. I see positive signs for Harris, but I can't tell if that's me being aspirational or not. So,
well, I would certainly say I learned my lesson with 2020, right? So I'm looking at, for instance, Moody's Analytics, and they always release this economic report where they're like, here's our projections, and they tout how it's historically accurate, and then. What I think I saw was there was an increase in support for Trump, and what I
shouldn't beat your wife anyways. True.
Thought I was calling out accurately was an increase in opposition to Trump, but the opposition certainly was greater. But I think the biggest function of 2020 was Republicans just don't know how to win elections.
Pete S., I understand where you're coming from, that the criminal justice system absolutely has disproportionate effects on people of like minority status. I understand that. But I do think that at a certain point, we need to weigh like disproportionate effects of like certain people not being able to own guns as easily and school shootings. I think that like, in the absence of a perfect solution, an imperfect solution to school shootings might be more important.
That's why I think the last Republican to win a popular vote was it Reagan, I think?
No, well, Bush in his second election did, but he did that by basically coming out and bashing gay people and driving out
and war.
No, I think that was actually despite the fact, in the wake of 9/11, there was a lot of intimidation.
Well, in Salmon Moose, I do think that Australia is a really good example of like, hey, we should probably also have like a federalized gun buyback program to take like guns out of circulation if people choose to like give them up. I think there should be a mechanism for that. But, you know, one of the awful parts about America is that people would rather, like, children get slaughtered every single day than, like, give up their guns. And I don't really have a solution to that, and I don't know how to fix that.
By the Republicans, and they attacked a lot of Democrats for being, you know, max clear.
Because frankly, because any politician that advocated for the policies that would actually fix that would not actually hold on to power or win office in America.
Who lost like
is my understanding
both his arms and his legs in or an arm and two of his legs, I think it was, in the he was running for re-election in Georgia, and they called him Osama bin Laden.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? Hillary Clinton had a 95% chance of winning, and the 5% came in. So I don't. But let's go back to. I'm going to ask you about this, about the Supreme Court, because it sounds like you have a problem with how their right would shift. Is that right?
The first challenge is like right and left mean different things in different areas of governance and culture and things like this. So it's when we talk about right.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of the Supreme Court, in the context of what a Supreme Court does. I mean, they don't dictate culture so much as they dictate law.
No, what I mean is, like you say, rightward shift, and defining what right and left are in different contexts, I think.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Tim just keeps pivoting and pivoting. Like, it's a wonder he doesn't get dizzy, you know?
Matters because if we say,
well, in the context of the Supreme Court, rightward shift would be one which
traditionalist, I would say, versus progressive. That's what I'm trying to draw the distinction on, because like right economic is they're certainly not right economic to a certain degree.
The Supreme Court is not right wing in terms of economics.
So right economics to imply more like laissez-faire capitalism versus.
Oh my God, they're completely attacking the government's ability to regulate. They're completely attacking.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Republicans right now are waging a war on the ability of the government to even govern. It's kind of insane. And you need to understand that the reason it's doing it is because it wants to sow, like, Republicans want to sow as much chaos into governmental affairs to render the government impotent until a strong man takes office. At that point, the power just consolidates around the dictator.
The government, disempowering the government, is basically saying, like, I mean, government is always.
That's not laissez-faire, right?
It is almost definitionally laissez-faire. Yeah.
Well, no, like allowing large corporations to have revolving door policies and protections for large corporations is not
revolving door policies. What is that? What do you mean?
Like when, like the CEO of Halliburton gets a job in government or something like this, right?
Well,
when there's an exchange between the government.
Laissez-faire is where you basically I mean.
Yeah, buyer
I think
beware,
it's a smokes. Right? No, that's caveat emptor.
I know.
What? Did you think laissez-faire literally? I'm sorry. I need to re-listen to that. Is Tim really that dumb?
I mean,
yeah, buyer beware.
I think it's a smokes. Right? No, that's caveat emptor.
Tim Pool thought buyer beware is what laissez-faire meant? Are you kidding me? What?
I know. That's why I'm insulting it.
I don't think that's what you were doing, Tim. Tim, I think you were actually just misunderstanding, and you're trying to cover desperately because you're out of your depth.
Laissez-faire is where essentially, and I think it's a little bit of a smokescreen, but laissez-faire specifically means the government completely backs off and does not intervene in
right.
What's going on.
And what I'm saying is, I think many of these powerful elites that we would describe as right are in favor of protections for their buddies and their billionaires.
Well, the reality of neoliberalism as it coming out of Mont Pelerin and the society, it was ultimately about a protection racket for a specific industry.
Also, just gonna do a little shout out because I don't think Sam's gonna do it here. just real quick, over on the Majority Report YouTube channel, there is a video that went up recently. Is it this one? I think it is this one. I think it is What Everyone Gets Wrong About Capitalism. It went up yesterday. I'm going to link it in chat because it's actually really, really good. But essentially, it talks about kind of the roots of neoliberalism and like what defines it as something distinct from liberalism. And it's really actually fascinating. Like if you need a good, concise, like 15-minute breakdown of that concept, I think it's an excellent segment.
Or specific players within an industry.
But fair point. More rightward than like relative to where we are. Yes, completely agree.
No, it's just it's almost definitionally right.
Rightward shift. Yeah, I think I was pulling hairs. You know. Well, but anyway, so I agree to a certain extent. I
see Tim's stuttering a lot, and he's trying to pivot again because he's out of his depth and he knows it.
I'm fairly modern, a lot of issues. I think there's got to be some push and pull. I think I'd like to see a Democratic Party that provides sound regulation in key areas that matter, like we're talking about lead and water and things like this. And then I'd like to see actually any party, I don't care who does it, like it's a sound reason to be like, hey, don't dump lead and garbage in our water. But at the same time, it's also to say, hey, we should reassess what we blocked and why we blocked it. Then maybe there's some regulations.
What specifically are you talking about?
Like certain things to be deregulated.
Like what?
So
Tim, I bet Tim only has guns. I bet Tim is only thinking about guns.
The M1A, for instance, right? So I brought it to guns. My point is just in general.
What's the what?
It's a specific example of where Democrats have regulated firearms in a way that makes literally no sense.
Okay, it makes no
Doesn't do
sense.
anything.
What's the downside here?
Making people felons for owning something while
How
allowing.
many of those people have been made felons by owning a
10,000? I don't know.
Amazing. How many of those people have become felons? Like, how big of an issue is this, Tim? And he's like, I don't know.
10,000 felons? There are 10,000 felons in, when was this, in Maryland?
You mean convicted?
No, you said felon. I'm just asking.
Right, so I'll give you an example. The pistol.
The future is communist. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you for supporting stream. Also, correct, comrade.
Brace ruling, right? So when the courts ruled that pistol braces made a pistol a short-barreled rifle, I actually had to dismantle a bunch of my weapons and separate, and there was no law passed. There was no act of Congress.
Oh no, you had to take apart guns? That sounds like a pain in the butt. The horror.
Congress. This was ATF making an arbitrary decision that I was now committing felonies for simply having owned a legal product that I bought that was legal at the time. And Congress never passed this law. So now I risk prison over a nonsensical regulation.
You were talking about Democrats and
overregulating
things, but you just said that this was not a law that was passed. It was an assessment made by the courts.
No, it wasn't by the courts. It was the ATF, arbitrarily.
And have
this is the Chevron ruling, that the agencies have a right to self-regulate and make their determinations. So the ATF, this is partly why people on the right were celebrating this, because the ATF was arbitrarily deciding that it was now a crime without any act of Congress. So we had to actually, I had to go
so
dismantle.
aside from these instances with you don't like some of these gun regulations, what other regulations do you have a problem with?
I don't know. I mean, there are certain things that I want to be regulated more than I think about in terms of deregulation. The lead in the water pipes is the easiest example.
Lead is actually.
And why isn't it being
that's already regulated, Tim?
Enforced is the question, I suppose. But
well,
also,
it is being enforced. I mean, the problem at what happened
about uranium too.
What happened in Michigan was that you had a Republican.
Tim, are you seriously worried about uranium in your water? Do you think you're drinking like a ton of uranium when you drink from the tap? What do you want about Tim?
Governor who wanted to basically disempower a city that was frankly, largely African-American city. And
I think gambling should be regulated. I am no fan of the deregulation. I think what we're
But I'm specifically, I get that you have some issue with some like very marginal
phthalates
gun
should
stuff.
be regulated.
But what should not be regulated? Like you said that you have a problem with what Democrats are doing in terms of regulation. I'm curious as to what
I think
those
that's an overestimation. I think that I said.
Wait, why are you saying fuck the ATF? This is a great channel and you make left politics fun and engaging. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I appreciate the compliments too. They're fucking dog killers. Explain? I don't feel like that's in their job purview. Look up Ruby Ridge. Ruby Ridge. Let's see. Okay. A guy shot a dog. And then pointed his rifle at a 14-year-old boy. Samuel fired back at state officers. Escalated from there. Yeah, it seems bad. And? You do know that the ATF also like responds to like bombs and shit? Like they have other things to do? Like I don't know. Just spitballing. Like I'm gonna guess that they've done other things since 1992 that are probably not terrible. Dude's family got shot up by the fucking feds. Yeah, but you know, like let me put it this way. Do police do awful things? Yeah. Do we still need like patrols of some kind of like law keeping force? Yeah. We do still need that. The people who did that at Ruby Ridge should be held accountable. But also, like, I do think we probably should have some kind of bureau to manage like things when bombs get built. I think that's probably a good thing to have. As long as I get to vote for the officers who get to point the guns at us. What are you fucking on about? Are you high? Because there's like a 50% chance whenever someone's doing this, they're like high on some kind of substance. Patrols are actually the worst method of law enforcement. Okay, you know I'm engaging with someone else. I know that. I know that. I'm high. That's not an excuse. True. Law enforcement's cringe. Things would be better if we all had our own guns and no central authority. Yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't end poorly. Like imagine voting for every individual officer that works for the ATF. Just out of curiosity, ATF size. There are 5,285 employees. Are you going to vote for every single one? Do you want to vote for every single member of the government? Do you have an eternity of free time? Like, I understand people get really, like, bug up their butt about Ruby Ridge. It was a pretty heinous situation. It was also 32 years ago. It was 32 years ago. I'm not against like changing how the ATF works, but I still think we need regulatory agencies. Exactly, Hero. Like, I'm not against reforming the ATF. I'm not against like changing it. But I do think like if you're just gonna say like fuck it, you should have like a better critique of it that is contemporary to 2024 than a bad thing happened 32 years ago. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm not asking that much. Like, hey, fun fact. Did you know where they study how arson works? Do you guys know where they study like how arson works and how to identify different components of arson cases? The ATF does that. They have a fire research laboratory where they research the different forms arson takes so that they can help identify arsonists. Isn't arson identification largely bullshit? Not as far as I know. The issue is that when you're only trained to look for arson, you only see arsons. Well, then that's an issue with the training, not with my God, we are going down a rabbit hole that I can tell is going to make me extraordinarily like irritated at the amount of like hair splitting that's going to happen. All I'm saying is, hey, I think it's maybe good that we're researching ways to identify people who like commit arson. I think that's probably a good thing. I think that's a good thing. Maybe there are flaws in the methodology. Maybe there are flaws in the training of how we do that, but maybe ultimately it's good if we can identify cases of arson versus cases of like naturally occurring fires or like faulty wiring or whatever. Does that make sense? At a certain point, it does really feel like I'm just like, hey, maybe we should be able to identify people who commit crimes and like do murders or like do arsons. And then a bunch of people in chat are like, no, actually, we shouldn't invest in that because it's all bullshit anyway. And I'm like, all right, guys. Okay. I feel like the meme that's just like, yeah. I'm open to like finding better ways of doing things. It's just like when we're at the point, have you ever heard of sheriffs? Have you ever heard of not being a dumbass? Like at a certain point I'm just kind of like, okay, but we should have ways of identifying and we should better our ways of identifying. I don't know. Yeah, like that's where I'm at, Prinsu. Like I agree with ACAB. We need methods of keeping communities safe, which obviously would rely on some kind of codified system rather than just like letting Jesus take the wheel. I guess. I don't know. This is a weird rabbit hole. We're going to stop now.
I would like to see regulations reassessed and then either.
But which ones? What are you talking about?
I'm saying we should have a review of regulation in general.
So you think we should review every single regulation that exists?
I think they should have sunset clauses.
Tim, that's one of the stupidest things that's ever come out of your mouth.
Why?
Well, because nothing's infinite, nothing's absolute. You know, we might say, for instance, okay, I'll give you an example of regulation.
Lead's always going to be bad for people.
Yes.
So why should that sunset?
So that one we wouldn't sunset, right?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're talking about if we apply a regulation to a specific body or something.
Like water.
A body of water, perhaps.
Yeah, we should not sunset the provisions that relate to lead in that water.
Body of water may change. So, I'll give you an example. Like we have
toxins in the water are always going to be toxic.
Which is why like I said,
not if we evolve on a long enough timeline, like in Dune. Shai Halud.
I'm in favor of more regulation, and that the deregulation thing is just a safeguard on we shouldn't be making sure that we're reassessing periodically.
Why would you sunset like those like regulations on what is poisonous in water, for instance?
I wouldn't.
Then what are you doing here, Tim? Why? Why are you taking this position?
That's why I said I think it's an overestimation of. I think you may overestimate what I'm trying to say.
No.
Is that typically I think
you're
like phthalates, for instance, should be
my
regulated.
intellect.
I don't believe there's a quote unquote free market solution to keeping endocrine disruptors in our food. That makes no sense.
No, I agree with that. I don't think that's controversial. But
there are regulations on things like your vehicles, your engine standards, guns, for instance. And I'm not saying I know specifically each and every regulation that should be deregulated. I think it is prudent for a society to say, hey, there's no market solution to stop people putting poison in our food. Our food has become just trash.
Like,
I have never partaken of the good leaf, but between that rabbit hole and Tim's rambling, I wish I knew where to get some.
God, you know, I'm hitting that point. Also, I'm out of I'm not out of liquid courage yet. Cheers.
Oh no, Sam Seder. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
But there is still a circumstance where we do understand that not every government application is going to be permanent or will work permanently. And I can put it.
I mean, like, there's some argument to be made if you weren't like soft-skulled. There is an argument to be made here where, like, you might want a method of updating regulations. You know, like if new science comes out and it says something like, oh, well, you know, we actually need to be more rigorous in our testing for lead. Except Tim can't go that route because there are already methods to do that, you know?
Different way. There may come a point where the regulation isn't strong enough. And if we don't reassess...
Like, we already have ways of amending regulations.
What the law is.
Oh, I have no problem with strengthening regulations. I just, when you say deregulate or we should have regulations sunset or anything like that, I mean,
it just depends on what
you understand that, like, what we're talking about here is there is a battle between people who would profit privately and socialize the costs. In other words, put it on all of us. So you want to sell, well, let's just go back to Flint. You want to sell you want privatize this water supply. You want to give contracts to, because this is what the...
Oh, Yenzo, I did hear about that guy who threatened voters at a polling place with machete. That guy's going to go away for a long ass time.
Republican governor there wanted to do. And the costs associated in this instance, like, they wanted to save money by not necessarily treating the water or, by, delivering it in a way that will save them money.
That was a minor, right? Oh, what? Was he a minor? Okay, well, then he's not going to go away for a long time. He's going to go away for approximately, like, 3 years in juvie.
But the costs are socialized insofar as you've poisoned thousands of these children.
I went to Flint and I actually ran tests on the water, and it's crazy the macroeconomic issues at hand in Michigan, and what ends up with like a Republican politician is that for a lot of the people that live in the area, they're not directly impacted by what's happening to these kids, right? For people who live outside the area, they're going to see the news and they're going to say, like, how could this be possible? And so what ends up happening is actually it was a dude from Occupy who was working up in Detroit.
You know, it's such a weird thing to just casually mention that you tested the water in Flint and not talk about the testing results, but simultaneously to talk about testing the water in Flint, Michigan, after demonstrating you didn't understand why lead in the air would be bad for people. Remember, earlier in this, he openly talked, he didn't understand why leaded gasoline was bad. But then he talks and brags about testing the water in Flint, Michigan for lead. And I'm just like, clearly at some point in here, you lied or you're lying. Good golly. Oh, the teen was with the machete was 18? Okay, then he's going to go away for a while.
Was talking about the water crisis. And the problem...
Tim ran tests with his years of ecology science. Yeah, finally a way to use it. He has a centrifuge under his beanie.
Started with population collapse. When, like, so he explained to me like this: you have a fixed water system in the Detroit and the surrounding cities. Let's say, hypothetical numbers, 100 people live in an area. It's $10.
No, Tim, it wasn't population collapse. It was Republican government officials changing over to cheaper water supply to try and be fiscally responsible while knowing that the costs of the, like, any potential damage would be borne by, minority voters, predominantly black and brown people who really wouldn't presumably have the power to fight back. And unfortunately for those Republicans, turned out that people actually did respond pretty well to their pleas for help, and that the entire country knew that they were responsible for poisoning Flint, Michigan. Unfortunately for the people of Flint, Michigan, their water is still poisoned, and those Republican officials will never see the inside of a jail cell because the courts let them off scot-free. Fuck those guys.
Per person, per month, to run that fixed water system. So, what I said, 10. Let's say 10 people.
What is he even talking about? He's trying to make the argument that is actually true for public schools. And it's the argument that actually works when you're talking about public schools versus, private vouchers that can be used for, like, private institutions, etc. Because what winds up happening is you have a certain population of public school students, and as soon as you adopt the voucher program, those public school students get, like, they wind up going to private schools or to for-profit schools or to religious schools, and that decreases the population of public school children, which means that public schools get less funding from the federal government and from the state government, which also means that the schools that get less money, they still have operating costs, right? So they need to meet those operating costs for facilities and programs that are designed for many more children. And it winds up being that, in effect, the children that go to that school have less and less resources for actual learning. This is why voucher programs are bad. Tim is kind of describing that, but he's doing it in a dumb way for an unrelated problem.
And it's $100 a month. Let's make it simple.
Well, yeah, no, and Amber Brains, that's the other part. What ends up happening is private schools will fluff their numbers by expelling or pushing out children with, like, behavioral issues or special needs or mental issues, or just are lower performing academically because, outliers that might make them look bad. Which is why private schools tend to look better comparably to public schools because they cull the children that are accepted into their private institution. And all of those kids then get sent to public schools that are now chronically underfunded and now no longer have the funding to actually offer like special needs programs or like specialized programs for like individual kids. There's like an IEP or something like that. I don't remember what it stands for, but yeah, voucher programs are really bad and wind up hurting the overall system of education.
If 5 of those people leave, the fixed water costs remain the same, and now it's $20 per person.
Who's going to win, and why is it Harris? We went over that earlier in stream. It's Harris.
Oh yeah, no,
And long story short, because people like her and they don't like Trump.
get that.
So what ended up happening
Who's paying for that?
The city, the people who live there are paying the taxes to maintain it. They're paying their water bills.
But
what ends up happening
because we have a private enterprise that is getting in between the deliverance of that water and the people, that their profit margins go down. I mean, if you go
individual
look at,
education plan. Thank you, guys.
Activists there will also tell you this was like a big privatization scheme.
Hey,
I mean,
you
this is
had
the
an
biggest
IEP.
problem that
Let's
we're dealing with,
go.
in my estimation, around this country is the movements to private.
Cobalt Swiftpaw, thank you for jumping over to the riverboat.gg site. Appreciate you.
The idea that corporations can do something better.
It is, promise. Yeah, I went through why you should be hopeful about the election at the beginning of stream. But long story short, a lot of the numbers coming out for Harris are very good. A lot of the numbers coming out for Trump are very bad. There's some indications that Donald Trump has pulled funding and attention away from Pennsylvania because his internal polling shows he's not doing so hot there. Early voting is skewed 10% in favor of women, who are voting overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris because of abortion issues. Like, we are all like the Puerto Rican vote is currently 85% in favor of Kamala Harris. They've activated celebrity endorsements from the Avengers, from J-Lo, from Ricky Martin, from LeBron James. Like, gigantic celebrities endorsing Kamala Harris in ways that will reach the median voter. And honestly, if Kamala Harris, on top of all of that, pulls like another 1 or 2% away from the white non-college voter block, she has it in the bag, and we might begin to see wacko things happen, like Florida turning blue. Because a lot of people don't remember, but Florida is historically a purple state. So I don't think it will go blue this year, but like that is possible. Like I give it like a 15% chance of happening. Tiny purple fishes too. I'm glad you're enjoying the vibes. I do try and stream every weeknight. We're gonna be streaming throughout the weekend though. Like we don't have time to rest as we approach the election. That being said, we are only an hour into this, and I'm so excited to watch the rest. I'm having a really lovely time covering this. But folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. I'd really appreciate it. Also, I appreciate you guys moving off of the issue of law enforcement, ATF shit, because I gotta be honest with you. I've watched the Wendigoon video. I know about Ruby Ridge. It was bad. But you know what? I don't really want to get into an in-depth discussion of Ruby Ridge right now, and I appreciate you guys moving along. It made it a lot easier for me. Are trebuchets legal? You know, I feel like trebuchets are an Air Bud situation. Trebuchets are like one of those, well, there's no law against it type situations. As far as I know, anyway. I know when I was in high school, there were trebuchet building projects, so I assumed those weren't illegal. Ruby Ridge, more like Ruby Cringe, exactly. Like, I don't think, to be clear here, I don't think law enforcement of any kind is, like, good necessarily. It's just that, like, we need to reform it to be better than it currently is, because it's bad. I think with trebuchets, it's the scale of construction. I mean, honestly, isn't that basically what the spin launch startup is? If you guys have heard of that, right? It's like the spinning centrifuge on a large scale that can hurl satellites into space. That's essentially like a kind of trebuchet. You know, like a not like in the same sense that it's doing the same thing, but it's hurling something through the air. Oh, you haven't? It's so cool. It basically spins using electricity. It spins really, really fast and then launches something up into space without using fuel. Trebuchets require a counterweight? Okay. All right. But it can do it without any kind of, like, rocket fuel, and that's pretty neat. Hey, look at you, Somniostatic, still holding on to that vocab word I taught all you guys. Spadassinicide. One of the coolest words in the English language. Spadassinicide. Don't they use trebuchets for pumpkin chucking? Absolutely, yeah. Do we got any Oilers out there? Any Oilers with the subs and donos? Anyone willing to contribute to the BWA energy? Can you define it again for those of us who missed it? Yeah, I was talking about one of my favorite books when I was a teenager. There's a classic book called Scaramouche about a lawyer during the French Revolution who, like, gets into legal trouble, and he winds up having to, like, go undercover as, like, an actor on the run from the law. And then he winds up becoming a duelist, and then winds up becoming a politician during the French Revolution. So it's a colorful book of adventure and political intrigue. But in it, he becomes a duelist, like he becomes a fencing master. And then after he becomes a politician, he finds out that there are members of the nobility in basically the legislature of France that are dueling common politicians to death. They're dueling, and like the commoners have never learned how to fence, whereas the nobility have grown up with fencing their entire lives. And so he decides he's basically going to be a plant for the working men of France. And so he starts antagonizing members of the nobility and dueling them. But the act of dueling an outmatched opponent who doesn't necessarily know that they're outmatched is called spadassinicide. You are a political assassin. And you're doing it in a legal way, so there are no repercussions for yourself. Didn't they make a movie of this? Yes, they did indeed, Executioner. But yeah, spadassinicide is basically like assassination via duel. And that's honestly a really cool word. I just like it. I just like it. Hey, I like that a lot. Thank you. You're very welcome. May you never run afoul of the spadacinicides. Or spadassins, I suppose. Spadacci? Spacadi. Spacadi necidi is killing with the sword in Latin, I think. Okay. I probably pronounced that too accentedly. Ay. Are you enlightened on the Turkish vowel cube? Not even a little. Bold of you to assume I'd be the noble getting bamboozled. Well, everyone in my chat is everyone in my chat is an enlightened member of the ruling class. Of course. Jack's like bippity boopity. Wait, bippity boopity boppity boopity. That is basically me trying to pronounce any Italian. I agree. Yes. Anyway, last call for subs or donos before we embark on our part 2 of the Tim Pool Sam Seder debate extravaganza. Sounds like a shark for fencing to take down the corrupt elitists. Yeah, that's kind of why I really liked the book Scaramouche. It's really great. I think it's a great book. A little bit angsty about women, though, in maybe a way that's not great, but also it was written in like the late 1800s. So, you know, take it as a flawed work of literature. I'm but a humble goblin farmer. Does that mean you farm the goblins? Or that you are a goblin who is also a farmer? An internet linguist pointed out that Turkish vowel inventory can be mapped spatially in 3 dimensions to form a cube with 8 points. Can't you do that with a lot of languages? Is that unique to Turkish? I don't know. I don't know exactly what that implies. Anyway, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do the button things, and also consider those subs and donos. Moving on. Let's go. Quasi-Spec, thank you for subscribing right before I moved on. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And for 40 months. One of the OGs of the OGs. I've only been doing this for like 5 years. We got some old hands here. Well done, Scarash, which... Penny and T.
Dono Ghost says, oh.
Oh, it's the Dono Ghost.
OBW.
Forgot to put from Caracal in last message, so from Caracal. P.S. Keep getting distracted missing parts, sorry.
It's okay, God Sinner. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Rainbow Krampus, thank you for becoming a member. And also, Caracal, thank you so much for the $10 super chat earlier. I forgot to say thank you. And Penny Auntie, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And thank you for sparing my soul from the Dono Ghost. It strikes at midnight. I live another day. Cat ran away, thanks. You're welcome. I'm a defender of non-cats. You need a screen effect when that happens? I do, but I lack the technological whimsy to put it into effect. I'm a huge gun nut. I'm still going for Dems. Protecting the guns should be a huge priority with all that's effed up. It's childish. Yeah, like, I have to be honest with you guys. It's weird. It feels weird for me to be caught up in like gun discussions because, like, generally speaking, I'm fairly pro-gun. I just think that we should pass the the universal background checks, for example. I think we should pass common sense gun reform that is supported by the vast, overwhelming majority of Americans. So it's always weird to me when we get in these discussions because, like, people like to frame me like I'm anti-gun, and, like, I'm not anti-gun. Like, would I take, like, I don't know, maybe 90% of the guns in America out of circulation if I could Thanos snap them? Yeah, I would. But also, I think we could do that with just like a government buyback program. I think it should be easier to get rid of your gun in a legal and safe way. Most members of the NRA are in favor of gun reforms. True. I also think that, like, if primarily you're only using guns for fun, like, I think maybe it should be hard for you to get guns. Like, if you are just using guns as like a toy, it should be hard for you to get guns. If you're using them to hunt, I think hunting guns should be relatively okay to get with a permit and training. But I think ultimately, like, I think that there are a lot of things that we currently, like, claim we're getting guns for that aren't really effective methods of dealing with things. I don't know. Hunting and sports exceptions? Yeah, exactly. When I moved somewhere with stricter gun control, it was actually surprisingly hard to get rid of my guns. Yeah, which is why I think there should be like a universal like buyback program. Like also like a no questions asked buyback program. Like I think like if someone gets their hands on an illegal gun, you should be able to sell it back to the government. I do think that would be good, actually. Anyway. Self-defense weapons. I do think that like you can maybe what the US government needs to do is like classify like certain groups of self-defense weapons. You know, we have like certain groups of like knives that are acceptable. Like I think we could definitely have certain types of guns that are acceptable for the purpose of self-defense. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like we regulate knives more than we regulate guns, and that's kind of ridiculous. Anyway, we're jumping back in, and this is just my reminder. This is not a disease. This is just a bruise on my arm, and I don't know where I got it from. So that's this thing's deal.
Than the government. Look, all major enterprises have waste. Yep. All major enterprises are in some fashion are going to be subjected to, you know, abuse and fraud, whether it's a private corporation or a government entity.
Yeah.
But why do we have, for instance, like, why do we have health insurance companies? We don't need them.
True.
We don't need them. We
Get rid of them.
We have already run.
They should be gone. I'm in favor of regulating guns, and I'm in favor of destroying insurance companies.
Massive experiment for now 60 years on a single payer health insurance program, and it's called Medicare.
Let's go.
And it's wildly successful. To the extent that it's not, it's only because people have been trying to chip away and privatize different parts of it. But we're doing that already with a quarter of our country. There's no reason why we shouldn't have single-payer health insurance for everybody.
True.
We don't need insurance companies.
It's literally cheaper than private insurance. There's no reason. There is no upside to our society for allowing private insurance companies to exist. Not a single goddamn one.
People talk about bureaucrats getting in between your doctor and your health. Anybody out there who has dealt with it, and I'm old, you know, like I'm much older than you are and everybody here.
Yeah, but you old like fine wine, Sam. You old like fine wine.
Dealing with your health insurance, when you're younger, you don't use it as much.
Right.
Dealing with your health insurance, talk about bureaucrats getting involved in this. It's a huge pain in the ass. And Medicare is a much easier program.
You know what's really crazy is when I left Vice and I went to join Fusion, there was a week period where I was not employed and I got a kidney stone. And holy crap.
But what about the penniless and defenseless insurance company stockholders? What about them? Huh? You never think about the poor, vulnerable stockholders, do you, Sam?
I had to go to the hospital. And thankfully never had one since. They tried charging me. I think, what was it? It was like
Sam Seder is a DILF. He falls into that category. And honestly, I've been watching Majority Report for a long time. Okay, I remember when Sam had kind of a baby face going on. He looks real good now. Okay, like I'm a bisexual. I can admit it. He looks real good. He's a very attractive man.
I think it was like what, $16,000 to $18,000 for a 3-day stay, and I was just like, what? Yep. I laid in a bed, dude. But here's the best part. I said, hey, I just switched employment, so I don't
free HRT meds for all. Bring on the Biden feminization camps.
have insurance. And they went, oh, no worries. And then they sent me a bill for like $39.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, hold on. Where did that money go? Why were you trying to charge me that money?
Wait, why does the Majority Report piss you off with their election analysis? I feel like their election analysis is usually pretty good. I do think that maybe you have an overly rosy view of the election, Brianna Huffman, just from like what you've posted in my chat. But like, I think cautious optimism is probably like the temperature to go with for this election. Because the data that we have readily available isn't that good looking. You have to read between the lines quite a bit to find more positive messaging.
How does
has the Majority Report been dooming on electoralism? Maybe I've just been giving too much credence to Emma. I feel like Emma Vigeland has like some pretty rosy analysis that I tend to agree with, by the way.
Does that make sense at all? It literally doesn't.
The problem is that health insurance, there is no incentive for insurance companies to keep costs low.
See,
because
Crystal
they
Hazer, this is just because you have
get
good taste.
a percentage of what the expenses are. The way that you contain costs is by having a single payer that can look at the data across the country and assess, is this a valid treatment or is that a valid treatment? There's been, all sorts of studies on this. And we could save this country a tremendous amount of money long-term, but not just the country. I'm saying as individuals, plus on top of which all the pain in the ass that's associated with your health insurance. And, this is one of the things this brings up, again, we have an election in 3 days. I think Donald Trump is garbage, frankly. But the real concern I have about Donald Trump becoming president is that it's going to empower the Republican Party. Mike Johnson the other day said he's going to cut the ACA.
Well, Gamer G, I'm really looking forward to our talk tomorrow because I know you have a good grasp on the early voting fundamentals and also on like the current polling in a way that I don't. So I'm looking forward to like talking with you about your analysis because like I'm cautiously optimistic and I'm open to being told that I'm wrong either way. But just from what I've been seeing, the vibe I get is that this is going to be anywhere from like a close Kamala victory to a complete Kamala blowout. It's going to be somewhere in there. I don't think Donald Trump will win, but the stakes are so high that it's really difficult for me to feel comfortable telling other people to get their hopes up,
And now, aside from the fact that the Republicans tried to repeal the ACA like 50 times or whatever, I don't care about that.
They're lying, by the way.
Well, they're lying because they have no ideas about this. And to the extent that they're going to change anything, I mean, Trump did, attempt to do on the margins to disable the ACA. There are 3 aspects of the ACA. And it was originally called the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act, PPACA.
He said PP twice.
They dropped the PP thing, which I think was a real problem because
I need that sound clip so badly.
PPACA. They dropped the PP thing, which I think was a real problem because
they dropped the PP thing, which I think was a real problem. Indeed. Sam Seder being non-binary phobic.
That's actually what this law did better than anything else. It expanded Medicaid, so you had millions of people, low-income people, who had the ability. Not every doctor takes Medicaid, but to the extent that they could get a provider, millions of people who had health insurance for the first time. The other thing it did is it created these marketplaces. This was sort of a right-wing subsidized industry deal. I think it's a useless, it didn't lower the cost. It bent the cost curve, but it basically just slowed the rate of increase on insurance.
Alien 51, my understanding is that there is only testosterone injection. I don't think there are testosterone pills, but I could be wrong on that.
I think we can do a lot better with a single payer thing. But the third thing it did, which is also the most important for us right here in this room, is the patient protection part. Prior to this, you could be denied care because you had some type of pre-existing condition, pregnancy,
diabetes.
Diabetes. Yeah. I mean, really, just a list of things.
Like, I feel like at this point, Tim has kind of rolled over and is showing Sam his belly. You know, like Sam's just dominating this conversation in a way that like makes Tim look like a child.
You could be denied care, or you could be charged an exorbitant amount. The other thing that could happen is that, like you say, all of a sudden you have kidney stones. 80% of the cost of health insurance in this country is borne by 20% of the people. And you don't know if you're going to be 1 out of 5, but if you are, it's going to end up costing you $18,000, or you're hit by a bus. The insurance companies used to say you have an annual limit. So, you got hit by a bus, you're in the hospital for 2 or 3 months. I'm sorry, buddy, but you just ran out of your health insurance. Or annually, lifetime. So you get cancer, your treatment costs this amount. Not only have you exhausted it for the year, you've done it. But when Mike Johnson says he's going to cut the ACA, what they're talking about, and when he said we're going to, not everybody needs this insurance. Young people maybe feel like they don't need this health insurance. When they do that, the only way for them to do that is to raise prices on everybody else. Yep. And so the whole point of insurance is that I may not need it in my 20s in the way that I would need it in my...
Hey, Gay Ghost Prince. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, Puckett Bro, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you're having a good evening.
50s. But I'm going to be 50.
Gay Ghost Prince.
And so it smooths it out.
Thanks for the follow, Puckett Bro.
And that's the whole point. That's why I really am, again, with my hesitation about Harris, because of, particularly in terms of Gaza, which we can talk about in a moment if you want, but...
There's
oh God, Tim is gonna have the most cancerous Gaza take, isn't he? I don't think I've heard Tim Pool talk about Gaza, but I feel a tremor in the force.
Putting the Republicans in power, they have gotten progressively worse on all of these issues over the past 20 years.
There are two things I think that play a role with the ACA, especially. We had a Republican on IRL, and he just said. They came to me and told me not to vote in favor of it. They said specifically it's a wedge issue we want to campaign on, so let's keep it around. This is what I see with the bulk of politicians. They're just pretending to support things, and then they dangle. I mean, they said Obama said he wanted to codify Roe, and then he didn't, and it's been a talking point for a long time.
I mean, the thing that Obama expended all of his political capital on was the ACA, and I think they did want to codify Roe, but I don't think, frankly, I can tell you that in talking to, people in that world.
Are you a Jedi? No? But maybe I got some Midian Mychlorians. You know what I'm saying?
They never thought the Supreme Court would overturn it.
I definitely want to get into that, but I want to add one more thing, too, is what the Republicans and Democrats have both privately been saying is, and this is funny because I think one of the arguments against these major healthcare, I shouldn't say healthcare, but like insurance companies is the bloat and bureaucracy that is created in the system, which seems to solve nothing, but actually cost us money. And then you hear these politicians have actually said, a large portion of our economy is these health insurance systems. And so if we were to do away with it, You're going to lose all of these bureaucratic middle managers. And I'm like, they're concerned about getting reelected if there is a perceived economic downturn from loss of jobs.
No, I
like,
mean,
none of that is an argument for or against healthcare.
No, I don't think that's the case because I mean, look, you're going to need people to administer this stuff. I mean, a lot of people in the healthcare industry would still have jobs. It's just that they would be either the government would contract to them, as it's done, to a certain extent now, to do this work. It's just that we would not have shareholders who where 10% of what's going on or 20% of what's going on is a function of shareholders.
Let me ask you a question, though. So there was a story, I think it was out of Georgia, where some young kid had a genetic disorder and there was a treatment. But it's some kind of like rare genetic treatment that cost $1 million to produce. And the family had sued the state saying that the state should pay for this because it's part of a plan that they had with government benefits and something like that. And the state argued, we can't pay $1 million every time we have to do this treatment. And
it can, though.
So the challenge then becomes...
If it's a really rare condition, the state absolutely can.
Treatments for diseases go so far as tech.
Also, what's going... Just real quick. We're going to cut away real quick here. What is going on with Donald Trump tonight? What is this? What?
Way too low. Way too low. So I walk in, I said, shit, there's nothing worse than I walk in like this and I'm, did you notice? I was bending over like this. Hello.
It's not a good bit, though. You're just ill prepared and bad at this. I just really need bisexual king. True. All right.
Technology can allow. I'm sure there's
dude's literally blowing it in the weirdest possible way.
Programs and ways we can develop technology, but what do we do if we do, say, like single-payer healthcare and there's 10 people who have a rare genetic disorder that's killing them, but one treatment available? How do we assess? Is there like a triage system? How do we distribute that?
Oh, how's it distributed now?
Rich people.
Well, okay. I mean, look. I mean, there's some.
buy it.
I'm not saying that sickness is going to go.
Yeah, Velvet. It is so weird. It's so fucking weird. Like, it's not entertaining. I'm just kind of weirded out by the fact that he's taking time out of his speech to, I don't know, do like a weird stand-up routine from a failed comic. Like, that's what it feels like I'm looking at.
Away with a single payer healthcare program, but the bottom line is that fundamentally more people will have better coverage and ultimately more money in their pockets, despite the fact that we'll have to tax more for it. But over the course of their lifetime, will have more money in their pockets and will not have the insecurity that comes with losing their job, wondering whether or not, like you say, in between jobs. They will not have the headaches of like, oh, my insurance company has dropped me this year, or I've got new programs, or I have new things. That's...
Yeah, honestly, the solution to all of this is just universal healthcare. It's just Medicare for all.
You will find after your kid is born that half of your time is spent on like all of this like bureaucracy in the private healthcare industry.
What if instead of taxing more, we just reallocated existing taxes?
What if instead of that, we also taxed more and invested into the IRS so that we could get fully the amount of money we currently tax from the wealthy? Because as we know, the wealthiest Americans skip out on paying like $175 billion in taxes every year. Let's just collect what they owe the U.S. government.
Theoretically, lowering it in some areas.
We what?
Reallocate existing taxes. Because people pay a lot already, right? We
Do they, though? I don't think so. I mean, if you look at taxation relative to like the 1950s, you know what what the top marginal tax rate was?
98%.
In 1950.
All they did was pull loopholes and other BS to avoid
No,
it.
actually, that's not true. No, it isn't. If you can actually. I can tell you right now. Some of your libertarians.
Let me explain something real quick. If the government came and told me they were taxing me at 100%, I wouldn't pay any of those taxes. It's never going to happen.
Tim, I think you might run into a problem there.
If the government is taxing you 100%, you will not work. You will not pay for those taxes, and you will not get it.
I will work. I will make money. And so the issue is...
You will commit crime.
No.
This is... Tim's just saying if I get taxed more, I'm gonna do tax crimes. That's incredible. And then when Sam's like, you're gonna do tax crimes, Tim's like, what? No, I wouldn't do tax crimes. God damn, dude.
It's Donald Trump brought this up in 2016 when he was like, we utilize the system as it exists to avoid paying through the mechanisms. For example,
in the 1950s and 60s.
I get it.
No.
There's $1 million deduction for equipment, for instance. So value earned can be retained outside of the U.S. dollar without paying taxes on it.
Great.
This is what a lot of people do. So they can tax as high as they want, but wealthy people will always get around it, and poor people can't.
Maybe we should just close those wealthy people loopholes, though. Like, there are solutions to this problem, Tim, that are pretty straightforward.
50s and 60s, the highest marginal tax rate, over $470,000 if you earned, which would be equivalent to about $3 million a day. Every dollar over that was taxed at a 90% rate. We had the greatest economic expansion this country has seen during that time period. Now, part of it obviously has to do with post-war or World War II. There's a lot of factors, but the tax rate did not inhibit any of that growth. The effective tax rate.
No, I agree.
The effective tax rate. The effective.
Inflate's the wrong word.
The effective tax rate, it was 50%. So that includes all of the deductions, all of the hijinks that's associated with that, the loopholes and whatnot. 50%. For those high earning, so you don't. I don't need to raise taxes on people who are making.
But we don't need to argue this because I don't think that's the point. There's any point of contention. I'm saying that if you go to people and say we want to give you health care, but it's going to raise your taxes, they're going to recoil in horror. Whether it's good for them or bad for them.
I think Bernie Sanders was on the way of making that argument. But if you and I advocate for single payer health care, and we get other people to advocate for single payer health care, we can do this. Are we on board? I have your pledge right now to support a single payer health care system.
The little goddamn smile he gives as he says this to Tim is so precious. Can we bottle that and sell it under corporate American capitalism?
Depends on the structure of the single payer healthcare system. I'm for
in principle.
I would like to see a private option and a public option. I think it's fine.
Why? What benefit does having the private option possibly give you?
Fine if we have what I call universal basic healthcare, where
I don't think you need to outlaw private healthcare, but would you agree that we need to make sure that if your license to practice medicine is a function of having, let's say, 90% of your clients accept 90% of your payments from Medicare?
I don't know if I'm smart enough to answer that question.
Then just trust me.
What I can say is it makes no sense that a kid gets the flu and dies in this day and age. It makes no sense that a kid will break his leg and then the hospital says, sorry, you don't have the right coverage for this. These are basic things that, first-year medical students could help treat, and we have ample Tamiflu and things like this. So those stories piss me off, especially insulin, for instance. People who are...
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you trying to imply, Tim, that you're not pissed off by stories of, children dying from, rare conditions that are preventable but maybe have expensive treatments? Are you not pissed off by that? Like, you're an expecting dad, apparently. Like, are you not pissed off by that prospect, by that possibility? Like, I know Tim Pool's wealthy, but he's not like that wealthy, guys. Like, it's not like if his child had like a lot of medical issues that he would like not be at risk of going bankrupt, you know?
Diabetic. There was one story where a guy.
Well, you know who capped insulin, don't you?
It was
At the price
Biden,
of,
right?
Yeah.
There was a guy who had, I think he was diabetic, and he had to choose between rent or insulin.
Sure. Oh, I don't think it's just a guy.
Right, exactly.
There's a lot of people that.
To me, it's silly and makes no sense. But my point was simply, as a way to segue to American foreign policy and our gross spending on wars that don't provide for the American people,
Tim has miraculously not brought up the Avengers yet. Ironically, however, I did bring up the Avengers today. So, at least one of us did.
Start by saying, hey, look, we don't need to raise your taxes. We just don't need to build as many tanks. Instead of building tanks, we're going to build, I don't know, factories for insulin and hospitals and hire medical workers.
I don't believe, frankly, we don't need taxes to spend money. We have shown that. Okay?
We don't. It's right.
We don't.
Taxes are basically just.
We don't. We're a
inflation
sovereign.
controls.
This is somewhat unique to the United States because we have such control over our currency, and it is essentially the world's currency.
Not for long.
Well, people have been saying that for decades. We'll see about that. But
Saudis dropped the petrodollar.
I understand.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is that the reason why we would have taxes in the way that I suggest is to essentially make it illegal to have this type of wealth disparity in our society. I'm okay with some wealth disparity. That's fine. But the bottom line is we have...
The German model of healthcare keeps some private insurance. Trash.
Such enormous wealth disparity. The Fed came out with a report...
Like, obviously, the German model would be an improvement over what the United States has now, but it's still trash. Like, why keep any private insurance whatsoever? Like, I despise in the United States that, like, dental insurance is distinct from medical insurance. I despise that. It's awful.
A couple of weeks ago, the reason why the economic numbers look so good, and they do, our economic numbers look good relative to the way that we have measured the economy over years. But the reason why they look so good is because of the tremendous wealth disparity we have in this country, where very rich people are driving consumer spending. And so taxation for me is a mechanism in which to inhibit wealth disparity.
So there, 50-50, yes, I agree. And then there's other contextual components to it. When the tax rate goes up, for instance, like I mentioned, there's $1 million per year tax deduction for equipment for a company. Well, all that means is if there's a guy who runs a business and he makes $1 million profit, and you're telling him once the year rolls over, he's got to give 40% or whatever that number is to the government, he's going to go buy $1 million worth of motorcycles for the business. And then there's depreciation, but then he just says, if it applies to the business. Now, what that does do is if people who make the motorcycles are getting jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it keeps the money circulating through the economy, Tim. You've like inadvertently, like out loud disagreed and moved into the correct position here. Through no fault of your own, you've stumbled upon the truth of why that would be good, actually. Like, yeah, if you're spending that money and it continues to circulate through the economy, that's good for everybody. Actually.
I have no problem with taxation also causing wealthy people to stop hoarding money. They're hoarding money.
That's my point. It caused a lot of people think like, oh, if you tax these businesses, they're not going to hire. And I'm like, no.
The economy is only as healthy as how, in relation to how much money circulates through it. When you need to buy equipment in order to hit your cap, that keeps the money circulating in the economy. That's good, actually. That's the entire premise for the write-offs.
It's the other way around. If you tell a company that they're going to lose $1 million at the end of the year, they're going to spend it on something to retain the value of the money they earned. So rich people end up
They're going to reinvest it in their business.
Or create new businesses. I do not see a reality where that makes sense, where someone's like, You
don't think it makes sense to create new businesses?
No, I'm saying there's no reality where a rich person says, I'm going to keep $1 million in the bank and then give half to the government. They're going to say, I'm going to buy $1 million worth of stuff so I can retain the value that I've earned. The tax doesn't matter. He's going to reinvest it in some way that allows.
Yeah, that's good, man. If that reinvestment is buying other physical materials and goods from other companies and other businesses, that's good. That is that is it literally encouraging a business to do more business. I'm not even a capitalist here, but I understand that.
Allows him to retain the value without giving it to the government, which is what
I don't mind taxation that gets rich people to reinvest in, capital.
Because and Sam isn't making this point, so I'll make the point. Part of the reason rich people tend to be pretty bad for economies is because they hoard wealth like dragons. They just sit on a gigantic pile of money. And if you can instead get them to circulate that wealth throughout the economy, that's good.
Expenditures. But we have millionaires and billionaires who are sitting on
he's probably about to make that point. But that's why subsidies to low-income families are almost universally good for the economy, because low-income families, when they get a payment from the government or something like that, or a subsidy or whatever, that then immediately goes into the local economy. It then locally circulates. Because they have to spend it at businesses for food, for water, for shelter, for, et cetera, et cetera. It circulates through the economy. They spend it. As opposed to if you give that to a rich person, they sit on it.
Money and just dumping it into the stock market. So if you're suggesting to me that capital gains should be, capital gains tax should be raised to where it is with wages, we are in agreement.
Good point there, Sam, because you should have methods that would preclude them from just dumping that into buying their own stock or into other companies' stock. You should have to buy material goods.
The challenge,
hence why the original conversation here was around that particular tax break for business machinery.
With the stock market is 401ks. It's all bundled together. So you've got wealthy investors who are just creating these massive portfolios where they're extracting value from systems that provide nothing, and then you have retirees. So this is where it's coupled, I guess. That's a challenge.
There's been an attempt by Wall Street to get more people in that boat, but we still have 80% of the stocks are owned by 10, 20% of the people. It's completely unbalanced. Yeah, I agree with that.
People who
join me in calling for a much higher marginal tax rate at the high end and capital gains and wage taxes being the same. And we could talk about Social Security in a minute. I know you want to get to foreign policy.
So I've been a fan of. So I think one of the challenges. What's the top tax rates? $250 above, $250,000 and more. I think they changed it a couple years ago or something. They might have increased it. But you had a long time ago, $250,000 was a lot of money.
Okay, just another update. Donald Trump is on something tonight. He's not doing okay.
I'm gonna blow out my right arm, and I'm blowing out my damn throat too, because these stupid people. I'll make you a deal. Pretend you're listening to it perfectly, and I'll come back and do another one, okay? With a decent. It's so stupid. And the only thing I ask for, I don't care about lighting, I don't care about teleprompters, because I never read the damn things anyway. By the way, I'm gonna blow out my right.
He's furious because of the mic stand. dude, he's not okay. Like he's actually having like a breakdown. He's got to be on some drugs. Honestly, I think the stress of the campaign is killing him. I think that's what's happening.
If we go back 50 or whatever years, and they're like, okay, so after 250, you're taxed at a higher rate. I've been for a long time in favor of we've got to create more scales in the progressive tax rate. Like,
well, look, like I said, in 1950s and 60s,
what's wrong with the mic stand? He's really upset that it's too short for him. He feels like he has to lean down into it.
$170,000, 90% tax rate for every dollar made over that. That's the way that marginal taxes work. But that number would be $3 million today. So I would be okay with doing $3 million.
So on paper, I say this, right? And then, of course, people are going to say, oh, why is Tim now saying we should have a higher? The problem then is when you run to the other wall of foreign policy. What is the utilization of taxes for? The first thing you gotta understand is the way the U.S. government uses money. People think that you get taxed and the government spends the money. It's not how it works. The government will issue debts or whatever, or agree to make payments, tax you, and then later cover those. Or there's fractional reserve monetary creation, where they literally just create the debt upon the money upon the issuance of debt. So taxation does correlate directly with government spending, but it's not one-to-one. The issue I take is, I don't know, all of the money we're spending on foreign policy for the purpose of propping up the petrodollar. And I understand the arguments.
So you're talking about the $260 billion we've given Israel over 30 years?
Absolutely. And Ukraine over the past 2 years. For what, the argument.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We're getting into it here, aren't we?
It's the neolib, neocon, or whatever you want to call it, of maintaining support for the petrodollar, which allows us, like you were mentioning, with control of this currency, we can spend in ways other countries can't. As long as we maintain the petrodollar, we do not need to maintain exports at the same rate of spending like other countries do, because world police, I guess. And so what ends up happening is with, for instance, what we're seeing with Ukraine is all correlating with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, trying to offset the Gazprom gas monopoly in Europe. Effectively, the simple answer is maintain petrodollar against adversaries of the petrodollar.
Do you think that, and I want to turn to your opinion on Israel, but do you think that the United States wanted Russia to invade Ukraine?
No, absolutely not. So are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
Not particularly.
Tim's about to say some stupid shit. Like, Sam looks so disappointed, like a father reviewing a disappointing report card. He prepped so hard for this, and he's not being challenged at all.
I harp on it quite a bit. It is it's a limited component of the ongoing conflict from the Middle East into Europe. But in 2009, I think it was, the United States was trying to build a pipeline from Qatar through Syria, Turkey into.
Oh. For those of you who don't know, the petrodollar is basically the fact that the unit of value that is used for oil, petroleum, is the US dollar, which then is why all other countries in the world base their value off of US currency. So it gives the US dollar a lot more strength and, like, I don't know, stability compared to other currencies around the world.
To Europe, which would help offset the Gazprom gas monopoly. Gazprom controls about 20%. Syria said no. Syria said, quite literally, and this is a quote, or I'm paraphrasing their quote, our ally Russia would never allow us to allow this to go through our country. Lucky for the United States that a civil war just happened to occur, and Bashar al-Assad was the enemy of the United States, who was gassing his own people. And
were you in support of Obama not wanting to get involved in that?
I don't know enough specifically, but what I would say is we should not have been involved in Syria.
Correct.
The United States' interest is, for a lot of the spending we do, is to prop up the petrodollar, militaristically or otherwise. And we were trying to compete with Russia on natural gas. This is why we wanted a foothold in Ukraine. After the Qatar-Turkey pipeline fails, what ends up happening is Russia, Iran, and Turkey started cutting a deal with to run a pipeline from the same gas
See, what
field.
was also problematic about Trump getting out of the Iran nuke deal unilaterally in that respect, right? Because we have now pushed Iran further away into that sphere of influence.
I do love that Sam takes the opportunity to just really hammer home that Donald Trump is like anathema to like all of Tim's purported goals, you know?
As it pertains to the gas trade-offs and the conflicts in Europe, I don't know. I wouldn't know enough. I can say that even during Obama, the Stuxnet was probably a really bad idea. Are you familiar with Stuxnet?
Yeah, that was Israel.
Israel and the United States teamed up to create a virus that blew up centrifuges in Iran, which act of war much. I'm surprised it didn't escalate in a dangerous way.
I mean, but fortunately, one of the best things that Obama did was to make that nuke deal. Let me ask you this, since you bring up Russia.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you have to put some type of disclaimer because of the whole tenant thing, or no?
No. I never received money from Russia. We never were given any money to create anything. Tenant Media and
it was all laundered through Tenant Media. I mean,
yeah. When Tim says that, he means that he never received money directly from like whatever the equivalent of the Federal Reserve in Russia is called. You know, he never received his paycheck from that. Sam's really going here. I like this. I like the pugilism here.
I mean, obviously you didn't get you weren't getting paid in rubles.
So I can try. Right. I'll keep it real simple. You have sponsors on your show. Did you ever ask who their investors are? Did you?
The sponsors?
Yeah, like a company comes to you and says, "We want to, have you shout us out or something." Do you like look into their financiers? Do you dig through their bank accounts?
I mean, we get it all from media brokers, but they weren't advertising on your show. They were.
No, it was
they were paying you a license deal,
a license fee.
Yeah.
So I licensed to Nat Geo. I never asked them who their investors were.
Yeah, but National Geographic gets a license for the content you're licensing to them. Right? Like, generally speaking, National Geographic would get an exclusive license. That's what they would pay for. They don't then allow you to post that same content on your publicly available free YouTube channel.
Who, National Geographic?
Yeah. When I license through like all these other big distributors, someone comes to me, they say, "We want a license." It goes to our lawyer comes back, says, "Here's the agreed upon fee." I say, "Thank you and have a nice day." And then we move on.
So was it just Ruben who asked who Gerard Depardieu or whatever that guy's name was?
I don't know.
I love that Sam has come up with this entirely fictitious name for, I think his name was Edward Gregorian. But he keeps calling him Gerard Depardieu, and I like it.
What Dave did or anybody else did?
Did you ask about who that guy was?
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy is...
Well, wait a second. Why did you ask about who that guy was?
Wanted to know. Isn't that due diligence?
Yeah, but you just said you don't ask who the investors are.
No, I said, do you? Like, do you dig into all of these things?
I've never actually been approached with anything even remotely like that.
So when I got reached out to, like, by Discovery and Nat Geo... I said, I'm familiar with what this is. It's
yeah, no. If I mean,
Sam is in his element right now. It's beautiful.
I licensed my show to Peacock, and
right, you know what they are.
Well, yeah. I mean, National Geographic is a well-known thing.
Hey.
Tonight's stream helped me punch through a tough shift with some serious brain fog. Worth 5 Freedom Eagles. Thank
you for supporting me with the Freedom Eagle $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you got through your shift okay.
But if somebody comes in and says, like, we're going to give you that kind of money for your programming, I'd be like,
how much money do you make on Majority Report?
Fuck is that?
How much money do you make on Majority Report?
How much do I make from on our revenue from the whole show?
All of it, 100%.
I mean, it's six
figures
revenue, yeah,
per month.
Say like Tim is trying to get Sam off balance here, but I don't think it's gonna work.
Grigor Nyet Russian here. One should do proper research on their benefactors. That is why I am much transparent about my love of home and land where stars are bright, deep in Texas heart.
Grigor Nyet Russian, thank you so much for the $15 dono. I really appreciate it. And it sounds like a beautiful night over in deep Texas. I've never heard of Hart, Texas, but I bet it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So
What
why
a
were you?
patriot? Yeah, Grigor Nyet Russian is a wonderful American comrade who, you know, believes in fundamental American principles, like, you know, the fundamental value of the Russian ruble. Interesting treatise on that, as well as a profound love of shimp and yeehaw, which, you know, as far as I understand it, very, very Texan specialties.
Yeah.
So you're over 100K per month on
Real
Majority Report?
red-blooded American.
I think, well, I mean, some months. I mean, certainly the past couple of months have been really good. Some months are a little bit less.
I think you do a majority. I don't know about your other channels, but you do about 20 million per month in views.
Other channels?
Like, I don't know if you have other shows. I'm
No,
saying
no.
Majority Report does about 20 million.
That's it.
And with 20 million views per month, you do over 6 figures.
We had 20 million views for 2 months this year.
If you do 20 million views per month, I think is your YouTube metric.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit less now, but okay.
Oh yeah. If a company came to you and wanted to license the show, which would
I can tell you, Peacock licensed a Majority Report we were on Peacock for a year. It was
Salmon Moose.
Tim needs to learn that the easiest way to launder money is through the shimp mines.
It's true. The shimp mines are very good at cleaning all kinds of things, from money to rusted iron. All kinds of things can be cleaned in the shimp mines.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Thank you so much.
what they gave you?
I will tell you this. From what I read, you made more in a month than we made in a year.
Maybe that's just bad business on your part, I guess.
Holy shit, dog! Dude, you are being accused of taking an absurd amount of money from a Russian asset to do Russian propaganda under extraordinarily suspicious circumstances. And your response when Sam points out how very clearly odd it was you were getting paid that much money, your response is, well, I guess I'm just a better businessman than you. And like, I don't know, Tim. I think if you were a better businessman than Sam, you probably wouldn't have gotten involved in a Russian disinformation campaign that was breaking all kinds of laws. You know, that sounds, usually good businessmen don't run afoul of international sanctions. You know, just throwing that out there.
Maybe.
So,
or maybe it turns out that they were just a company who had metrics as opposed to like were trying to get propaganda.
No, I think. See,
I have a theory.
So I
about
can
this.
tell you how much money we make at this company, right?
I would imagine it's millions.
Million per month, maybe.
Okay.
So when a company comes to me and says, we want to have you, who makes, as a company, $1 million a month, a show in which we will have a non-exclusive distribution, but takes the branding, then we're going to say, in 1 or 2 years, how much do we make on? Oh yeah. If a company came to you and wanted to license the show, which would,
I can tell you, Peacock licensed a Majority.
What? Okay, we had a little
a
snippet.
month, a show in which we will have a non-exclusive distribution, but takes the branding, then we're going to say, in 1 or 2 years, how much do we make on this show per month? Well, it's in excess of 400,000.
This was a new show. This was this show, right?
Oh no, Tim. Amazing stuff. This is incredible, dog. Is Sam gonna get Tim to incriminate himself on his own show? Is that what's gonna happen here? Like, Okay, I just want to break this down real quick. Okay, what Tim is saying is that his company makes about $1 million per month, right? And my understanding is like is that he was offered like for like 1 or 2 videos per month over $100,000, right?
Got through an interview for a new job. It seems to have gone very well. Shimps for all.
Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the $10 super chat, and congratulations on your job interview going well. I hope you get it. And thank you for the shimp. I'm sure it will be very delicious. But so Tim says he makes $1 million per month on a show. I bet he does. He made $400,000 per month, $100,000 per video, and he did 1 a week. Okay. So he is alleging that he was paid 40% of what his company makes in a single month for 4 videos. And not only that, but those 4 videos were non-exclusive to Tenet, meaning that the videos got posted to Tenet Media, but they also got posted to his main channels. So he effectively lost nothing whatsoever. He even retained ownership of the show. So for doing literally no additional work, he was suddenly making 40% more money. That is very clearly suspicious. No company offers you 40% more money or 40% of what you make on a monthly basis for next to no work that you can then continue to monetize as your own work on your main channels. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen whatsoever. Like, that is one of the most suspicious arrangements I've ever heard, even by Tim's own metrics. Lily Love Stuff, thank you for getting that tier 1 sub and helping to eradicate the white name threat. Yeah, also, those videos got dog shit views. And I remember, because I remember the announcement of Tenet Media, and I covered some of the videos that Tenet was putting out. Including, like, some of the videos Dave Rubin was doing that got less views than videos on my channel get. And I have, you know, like, 8,500 subscribers on YouTube. Dave Rubin's videos should be able to get more than me. But they weren't. So, like, the traffic was dog shit. Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very much appreciate it. I was talking to a coworker about how much money it would take for me to lie about how I feel about things as a politician and how I would immediately be suspicious of anyone offering me that amount. Exactly, Fallen Hearts. Like, you would be suspicious of anyone in any business offering you that kind of sweetheart deal. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you, friendo. But, like, that's bizarre. It is bizarre. And for Tim to be like, well, you know, I asked who was running it. That's not due diligence, man. Are you kidding me? Goddamn. Tim Pool thinks that somehow his show is just that good that a random man just gave him a sack full of dollar bills. Yeah, like he thinks his show is good enough that Mr. Monopoly just shows up in his studio and hands him a suspicious leather sack full of dollar bills. It like really is like that weird. Anyway, let's continue here. I'm very much enjoying this.
So there's a few caveats. This channel is my first channel. It's got 1.35 million subscribers. It used to be my biggest channel where I would routinely get 500,000 to 1 million per video, or maybe like 600,000 per video on certain shows. And then we're talking about doing a show like this where you'll get, you have 1.5 million subscribers. I've got 1 million+ subscribers, or with the other channels it's big. big names coming, doing these debates tends to attract a lot of sponsorship. So
Have you had any other deals like this?
Yes.
Oh, you have had other deals like this.
So,
because I seem to remember you saying to Emma that you had not, that it was just all from members, or you didn't have any like back
sponsors. There's no backers, right? It's
a license deal is not a sponsorship. Like, I mean, I have
It's
sponsors.
sales. What do
Like
you
I
mean?
have. Well, it's different.
No
because
one has come to
when-
this company. Well,
when
let's clarify.
Hello
Let's-
Tushy comes and
Here's-
says we want to sell
Sure, sure.
bidets.
Here's the
I do
difference.
an ad, but I don't have a license.
No one has come to my companies, plural, and said, I will give you X in exchange for X in terms of the production of content or a stake
Huh. He has had that channel for 12 years. Okay.
in the company. We have no investors. We have no backing. We have sales.
Well, I would say that someone showing up and giving you 40% more money for next to no work and no other strings attached probably constitutes a backer of some kind.
Have you had other license deals like that? I'm not talking about a sponsor. Tenant Media was not a sponsor.
It was a non-exclusive distribution license.
Yeah, it was a license deal.
Yeah.
No, I get
And,
that.
so
have
let
you
me-
had other license deals like that?
Yes. And so this is not
with who? Is it another? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well, I got to wait because some of these deals are still in contract negotiations, so I can't.
Oh, so you didn't have any prior to the tenant, or you did?
I have licensed content to big networks. We have explicitly and on a low scale.
So prior to this, you had licensed it to other big networks.
I'm confused as what I have licensed my content to other big networks
Prior to the tenant deal.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
and we also
what were those networks?
So like Nat Geo and Discovery when they hired me for content.
No,
or
I'm
when they
talking
bought
about
content.
these shows. I'm not talking about when you were, I'm talking about, the whole Timcast world.
Before Tenet, there were 3 negotiations currently taking place, and I can't say too much because I can't violate other contracts. Offers were made.
You're not supposed to tell who you're licensing to?
When you are in contract negotiations, first, you don't go out and just say, "Hey, guess what? This company's offering me right now."
No, of course not. Of course not. I'm not asking what you're in negotiations for the future. I'm saying prior.
All right, so
to
let me finish. Yes.
Prior to Tenant Media.
Okay.
Had you had any other license deals?
License deals presented that were comparable, and one was chosen.
Okay, so
and some are ongoing.
So you never had any other deals. People had proposed them to you, but you'd never
with
signed
higher
a deal.
rates. We were offered more money from other companies.
And you went with Tenant.
Yes.
For a license deal.
I was offered a license agreement for comparable. I try to keep it vague, I guess, because
so just to be clear, you never signed another deal before Tenant. You had never had a license deal prior to that as Timcast.
No. Okay, look. Yes, I did. I said it like 5 times now.
Oh,
I've licensed content to a ton of networks.
Oh, I was just curious as to what networks those were. I don't know why you're getting so upset.
Because I've said.
Oh, Sam's having so much fun. Sam's having so much fun. God, this is so good. Like, Tim's getting snippy because he has to, right? Like, he's kind of being backed into a corner because if he's done other license deals before, then he knows exactly how bizarre the Tenant Media licensing deal was.
Said it 5 times. You keep asking the same question over and over
But
again.
you said Nat Geo. And,
So I've licensed content to like Discovery, Nat Geo, and then there's media buyers who
but
do
not
general...
as Timcast.
Yes, just quite literally as Timcast from this channel.
Oh, really? To Nat Geo? Okay.
Yes, and I've even appeared on their networks. So I can say it a million times. We were dealing with negotiations. We give the deal to our lawyers. Our lawyers come back and say, "Looks good," and then we start. The show already existed.
Yeah, no, I never thought that you were in the bag for. Well, I mean, I never
Russia's a
thought
bunch
they
of
were
scumbags.
telling you what to do. I just thought it was a lot of money to be getting, and
Sam is having so much fun talking around the point here and trying to bait Tim into saying something incriminating. I'm really enjoying it. It's like watching a cat and mouse game. This is so good.
Vote. The time for hesitation is through. Thank you very much, Jack.
Ikstrums, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Welcome to the elite rank of red names in my chat. You're very welcome, though I'm not entirely sure what you're thanking me for.
And not asking who, Gerard Depardieu was, or whatever the guy's name, Gregorian.
So the issue,
The
I
time
think,
for
is worthy of
hesitation is
clarification.
through.
God.
Thank you very much, Jack.
I don't know why the alerts are coming through in staggered form. That's a bit weird, but whatever. For being Jack, well, thanks, guys. Omelette du fromage. For being so pretty. Thank you.
Is like you yourself make 6 figures a month on your show.
Well, that's our revenue of the show. I don't make that.
Right, the revenue of this show and otherwise, like $1 million doesn't go in my pocket every month, but we have staff and we have employees, and so it's around.
Yeah, so making an additional $400,000 would be really, really interesting, right?
There. So when a company comes, and we had several, and they say, "This is huge," we had a $30
Are
million
you back in negotiations with those people?
Yes,
I would imagine.
especially considering.
Yeah, Foxbat, I totally understand. I wish one of the things I want for the White Forest sites is to get like a month counter. I think that would be great.
It feels like you've had to, what was this whole thing? Were you shutting down the show? Or
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, I can't be the CEO, the principal talent, and a dad. It's already difficult to
so
do.
maybe I'm not such a bad businessman.
The way Sam keeps his composure, you know he was keeping that one loaded and ready in the chamber this entire time. God, the way he fucks with Tim is so great.
Oh no, Sam Seder. Whoa, what a fucking nightmare.
Amazing stuff going on in the Majority Report research laboratories.
Maybe you're a good dad.
I got 2 kids, and but whatever. That's it.
Well, so like I've got to record 4 shows today. And that's an impossibility with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, like last week, I'm like, I can keep doing the morning show because that will keep me occupied.
You shut down your news operation too, didn't you?
Scanner is still in operation, but it's like.
Didn't you have like?
He had a show called. I've never heard of Tim Pool's Scanners. Also, why would you name your news source after a well-known horror movie?
A news like a website or something?
Yeah, we still do. And so there was we did Timcast News for a while, and then we had another company called Scanner that we are trying to get off the ground, and it's still there, but we're in a holding pattern. Content is still being produced for Scanner, but we have to figure out, like, here's the reality, man. News articles, the news media is a very, very difficult thing to monetize.
Very tough. Very tough.
You can write articles all day and night. You can send reporters on the ground, which we do, and then figuring out how to make that sustainable is incredibly difficult. And it gets to that point where, we can't. But I will say, in regards to what happened Monday, last week, oh yeah. One of the offers we got was $30 million. And it comes with caveats. And so we go to these other companies and say, what are your terms? What are your offers? What are your terms? What are your offers? And then ultimately Tenet we were like, we'll go with them. That's whatever. We go to our lawyer goes through it. We say, all
so
right.
Tenet didn't pay $30 million, did they?
No.
Sounds like they paid a hefty amount. I mean, if you're Dave Rubin, what do you think about that? Like, I mean, if you're Dave Rubin and somebody says, we're going to give you $100,000 a video, doesn't that like make you go like, what's up with this?
No, because what's interesting in the indictment is you can see that independent of each other, several people made the same negotiations. A lot of this goes through agents, and agents go to a market standard rate when you're negotiating.
I mean, I understand. I mean,
I think Sam understands agents. He's been in showbiz for a while. He understands how agents work. He also understands that if your agent suddenly comes to you with an offer for a job that is 100 times what you've usually been paid, and your requirement is to show videos of your feet? Well, you kind of get the idea, you know where that video is going and what it's going to be used for, and it's not going to be used for showbiz, at least not in the typical sense of it.
I've dealt with agents, but I mean, if
but you don't set your price. I mean, your agent's going to tell you what you're going to be able to get from something, right? Or do you go to your agent? You could go to your agent and say, I'll only do the job for this amount. I get it. But usually there's, it's going to be like, look, this is the kind of job that's going to pay in a range of here. The company's got this much. Here's what you're going to be able to get for it. So for instance, like 500,000 views might be $10,000 in ads, right?
Okay.
That's market standard. So if you're talking CPM and I call like an ad sales guy and they say, hey, this company wants to sponsor you, you get 500,000 on the show, they're going to give you $10,000. I can say, right, that's the market range. And so then I might try and argue a premium and be like, well, I'm Tim Pool, so I think you should give me 15. And then they'll come back and say, no.
We're not talking about sponsorships.
We're talking about the value of a license agreement where a company would have the ability to run sponsorships on their end.
Right.
So if we're talking about, say, Timcast IRL in the morning show, which we do around $1 million in revenue per month, then a comparable show is you're going to say this.
Wait, they had a group chat where Tim outright called what they were paying him that they were paying him to show Russian propaganda. Quote, later arguments formed about whether to post a video of Tucker Carlson visiting a Russian grocery store where he marveled at coin-operated carts as if they were an advanced form of technology. They want me to publish this, Poole wrote in an internal chat, but it just feels like overt shilling. Was that Tim Pool or was that an editor at Tim Pool's company? I didn't know that person was supposed to be allegedly Tim.
When you're licensing a show, if we run the show by ourselves for a year or two, then here's how much we're going to generate.
I swear to God, Sam is making him say things that might be evidence in a court of law. I mean, he is being pigeonholed on the public record for this, and honestly, I'm kind of glad we're recording it so that there's evidence for posterity.
Sponsorships, memberships, etc. by the end of year 2, 3, 4, and 5.
This might very well be.
If we do a license deal, we jump the gun.
By, tomorrow.
We generate lesser revenue than we would in the long term, but it closes the gap sooner.
No, I get it. I understand why you would take it. I would take that money if somebody came to me and offered that, but I would be like, wait, what's going on here?
But you would be. I mean, we have 3 different companies coming at us. They're all known American enterprises. I mean, I will say one thing too. Like, Lauren Chen's was working at the Blaze. You know what I mean? This is not like some strange person appeared out of nowhere.
Raises questions to me about
the Blaze.
I mean, I think it's quite clear to me that there was reports about like. In the run-up to the election, George Santos was on a Zoom call where people were getting paid at least 20.
Oh, yeah. I remember Sam being really interested in this particular aspect of tenant media. Like, I wonder if George Santos has the dirt here.
$20,000 to put out stuff that Kamala Harris was a slut on their social media and stuff like that. And I'm like, I've been doing this for 20 years. And, it's not a huge amount of competition on the left. Nobody's ever offered me $5 to do anything like that.
Let me let you in on the secret. This has been true for a long time. So your revenue for Majority Report, is it largely YouTube based or do you do like ad reads as well?
It's ad reads, it's members, it's YouTube.
You have YouTube programmatic, so do we. Like programmatic ads means like your YouTube channel will show you how much you made from YouTube's ads.
Yes.
So Russia can go on your YouTube channel.
Oh boy.
Through Google Ads and put $10,000 a month into your channel without you knowing.
Okay.
And you'd have no way to track or control any of that. So this.
It's okay. This
does happen though, where companies, politicians will use some kind of special interest, and you can run an ad for any product you want, which is the crazy thing.
Well, yeah, this is what Trump is doing with his watches, right? Like, I'm going to sell 147 watches at whatever it was, 10 grand a pop. And it's basically a way for people to launder money to him because it's like, all right, I just bought a watch. And that's basically it. And so he knows.
You're allowed to buy watches.
I mean,
maybe we should regulate politicians selling products during elections.
I think that would be a great idea, and maybe while they're president as well. But I know
I
you
bought his
wanted
shoes.
What's that?
I bought his shoes. We were skating in them. Let's talk about like abortion or something. I don't know. Or Israel.
We can talk about Israel if you want. I mean, I'm of the mind of what we're doing is obscene, and I'm unhappy about it. And I feel like we have two options. One is horrible, and the other one's worse.
I agree.
In terms of these governments. I mean,
do you think we should cut off funding, pull out, and just be done with it?
Well, I think that we should condition aid to Israel. I mean, I think that we should, if we have leverage in any type of situation, we should exercise that leverage. In terms of Ukraine, we had a treaty with them when they gave up nukes in '93, saying that we would protect them in the event of
was it a treaty?
Russian aggression? Well, or an agreement.
Right. And the legal distinction matters, I suppose, because.
Well, I mean, it matters in terms of like how perhaps
bilateral security agreement.
I mean, that's you can
a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B there.
Refer to it as just a bilateral security agreement, and I think that there's.
Oh no, it wasn't even that. The Budapest Memorandum.
I mean, I think that this was operational. It's not obviously a treaty. Treaties can be broken. We saw that with Paris Accords, and well, it's easier obviously if it's a treaty. It needs to be we need to bring the Senate in, but I am I think that aid that we provide for Ukraine should have an exit strategy to it. I haven't seen one, but I also am not convinced that that's been a function of the election.
Haven't we spent more on Ukraine in the past 2 years than we have on Israel in 50?
I don't know.
Comparable?
Probably comparable, I think, at this
point. That's crazy to me.
I mean, it's probably comparable, but they're in an active war. Like, Ukraine is in an active war against a nuclear superpower that's trying to invade them. I think it's a bit different than arming Israel, a country that's doing an apartheid genocide.
It's fair to point out too, like we're not just giving all the money overseas. We make weapons here, and then it has American
100%
jobs.
Yes, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that we spend far too much money. So much of our economy is dependent. Eisenhower said, beware the military industrial complex, and his original wording was the congressional military industrial complex, and I subscribe to that. I do think from a moral standpoint, although I don't think this is controlling, but as a moral standpoint, obviously like one country is being invaded and to some extent occupied, and the other is occupying and completely asymmetrical type of situation, that we have in Israel is just absurd.
I kind of feel like no matter what course we take, the dominoes have been knocked over. The BRICS nations are lining up for their current.
Man, the very fact that Tim Pool would start talking about the dominoes being knocked over, like, domino theory of geopolitics never panned out. That was never proven. That was always shown to be bullshit. And BRICS is not a comparable, like, alternative to, like, U.S. hegemony. It's just not even remotely close.
Currency. The petrodollar is on the verge of being dismantled. Saudi Arabia has already said not interested. I don't think Trump recovers that. And I think that means Americans better buckle up for a bumpy ride.
I mean, to be fair, you've also said that we're headed towards a civil war in this country so many times, and I don't think that's happening.
Well, that's not my opinion.
That
that's
is
just the corporate press.
That
I think
is
it was
absolutely your opinion.
It's not your opinion that we're headed into a civil war, or hasn't been?
It is not an original idea from Tim Pool that we're on track for a civil war.
Well, I mean, do either one of us have any original ideas? I mean, I didn't come up with single payer.
No, but I just to clarify, my position is I didn't one day just decide for no reason, oh man, I think a civil war is coming. It was like, here we go, Common Dreams. This is a progressive organization. Here you go. The second civil war has already begun.
Oh my God, dude.
This is a progressive outlet, right? So when I read progressives, conservatives, The Atlantic,
I think that's more metaphorical, but if you want to claim that you did not mean that there was an actual civil
no,
war,
I do.
that's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do.
Okay. So if you're talking about something that's fundamentally not what they're talking about, then why are you trying to make an appeal to them as if you're talking about the same thing?
You think there's going to be a civil war?
10 years, 20 years? I mean, what? Yes.
Okay.
Do you so we can talk about it. We can go in great detail.
Someone get that clipped and remind yourself to post it in 10 years.
For instance, we had a former CIA officer at the write for the Washington Post. The U.S. is on the verge of a civil war. I didn't just make it up. The Atlantic said that they spoke with several national security experts.
Well, there's people.
Yeah, but Tim, you keep talking about it being a civil war like the Democrats are precipitating it. You keep saying that. But the reality is that Republicans are just going to do insane terrorism. That's what fringe Republicans are going to do, insane terrorism. That's what we're actually looking at. And that's what the actual people with institutional power, that's the conclusion that they've come to, right? The FBI lists white supremacist far-right terrorist groups as the number one threat to the United States of America. That's not a civil war. Those are US-based paramilitaries that have distinct ideological backing of conservatism. That's it.
Also saying that the Earth is flat, but do
they work for the Democratic establishment?
Well, sometimes maybe. I don't know.
Flat earthers in the Democratic Party at the top level. Come on.
I'm saying
former CIA comes out and says they're concerned we are following the trend of other countries towards civil war. I take that seriously. I don't know why I would dismiss all of these people. A Princeton professor, for instance, said the same thing back in 2018, I think. So when you maybe it's sensationalism.
I think
that's fair.
I think to a certain extent it's yes, there were people who said crime has increased exponentially, but in fact it hadn't. I mean, I think part of what you and I do is we make assessments as to what news is actually sort of real and what really has real world implications for people. And part of what we do is assess that these things don't, and it's a distraction.
I think you're wrong. I think there's an optimism and a normalcy bias. And the only thing I can really say is, I read the news and I opine on it, and I'm wrong about a lot. But I can probably pull up, I don't know, a couple hundred articles from CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, talking about the brink of civil war that is coming to this country that I just did not make up one day. So if I read the New York Times,
these are all right-wingers.
The New York Times,
Ross Douthat.
Oh, sure,
it's an opinion piece.
Yeah, of course. CNN, you've got Bruce Hoffman, Jacob Ware, Straight Arrow News. I don't know, but there's a poll saying people think we're on the verge of a civil war. The Princeton professor, progressive guy, said the Cold Civil War has already begun. This is back in 2018, and I look at all these things and I say, the worldview of each faction in the United States is divided to a degree that there seems to be no reconciliation. And so now what you have is sitting members of Congress calling for a national divorce, which means nothing. It means civil war. But that was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I mean, yes, a national divorce would be civil war. It is a delusional idea that the United States would just amicably break apart slowly, via drifting of mutual interest. You know who recently pushed this, by the way? Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin was talking about this exact idea. It's stupid. Or maybe just too high level for me.
I mean,
she's a lunatic.
Well, call it whatever you want, but when a member of Congress is saying something like this, would you?
Oh, I have no doubt. Listen,
do you think if lunatics get elected, we could see a civil war?
I have no doubt that we have a crop of right-wing Republican lawmakers who are completely nuts.
What about January 6th?
What about January 6th?
Do you think a January 6th type event could result in this country reaching civil war?
You mean had they been successful? And
let's to kind of depoliticize it. Let's say January 6th, 2025, politician X wins. It could be whoever. I don't know. Let's say let's for the sake of your politics, let's say Trump loses, and then Trump supporters storm the Capitol once again. This time taking the.
Do you really think? Wait a second, because this is really an important distinction. Do you really think that the likelihood of a mass of Democrats, Democratic voters, would go in and attack the Capitol in the way that
you
we
mean
saw?
Like they did on May 29th, 2020?
Tim, why? Why are you like this?
You're talking about like BLM?
When they firebombed the White House and forced the president to an emergency bunker and set fire to St. John's Church in.
Just out of curiosity, did they firebomb the White House?
During hundreds of police officers?
Oh, you're talking about the protests out there? You mean after there was a peaceful protest before the cops moved in?
Regardless of why it happened.
Well,
like, do I think the far left will firebomb the White House? They did 4 years ago.
Wait a second. One was an assault on the Capitol.
I don't
the
care what you
other
call it.
is people. Well,
words mean things, Tim.
Words have meaning. They describe events.
When leftists injure 100 cops, tear down barricades, throw fire bombs at the White House.
Wait. But you're sequencing things differently. If Donald Trump was to send the military to attack, let's say, New York City, do I think that we would have a civil war? Yes. Do I think that New York City
Do you think he could? Do you think there's a possibility Trump would send the military into any one of these Democrat districts?
I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, he claims he would.
Do you think he would? Or do you fear he would?
I fear that he would attempt to do it, but I suspect...
You think he would try to start a civil war?
Well, I didn't say he would try and start a civil war, but
that
I think
would
he
start a civil war.
Well...
Or could.
I think it could, but
so
I don't
think there's a possibility civil war is facing the sound in a year?
No. I don't think the military would allow for that, frankly.
National Guard, or it's like you think they would disobey Donald Trump?
I think you'd get a series of resignations. Possible, I guess, that at one point, but
someone eventually is going to say yes, right?
If your argument is that the rise of Donald Trump could bring about a civil war, I mean,
I don't know that I would say the rise of Donald Trump. I think Trump's a symptom. I think that the reason Trump gets elected is because you have this rage bubbling up in this country in a variety of ways. So you had the Tea Party and you had Occupy Wall Street, which were rather light. But then you get the Bernie Sanders movement, you get the Trump populist movement. But Trump is a bull, and he storms through and he takes the power. Bernie didn't.
But I mean, what's they're saying that it's because they're both populist movements? I mean, one's a right-wing authoritarian movement.
Call it whatever you want. People rose up and had movements for whatever reason.
Call it whatever you want. There are many different movements, many such cases.
Perhaps you could say because Trump is a strong man, he ended up succeeding in his movement where Bernie's did not.
Well, I mean, no, Bernie Sanders was
like Hillary Clinton's the authoritarian, and she stomped out Bernie.
No.
The worst part about this is that Green Party folks who go Jill Stein absolutely believe exactly what Tim Pool is saying. You know, Tim Pool's argument here is indistinguishable from like Green Party folks who like evangelize for Jill Stein.
Hillary Clinton is not an authoritarian. I mean, I don't like her politics, but authoritarian it's a word. It means something. Yeah. And right-wing authoritarians. I mean, there's been, you could check out Bob Altemeyer's research, formerly from the University of Manitoba. Like there's clinical research that shows that we have like something like 25% of North America are right-wing authoritarians, and they were just looking for a leader. And the Republican Party has been stoking racial animus for decades now, and this is where the culmination. I mean, it certainly did, 200 years ago, but I think that the likelihood of civil war is low relative to the amount of times that you talk about it.
Well, I think it would require you to see what I talked about. Like, should I not opine on The Atlantic saying, quote, there's people that are absolutely ready to take on a civil war? What will happen if Trump loses from 1 week ago? I mean, if I address that and I say something like, I think...
Yeah, but like, saying that you think there would be a civil war is stupid, Tim. Like, I'm sorry, it's just a stupid idea. Specifically, it's stupid because, frankly, you are underselling what a civil war in the United States would look like. Last time we had one, we're talking full mobilization of, like, the states. We're talking like we're talking like military preparations, National Guard being called in on both sides. We're talking like standoffs. We're talking like bombing, like military, like shelling of like southern or northern forts. Like, that's what we're starting to talk about when we're talking about the prelude to a civil war. None of that has happened. None. None of it. Not a single bit.
I think it's silly to assume that within the next few months, people are going to start a civil war. Is that a bad thing to do? Or should we just...
Yeah, it's silly. It's silly and dumb and bad. And you're wrong. You're bad wrong. Badong. Also, folks, we have, in fact, been streaming for over 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because that is what makes this show possible at the end of the day. Thank you very much for supporting. I need the support from viewers like you. You here? Hell yeah, you're here, Tatum Riley. Badong. That's right. I stole that joke from Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. If Kamala wins, what do you think the likelihood of violence is? I think it's relatively low. Like, I think that conservatives will be upset. I think there might, like, minor terrorist attacks, perhaps. But you're not going to get full mobilization of the states to try and overthrow her or something. This should be a new, stronger word for killing, like bad wrong, or wrong bad, or badong. Yes, killing is badong. From this moment, I will stand for the opposite of killing. Gnodab.
Ignore it.
I mean, I think it's just indicative of like the
you got an ass, and I'll kick it.
What you consider the news is, and I think that's
why are they all?
Look, I'm referencing a movie that not many people have seen, so I appreciate Forlorn79 for understanding my reference.
Writing about it.
Well, because they have the same problem that you did with your news outlet, is they can't get clicks.
Do you think the only reason all of these outlets, I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that I just pulled up from a quick Google search. It's just they're getting clicks for it. I'm not. It's not a gotcha. I mean, literally, it's like it's just sensationalism.
Yeah, I mean, I think like when you think about the original Civil War, there was a huge economic investment in on the two different sides, right? One side wanted free labor. And the other side, aside from having other economic interests too, that wasn't aligned with having free labor. I don't think we have that same division here. Does that
do we need to follow 1861 or 54 for a civil war to happen, or is it possible to look at, say, the Bolsheviks, the Spanish Civil War, the French Revolution, the British Civil War?
I think it is unlikely in this country that we would have a civil war. Do I think that we could have sort of like a constitutional crisis with someone like Donald Trump and the Republican Party? Yes, I do.
So academics right now believe that we are in what's called civil strife. Civil strife does not guarantee civil war, but it is the precursor to. So the civil rights era was a period of civil strife that did not result in a civil war. Bleeding Kansas was civil strife that did result
in the 80s, we had something like 100 bombings, maybe 75 bombings that would, various
civil strife. It comes and goes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you've got...
Yeah, comes and goes. Easy come, easy go. That's civil strife. Bada bing, bada boom. You know what I'm saying?
Got Stephen Marsh, who wrote the book The Next Civil War. He's a liberal guy. He makes a lot of these.
Also, gay ghost prince. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, Godcat, thank you for the $2 super chat. And Gay Ghost Prince. There we go. Nailed it.
Predictions. I defer to him. I think he's wrong on a lot of his fact assessments in the granular scope of things, but he makes a lot of points that are correct. So we actually had this debate. I think it was.
You don't have to apologize.
Was it last week actually on Civil War, conflict, and
What was that? People can redeem channel points over on Twitch to make me do noises.
crisis. And one of the things I have to bring up is people try and look at the 1861 Civil War as if we must follow that trend for Civil War to occur, when in fact it's rare that you actually get Civil War in that.
What would you do to stop this Civil War?
Tell people not to do it, to go out and vote, to
God.
believe in the system, to vote for who you think is going.
Just don't do a Civil War, guys. Whatever you do, just don't do the Civil War. All right? Like, I see you guys are all lining up in your uniforms, and you have your M1 grands. But have you considered the path of pacifism? Have you considered that path? Just don't do it. Just say no to war, guys. Just say no.
Going to help bring accountability to this country,
You
denounce
think
and
there's no
reject
difference
violence.
in terms of the parties as to which one could bring about that could bring about a civil war?
I think both
do you
parties
think
hold
that
the
it's-
potential for it.
Do you think that like Kamala Harris would,
Takes two to tango.
Well, actually, it takes two to tango because a tango is a very intricate dance, but it doesn't take two people to start a war.
Sam's like, well, it actually takes two people to tango because it's an incredibly vibrant and beautiful form of cultural expression.
I mean,
It does.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
What do you mean?
Well, it doesn't take two people to start a war.
So if country A invades country B, but country B just surrenders immediately, there's no war.
Well, obviously, people
War is a fight.
pushing. Yeah, I mean, I
it
guess in
could be
that-
more than two, like Syria, for instance. I think there was like 12 factions in the initial.
thank you
Well,
for the
tango,
additional
both
$5 dono.
parties
I very
are
much
like
appreciate it.
engaged in the dance. But the fact of the matter is that you can go in and yes, you can invade. It's war, even if they surrender after people getting shot. Do you think that like Kamala Harris? Let me put it this way: who's more likely to bring out the military against the city between Harris and Trump?
Trump didn't do it in 2020. I don't know if I have a good answer.
You don't have an opinion on this?
I don't know if I have a good enough answer to say.
Well, I'll take whatever answer you I mean, you don't
When
have
Trump
an opinion.
was presented with national riots, he did not invoke the Insurrection Act. He didn't send out the military. I'm not confident he has
He tried to.
the strength, and I don't mean that in a positive way.
Who would be more inclined to do it?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't have an opinion on it.
I mean, I think it's bait to be like Trump's the authoritarian, therefore he would, when he didn't do it. So the Democrats didn't do it at the Capitol. Trump didn't do it at the Capitol. Trump didn't do it in 2020. The National Guard was deployed by Democrats during the Ferguson riots. Could I make the argument that Democrats are more likely for that reason? I honestly have no idea.
Would you make that
I honestly have no idea. Would you?
argument?
I wouldn't. I'd say there's pros and cons.
Oh, okay, then I guess you have some idea. If you're then saying I wouldn't do it, then you have some idea.
To make a guess as to who you think would be more likely to bring out the National Guard or invoke the Insurrection Act. Honestly, I don't know. What I will say is, it doesn't matter what you think is true. And
Mark Milley apparently, and I don't know.
Well, so-
Mark Milley is someone that you would trust, but he basically said that Trump told him to just shoot the rioters.
I mean, Hillary Clinton said, "We came, we saw, he died. Why don't you drone strike Julian Assange?" So Barack Obama killed Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki.
Wait. Yeah, no. I agree that Obama, those drone strikes were very problematic, but that's different than saying we're going to willy-nilly fire into protesters.
What I'm pointing out is that I'm not going to tell you your
I'm just a mirror to the system, man. I'm just pointing it out.
opinions are wrong and you should not have them. That's not the point of what I'm getting at with civil war. My point is you believe them, and you are allowed to believe them, and that's fine by me.
What he's getting at with civil war is Captain America, Civil War.
I'm just curious as to who you think. I mean, if you think that there's going to be a civil war or that there's a big potential for it, you don't see there's no difference between Trump and Harris as to the likelihood of a civil war or who would start this war. You don't, there's
in 2020, Democrats held a war game as reported by the Boston Globe. Are you familiar with this? Where Podesta and others, neocons, had come together.
In 2020.
Before the 2020 election, they held a war game, as reported by the New York Times and the Boston Globe.
Does Tim Pool not know that the war games are held to explore all kinds of scenarios, including zombie apocalypse?
Where they said in the event the event Trump wins, we should advocate for West Coast states to secede from the Union.
In 2020?
Yes. In 2020, before the election took place, a war game was held by prominent neoconservatives and Democrats, including John Podesta.
Oh, so you mean like a bunch of people who are out of government?
Two dads kissing. What do you mean I don't have my weights on me? They're right there. I just missed the 5 arm curls. I'll be right there. I'll be right back. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whew. Chad is training you for Civil War? That's right. Gonna be strong.
Into a room and
working
out.
on the campaign and said, what happens if Trump wins? And one of the proposals was...
Did the U.S. government actually have a war game for the zombie apocalypse? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Here. U.S. government war game zombies. Okay. Boop. Yep. Pentagon document lays out battle plan against zombies. In an unclassified document titled CONOP 8888, officials from U.S. Strategic Command used the specter of a planet-wide attack by the Walking Dead as a training template for how to train for real-life large-scale operations, emergencies, and catastrophes. The document is identified as a training tool used in an in-house training exercise where students learn about the basic concepts of military plans and order development through a fictional training scenario. The document is not a U.S. Strategic Command plan. Nevertheless, the preparation and thoroughness exhibited by the Pentagon for how to prepare for a scenario in which Americans are about to be overrun by flesh-eating invaders is quite impressive. Yeah, and it is public. You can just look that up.
Washington, Oregon, and California must secede from the Union unless Trump's government capitulates to our demands. And that was just the most insane thing I'd ever heard.
They're not just going through a bunch of different people out of government are just going around. So your argument,
you say out of government, but campaigning for the office of the presidency is a big difference.
Yeah, it's
right?
a lighthearted learning experience.
Podesta is a big shot in the Democratic Party. It's not like he's not in power.
However, if we did wind up in some kind of zombie situation, then they do have a plan. So I guess it's fictional for now.
These are private organizations, Republican or Democrat. The issue I'm saying is this. By all means, tell me I'm wrong, believe all of it. But
I just think it's fascinating you don't have an opinion on this.
Well, because I hear you and
I mean, you have this knowledge that some Democrats who are out of power.
You keep saying that, but John Podesta is far from out of power.
Well, I mean, in 2020, he wasn't in the government.
He's a big shot in the Democratic Party, and he's basically has a lot of say in who gets to run and who doesn't, and where funding comes from.
Okay, he had power within the Democratic Party, but people
and
who
he's saying if Trump wins, we will.
Wait, did Panetta say this, or this just there's like 14 different scenarios that are being gamed out, and because they're doing the war game, this is one of them that happens in this sort of completely hypothetical thing.
Why do you think they entertained the possibility of West Coast secession? Like, that's just stupid, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
it's a stupid thing for them to do.
I listen. Donald Trump had states competing over PPE during COVID. He completely abandoned this country at a time where there was a once-in-a-lifetime crisis. And
what if Trump steals the election?
To the extent that if Trump steals the election,
what do you think would happen?
What do you mean by steal?
Let's say that Kamala Harris wins the popular. Here's a scenario that's playing out right now. Mississippi had a lawsuit. Fifth Circuit Court ruled that ballots received after Election Day, even if postmarked before, are illegal to count. This would have to go to the Supreme Court for final adjudication. But one scenario that is potential because of this is that Donald Trump is winning on Election Day. However, mail-in votes have yet to be counted, of course. This is what happened in 2020. Then, when those votes come in, Republicans sue, going to the Supreme Court, which you believe is right-leaning, and the Supreme Court says...
Wait. I believe it's right-leaning? Do you not believe it's right-leaning?
I'm not making a point about my or your belief. I'm saying...
You said you believe it's right-leaning. It's right-leaning.
And I will say, as you have stated, the court is right-leaning, okay?
Thank you.
So my point is this. If Kamala Harris is losing on Election Day, but it is perceived that she will win when mail-in ballots come in the following day, but the Republicans sue, citing the Fifth Circuit Court. It goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court rules all of those votes for Kamala, which would give her the win, are out. Trump is now the president, despite losing the popular vote and the Electoral College. What do you think happens?
Well, we have a model for this. It was the year 2000, where all of the legal establishment was shocked that the Supreme Court...
I really love that, like, Tim tries to baffle Sam, and Sam's just like, well, actually, I do have an encyclopedic knowledge of exactly an incident that fits your bullshit description.
Intervened and prevented Florida from counting all the votes. And to the extent that we, past performance is no guarantee of future performance, but the Democrats basically stood down.
Do you think Democrats would just stand down and let Trump come in?
I think I would be surprised if there weren't like a massive protests, and I think we would see states attempt to get more progressive and become more sustainable and not rely on the federal government as much. Yeah.
What if Trump sends in the military to start rounding up illegal immigrants?
Oh, I think that's going to be really, really ugly. In addition to being like a horrible
troops are putting people on buses and trains, the Democrats will just stand by and say this is fine?
I mean, if the Supreme Court basically says it's okay to deploy the military in the United States, I think that could be a problem. Now, you've just given me that scenario. Would you imagine Kamala Harris doing the same thing? Do you think that she would send the military to deport 11 million people?
No. She said she wants to recently. She said.
Did she, though? Did Kamala Harris say she wants to deport 11 million people? Did she, though?
People who enter illegally will be quickly and immediately removed. I think.
Well, of that 11 million people, 80% of them have been here for over 10 years. So, so how is it where you can so easily work up a scenario
where Donald Trump
instigates a civil war, but you can't with Kamala Harris that you think they're the same?
Why do you say I couldn't?
All right, well, give me one.
So first of all, I don't really put a lot of weight on Kamala Harris. Right, she wasn't elected. The Democrats voted for her, so she was.
Well, I mean, it's either going to be her or Donald Trump as the president.
So with Trump in office, Trump is screaming at the top of his lungs, telling people what to do. With Kamala in office, she's surrounded by intelligence officials, military officers, and what we've seen thus far is the arrest of lawyers. The arrest of
lawyers.
Donald Trump's lawyers were arrested
for.
What's her face? Jenna Ellis. Was that her name? She got charged with RICO for simply being Trump's lawyer.
Really? That's did it hold up?
you know, RICO charges don't just get filed all of a sudden for no reason. That's not a thing that typically gets done. That's so weird. Tell us more about that, Tim.
Up in court?
She ended up, I think she pleaded guilty. She ended up crying on TV, apologizing for having done it. They included her in RICO because she filed paperwork on Trump's behalf for his election claims.
Oh, so she filed fraudulent paperwork. She broke the law. So she was guilty. Like, it's not that she was like on Trump's legal team and that was an issue. The issue was that she broke the law as part of his legal team.
Oh, because she knew they were false.
No, I don't think that was what she was charged with. She was charged with RICO counts 1 and 2, which was participating in
a conspiracy to defraud the United States.
And so the issue then becomes, if you're a lawyer and you are retained by someone who says, here's the argument I want to make, and you go, okay, then they criminally charge you for it. That's a huge step over the line.
Well, if you're involved in fraud, then yes, that's always been the case.
If you're not,
is this the first time that a lawyer has ever been subjected to something like that in a fraud case like that?
Not sure, but it's other lawyers that got charged too in Wisconsin. So it's you know what? By all means, Sam.
Well, wait.
Go ahead and tell him that she deserves it. Say she deserves it.
She deserves it.
Okay, now, what do you think Trump supporters will respond with when they see Trump's lawyers, former staffers, Navarro, Bannon being put in prison?
Certainly, supporters don't
amazing work being done here. This is incredible. Incredible stuff. Thank you, Paladin. Jenna Ellis becomes latest Trump lawyer to plead guilty over efforts to overturn Georgia's election, which is a very weird thing for a lawyer to do if they're not guilty. Anti-racketeering law. Yeah, how about that? What I did not do, but should have done, Your Honor, was to make sure that the facts the other lawyers alleged to be true were in fact true. Yeah, you should have done your due diligence as a lawyer. Yeah, true.
People going to jail. But I mean,
why didn't Merrick Garland go to jail for contempt of Congress?
Why didn't he go to jail for contempt of Congress?
Yeah.
What you mean from the Justice Department?
Yeah, was it her investigation or was it I'm getting the name wrong? He was held in contempt of Congress, I think, twice.
There's been a lot of people who've been held in contempt of Congress that haven't gone to prison.
So the issue right now is Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon go, and when Merrick Garland defies Congress, he does not.
I think government officials probably get away with this more because we had we had members of Congress who also.
That is a fine argument.
But wait.
It's a fine argument. But
we're getting off the original question was.
And the question is, do you think Trump supporters are going to accept this as true, that it's just government officials getting.
I don't know. I've seen Trump supporters believe a lot of very strange things, like John F. Kennedy is in the Junior is in the audience.
That is the magazine.
Yeah, I mean, so I have no idea how to predict. But again, the question I ask: do you think can you come up with a scenario where Harris instigates a civil war in the way that you talked about with Trump doing it?
The Harris administration, yes.
Okay, and let me hear it.
The expansive arrest and prosecution of Donald Trump, his supporters, and those associated with his movement.
Well, Bannon went to jail and Navarro went to jail, and there was no civil war.
Why would that right now, as an election is looming? So another example would be, let's say Donald Trump actually is losing on election day, and votes are going to come in, and they sue and get his votes disqualified. Or how about this? And you keep saying Harris.
Democrats don't do that.
But Democrats don't challenge elections?
No, they challenge elections, but I mean, Democrats don't disenfranchise. Republicans have an extensive history of that.
So the factor right now is what we are seeing with the current political establishment. I don't think it's Joe Biden. I think the way the Democrats have operated is an administration. Trump is unique in that Trump is Trump. Trump's in charge. Trump tells people.
Oh my God! Seriously?
You don't think Trump is screaming at people and telling them what to do?
I got news for you.
You think Trump has got military advisors that he trusts and listens to?
Oh, no. There's no doubt. No, we're not in agreement. Donald Trump is going to outsource so much of all his picks were picked by the Heritage Foundation for the Supreme Court. There is a huge between Russell Vogt, who was not only one of the architects of Project 2025, but he was also the chair of the Republican Platform Committee. They have outlined their entire program to dismantle the administrative state. Donald Trump is not going to get involved in the micro parts of that. They're going to destroy the administrative state, like Steve Bannon said that he wanted to do at CPAC 5 or 8 years ago, whenever it was. And this time around, they've got a very laid out, meticulous plan to do it. They have binders full of
women, Sam. Binders full of women.
Of people that they plan to hire to carry this out. And they're going to dismantle.
That was a deep politics cut for you, politics people.
The administrative state.
I agree.
And all Donald Trump wants to make sure is he doesn't go to jail.
So there's two potentialities, and we'll keep them simple. Do you think that Trump supporters, his fans, his administration, the people you've just mentioned, will just let the Democrats take over and put him in jail and do the things they want to do?
Well, I don't think Democrats are just going to put him in jail.
I'm not saying.
I mean, I think
will he let them for whatever reason? Let's say he's like legitimately convicted of a crime. Do you think he's going to let him do it?
What do you mean? Let who do what?
Do you think in the event Democrats win, Trump supporters will just say, "Yeah, okay, we lost"?
Yeah, I think a lot of them will. Yeah, the vast, overwhelming majority of them will. Hey, Tipster, how you doing? Also, folks, just want to say real quick, we have over 500 people watching the stream right now, and that's pretty goddamn cool. I'm pretty sure that's like the most we've ever had watching at a single time, and I just want to say, we've come a long way together. I'm feeling really good. Thanks for bringing me this far, guys. And I'm also going to take the opportunity to say, hey, if you're liking the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. But specifically, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We're trying to hit 10K by the end of the year. I think we can do it, especially if you guys hit your buttons. Big stream, big stream.
I mean,
They will not accept defeat. I think most Trump supporters will. I think most MAGA are swept up with the pageantry of it and don't actually want to put their lives on the line, because keep in mind, most of the people in the MAGA movement are like cushy suburban folks. You know, like at the end of the day, they're not going to pick up their rifles and like put their lives on the line to go and die for a guy who's like almost ready to keel over from old age anyway. They're not going to do that. They're just going to like be upset, go back to being quietly bigoted. And I do think that there are most MAGA is insane and delusional. They will not give up easily. Yeah, sure, they're insane and delusional, but keep in mind, they're also people, and they will just want to go back to being like cozy and comfy. They got their blankies at home. They want to get cozy and comfortable under them. They want to, watch reruns of The Apprentice. Remember January 6th? Yeah, I do remember January 6th. Do you? Do you remember January 6th? Do you remember? Because I covered it live. Do you remember how many people showed up to January 6th? Do you? Yes, I do. Yeah, how many was it? Let's walk down this line. Let's do it. Over 2,000. That's right. How many people vote Republican? $74 million? Round that. Did 74 million people show up at Washington, D.C.? Did 74 million people actually try and attack the Capitol building? Did 74 million people pick up rifles and start trying to overthrow the US government? No, because the vast majority of them, delusional they might be, just want to go home, grill some burgers, get under the blankies, and watch reruns of The Apprentice. Okay, that's what the vast majority of them want to do. Okay? And Alan Smith, of course there are going to be holdouts that never surrender, but you know what? They're delusional, and like I said, they fall into the category of far-right terrorism. That's what I talked about. Okay? And 74 million people in this country are people. You might disagree with them, but they're human beings. And not only that, when we're talking about this, you're like, well, the overwhelming majority of MAGA, they're not even people. There's 74 million of them, bro. Like, you can't sell out your leftist principles so cheaply that you dehumanize 74 million people. Like, do your principles mean nothing to you? I don't even think 74 million are MAGA. 74 million aren't. But you know, the vast majority of people in the MAGA movement are not ready to escalate to civil war. You're falling into the same fucking hyperbole that Tim Pool does. Where Tim Pool's like, yeah, 74 million of them, or not 74 million, but they're all, it's going to be a civil war. They're going full mobilization, and they're not. They're just not. I feel called out by this. I have literally called Republicans less human than us before with deeply flawed morality. Yeah, deeply flawed morality for sure. Less human? No. You have to acknowledge that MAGA is a human, thing. It is deeply human to be morally twisted. And to not understand that is to not understand people. If you can't understand how a human being can become that twisted, then you're deeply missing an aspect of the human spirit. What drives human people. Like, I believe in de-radicalizing these people. I believe that those people deserve health care. I believe that those people deserve civil rights. Now, do I believe that they support an evil cause? Yeah. And you know what? Do you guys want to know what I think de-radicalizes those people? It's when they go home and live their lives and they're not being like led around in like a crazy circus of like hyperbolic freaks in the Republican Party who are preying on them and using them. They're useful idiots. But I just don't understand how humans can support such an evil cause now after it's been laid out so clearly for all to see. Well, that's because you are kind of conceiving of human beings as rational creatures. And we're capable of rationality, but fundamentally, like, our brains are made out of meat. And we're made to, like, I don't know, find snakes in the grass, climb trees, and, like, persistence run over long distances in order to like run down prey that we hunt. Like, that's fundamentally, we are monkey, all right? Like, our brains are not built for logic. That's why we came up with logic. It is a tool we use to come to better conclusions that our animalistic bits would naturally lead us to. You know? We're never going to win if we do the Michelle take the high road. Okay, Alan Smith, are you advocating for just killing them? Do we kill them all? What are you advocating? You want us to kill 75 million people? Because originally you were like, well, there were only 2,000 at January 6th, but all 75 million. No, I'm not. Okay. Okay. Then what do you mean? What we go high in what way? In what way am I advocating a we go high mentality? Articulate it, motherfucker. Like, I'm sorry if me saying you need to recognize the basic humanity of other human beings is to you saying go high.
To be Q would do stupid stuff, but not Civil War level stupid stuff. From Caracal.
Yeah, Caracal. Like, it's not that hard to wrap your head around what I'm saying. It's just like, yeah, are some people going to commit acts of violence? Absolutely. Do people commit acts of violence every day in the name of all kinds of ideologies? Also, absolutely. You know what happens to them? They get arrested and dealt with by our criminal justice system. However imperfectly. Trump supporters are like Wehrmacht soldiers. They're not SS. The leadership of the Republican Party is the SS. They're the fascist conscripts. So then what part about me saying treat them as human beings and recognize their humanity lest you repeat their mistakes is difficult for you to understand? What part of that to you is like a, oh, we go high mentality? What part of that? What part of that? Explain. Articulate it. And I want you to answer my exact question because I'm starting to get fucking pissed off. Like, are other people having difficulty understanding what I'm saying here? Am I not articulating correctly my point of view? I advocate mass arrests at the higher level. Yeah, I think like maybe that'd be called for. I don't know that we'll get that. Wait, why are you getting mad at me? I'm getting mad at you because all I said was that you need to recognize the fundamental humanity of people who disagree with you and have been led to wrong conclusions, and who may have been suckered into supporting an evil movement. And your response is like, that's a we go high mentality, and I'm kind of pissed off. Because I'm just trying to articulate that they're human beings, and that 74 million of them aren't like fucking monsters, and that most of them are gonna go home and just grill and chill. You're trying to be the one who's making it about like this, well, that millions of them are evil and degenerate, and like that to me sounds like you're just doing the exact same thing they do, and it pisses me off to see you sacrifice your leftist principles that I guess I assumed you had because you're here, but you know, maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe you're just as bad as they are. Yeah, de-radicalization is good, actually. No, Alan Smith, I know you don't want to make me mad. That ship has sailed. Explain yourself. I've called them degenerates before, I admit it. Well, they're supporting an evil movement. I get why you would go to radical language, but we're at the end game here, right? After the election, we're in a different world. Okay? We're in a different ideological world. And how you choose to view other people and how you choose to treat other people matters. You know? I thought as progressives we should care about the rights of all people, not on our side. Am I missing something here? Is chat smoking crack tonight? Chat has a number of people in chat have adopted team sports mentality, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so goddamn much. It's not an us versus them because of teams. It's an us versus them because we have better ideas. And it's incumbent upon us to convince other people of our ideas. That's the entire premise of democracy. And if you're just like, well, we should kill them all, we should put them in camps or something, like, I don't get it. De-radicalization is necessary, but some of them cannot be brought back. How do you advocate we bring them over? We don't need to. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. Like, there's no vehicle for them to get to power anymore after they lose this election. And the ones that are radicalized to the point of wanting to do violence after the election, they're going to be arrested. There's not a widespread mass movement of popularity among MAGA to like support terrorists. That doesn't exist yet. You know, if we had more time with Donald Trump, if Donald Trump was a younger man and he could run again in another 4 years, then maybe that would be a worry. But it's not. But that's the thing. We don't need to de-radicalize all of them. Would it be in an ideal world? Would we? Yes. Yes. Of course. But ultimately, you have to recognize not everyone's going to be saved. We're not
Even
fucking
when I was fighting
Jesus Christ.
I did not think that way about my opponent combatants.
Yeah, Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Like the issue that I'm running into here is that like if the vast majority of them are just going to go home and chill, and they'll be upset, but they move on with their lives, that's fine. That's fine. I grew up in a conservative evangelical community. Am I going to be able to convert all of those people to love queers and like be accepting of trans people? No. Sometimes people with conservative beliefs continue having conservative beliefs. But the primary thing here is to continue doing what we can to organize ourselves in a democratic society to improve things regardless. Like, this idea that we're going to be able to, like, I don't know, indoctrinate conservatives into becoming, like, accepting, tolerant people? No. All we do is we focus on, like, you know, having conversations with our friends, on organizing politically, on building union power, on doing these things. And you know what? Sometimes you might have to build union power with people who have different ideologies than you, with people who have different political points of view than you. But it's about building that solidarity anyway, for a common good. The vast majority of these people will de-radicalize because the cult of personality will be broken. The vast majority of these people are, like, not evil to the core.
NGL, the temptation to give in to the EFT posting is strong. Jack is right, but holy SHT conservatives are just that annoying.
And Rick, absolutely. I will give you that conservatives are fucking annoying. And they make our job so much harder. But the solution to that is get better at organizing, get better at talking to people, get better at reaching people. Not fucking talk about how, like, they need to be put down like dogs. Like, if we were in an outright wartime, would I be having a problem of you dehumanizing people who are shooting at you? Probably not that much, to be honest. But we're not in that, so don't adopt that mentality. Can we look forward to a future where the Republican Party is no longer politically viable? I dream of it. We might achieve it with this election. We'll see. Like, they're basically broke. If Kamala Harris wins in a pretty gigantic sweep, like, Trump can't run in another 4 years. They have no successor to Trump. His family controls the RNC and will probably keep leeching off of it for the rest of their lives. There's not really a next move for the Republican Party after this if there is a sweep. What I want to do is better society. I believe social democracy works best for everyone, and on a social level, protect the people that MAGA threatens, like you, a trans woman, or like me, a black man. Yeah, but you know, like, in a social democracy, you also have to protect the human rights of people who disagree with you. It's not conditional. Or rather, it is conditional, but those conditions apply to all of us, not just the people you agree with. You know? Yeah, the Republican Party is basically a shambling corpse of what it once was. This is its last hurrah. If they get power, then like the death cult sweeps into power, and it's a different ball game too. Like if Donald Trump wins, then we're in triage. We're in triage right now, but then we're truly in like different territory.
Half of my extended family is mega pilled. I am not giving up on them. I still haven't given up on them. I hope that my voice can reach them.
Hell yeah, Andrew. I applaud that spirit. Typically, I advocate for people to use their energy to like bring over like liberals, people who are just not politically like engaged, etc. But like if you have an in with someone who is conservative, you might be able to get them over. Maybe. It's always worth trying. Yeah, tiny purple fishes too. It's a big trigger for me. Teamsters type of work generally isn't like working in the audio industry. They work more like independent contract labor. True. Because Teamsters include like truck drivers, right? All I'm saying is that voting Trump will kill and displace millions of people. Murder is punishable by death. Yeah, I don't think voting is equivalent to shooting a bullet into an innocent person. I don't think those two things are equivalent. Come on now. I think it's still okay to punch a Nazi and a fascist. True. True. It's the logical terminus of the course they charted 55 years ago. Yeah, but you understand, like, it's a fascistic death cult, right? So, like, that applies to their political, like, vehicle as well. Like, the terminus of their ideology is a shambling corpse. Like, I don't think it survives this election. That said, we're in a fight for survival. If we lose, we die. That's true. But if we win, that is not an excuse to kill people. You know, that, like, if we win, that's not an excuse for us to go, like, you know, round up those who disagreed with us and kill them. The same way, like, I don't believe in the death penalty. Like, I don't think that you should kill people just because they tried to kill someone. Good golly. Man, chat's being wacky tonight. Hey, Real Rad Hum, have we finished the debate? Nah, we got an hour of it left. Think there's a fair case the GOP doesn't survive this election, win or lose? Well, yeah. But I think if it wins, it morphs into something more powerful and more terrible. And if it loses, it just fades away. The worst part is yet to come? Oh my god. If they win, they get power? Yeah. And they turn into something new and different. Like, the political GOP will cease to exist as we know it. How long are we into the debate? We're about 2/3 of the way through. The GOP needs to be ousted from prominence. Yeah, with an electoral victory. That's what we need right now. We currently have exactly one off-ramp that, like, is viable to us, and it is an electoral victory in like 4 days. Okay. I think, well, right said Rob, I agree that we might be stuck with the Trump-like template. but I don't think. Let me put it this way: Trump will no longer be viable. I think he's going to cling to relevance for as long as he can. But there is no chosen successor to Trump, and anyone who has tried to replicate Trump or Trumpism has failed miserably. Like, obnoxiously bad. They are Rizless. But that's the thing, Brianna Huffman. How will fascism win in 2028? What Republican ghoul can replace Trump? Like, his children are all boring as shit. Ron DeSantis is one of the most unlikable people who got less popular the more screen time he got. Even Nikki Haley, like, couldn't energize the base because the entire movement is built upon, like, hatred of women. So, like, there's no one. There's no one. There are people with delusions. But, like, Ron DeSantis, like, literally, the more Republicans saw him, the less they liked him. Tucker Carlson, maybe. But I think that if Tucker Carlson had the juice to be president, he would have taken his Fox News audience with him when he left. And he wasn't even able to do that. Project 2025 is a handbook for the next conservative administration. They can find someone who talks like a moderate to shovel their BS through. No, sorry. Project 2025 is not replicable like that. It is specifically locked to this time and place. Tulsi Gabbard. Again, the MAGA movement fucking hates women. It's why their last pitch was like, control your wives, men, and get out and vote because we're losing in the early voting. Like, that's their last pitch. That's it. I've extensively researched the potential challengers for 2028. They got nothing. Yeah, Dragonfly, like, I'm in your camp here. I don't think there's anyone left. Marjorie Taylor Greene, again, they all hate women. They hate women. They like women who perform for them like dancing monkeys. They don't like women who are actually trying to be in positions of power. Women are props to the conservative movement. I mean, I think Tucker has delusions of grandeur, and I think he'll try in 2028, but I don't think he's got the juice to win. They would have to revert to liberal conservatism, which I don't think they're going to do. Like, this is the thing. I think, like, for all intents and purposes, like, they've entered the death cult of their political party. I don't think there is a realignment for the conservative movement in America. I think they're going to have to, like, suffer a complete party collapse, and then it's going to reform under a third party. Maybe the Libertarian Party. I don't know. Yeah, what I'm saying is the Republican Party effectively collapses. They lose their locus of power, and like there's going to be like a third party free for all for conservative dominance, and it's going to take a lot longer than 2028 to actually reform that power base, because again, they're fucking broke, guys. The Republican Party is broke. The Libertarian Party already exists. Yeah, which is why it would be a front runner for a potential conservative reformation, we'll say. They are? Yeah, they're like broke. The Republican Party does not have money to continue past this election cycle. Unless they win. But if they lose, like, they are fucking broke. Yeah, like, Donald Trump has basically bled the entire party dry. It's why he's selling like those god awful watches. It's because like he's like the Republican Party's so broke they aren't able to pay his bills anymore. It's why he's selling his goddamn merch. Yeah, exactly, Real Rad Hum. Like the base, like it's a cult of personality, and once you take away the cult leader, like they've got nothing. So, like, all of that to say is, they have the fanaticism for like a few outlying groups to do like, you know, horrible acts, but as a whole, they don't have the juice for a violent revolution. They don't have the juice for a civil war. They don't have the stomach for it. And again, most of them are suburban middle class, like wine moms and dads, you know? They're not actually out to do a revolution. They wanted to put Trump in power and then passively watch the apparatuses of government bend to his dictatorial will and like just watch like the horrors unfold on their television with, you know, evil glee. But like, if that doesn't come to pass, then they'll be disappointed, but they'll turn the television on to something else. You know, that's the vast majority of Trump supporters right there. Champagne fascism? Kind of. Remember, a lot of donations that you think normally go to the RNC end up in Trump's victory fund or the Trump re-election fund. It's all slush funds for him. True. Okay. I'm glad we talked through that. I'm feeling much less angry. And I feel like we're, by and large, on the same page again. Back before I was born, my dad was a libertarian until the pro-lifers came into the party. No bodily autonomy is anti-libertarian values, and my dad forever became a Dem instead. Extreme right wings flooded the Libertarian Party. Makes complete sense. Yeah, I mean, the libertarianism as it is codified in like mainstream kind of Ayn Randian libertarianism in the United States. That's what, you know, I think that they are probably the forerunners and have like the organizational structure, as well as the messaging to like have a rebirth of conservative values around like a more libertarian ethos. But I also think they're going to be hobbled by the fact that libertarians are inept as hell. Who could be our Georgia Maloney? I can't think of anyone like her in MAGA. There is no one. Like, maybe if you gave Barron Trump like another 18 years. Like I'm pretty sure he's like 18 years old. Maybe if you gave him 18 years and he wound up also being a fascist. Maybe. But other than that, like Eric Trump, Jared Kushner, Don Jr., these guys are not able to do what Trump does. Also, libertarians hate MAGA. Well, yeah, but it wouldn't be like the GOP formally approaching the Libertarian Party. It would just be like the people who currently vote MAGA drifting to the Libertarian Party as the Libertarian Party swoops in to try and woo their votes. What if the Constitution Party gains dominance? I doubt it. You saw that guy, right? You saw that evil Bob Ross motherfucker in the third party debates that we covered. He's not. Those people do not have the riz to woo conservative voters. My guess is that there would be like several new conservative parties that form and then try to like build a coalition type of thing. And it would probably be spearheaded by the Libertarian Party. But that's, you know, that's their business. We'll see what winds up happening, you know. Yeah, Bastion, I can't. You got to watch what you're posting in chat. This is your formal warning, because Twitch TOS exists. Please don't get stuff that I am gonna need to ban you for in chat. Did Rishi Sunak destroy all of his political capital by licking the boot? I mean, I think Rishi Sunak destroyed all of his political capital by being terrible at his job. My cousin was talking about being a libertarian and I explained the pro-lifers of the past and the current day pedos moving into it. That one conversation made her rethink what party to align herself with. That's awesome. Good job. Yeah, I do think that there is a real difference between Republican politicians who are fascistic Nazis and Republican voters who are largely dipshits. Yeah, Nikki Haley is like a relic of a bygone age of conservatism. She might have done well, like, with like John McCain as like a running mate or something like that, like 10, 12 years ago. She might have done okay in Republican circles. Now she's inoperable. Like she can't function, you know? Axe Daddy, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch.
Just using my Bezos bucks for my queen.
Thank you. We're good, right? Of course we're good, Alan Smith. I get mad most often when I feel like I am being misunderstood due to my inability to articulate. That's what frustrates me the most. And I think we finally I think we made it through. I think you understand where I'm coming from at the very least. Can't people be such dipshits that they don't realize that they are fascists? Like, doesn't voting for a fascist kind of make you a fascist? Maybe, but I think there's a difference between a fascist of convenience and an ideological fascist, if that makes sense. I think let me put it this way. I think Republican politicians are ideologically fascist in a way that most Republican voters aren't. Where, like, if you were to take aside a random Republican voter chosen at random and like describe fascist, like the fascist policies, they would be like, oh, I don't support that. The kind of the same way where if you describe Medicare for all to people without the term Medicare for all, they're like, actually, that sounds really great. A lot of it is branding. A lot of it really does come down to branding that they're just going along with. And so I think it's more accurate to think of them as useful idiots for fascism rather than actually fascist themselves. There's a word for good Germans who stood by and did nothing. That word is Nazis. Do you think that's true? No, because obviously I think there's a difference between like Germans in Germany and members of the Nazi Party. And then there were people within the Nazi Party who resisted Nazism, who resisted the German war effort, who provided shelter to those in the underground. Like, it's more like the world. Let me put it this way. The world is more complicated than we want to simplify it to in a lot of different ways when we're talking about human behavior. So they're just preying on people? Yeah. I mean, that's ultimately what a death cult is, right? It's grooming a generation of people into believing themselves and their, fellow human beings to be disposable, where the highest honor of their lives is to die. Good night, Jobertus Maximus. Get good sleep. Medicare for all was supposed to be a better way to say socialized medicine because Medicare is popular. Exactly, Vijo. I legit felt that way as an alt-writer. If there's anything this election cycle drove home for me is that my dad has been an ideological fascist for decades. I grew up with him naming a lot of high-profile Democrats he thought should be executed for treason. Damn, Mr. Malachite. Yeah. The one thing about my dad I'm pretty grateful for is that he never succumbed to fascism, Like he saw Donald Trump and was like, that guy's evil. I'm not voting for him. And that was pretty incredible because he's been a lifelong Republican up till that point. Like I was literally looking for a place to die when I was an alt-writer. Yeah. I do hope, by the way, that a lot of you guys go and watch, if you missed the segment I did on Umberto Eco's Fascism.
Your stream has been a great art buddy this Friday night.
Zafre Fennec, thank you for the $5 super chat, and thank you for allowing me to be your company tonight. I hope a lot of you check out the video. It's not up on the YouTube yet, but of me going over fascism. Because I think it explains a lot about what fascism is. Like, a lot of people tend to be like, oh, fascism is just anything you don't like. And it's like, no, it has a specific meaning. Here is at least a baseline for us to work from. And I read the entire fascism essay and talk about how it applies in 2024. And I cut that part out of a much longer segment. And I think it's really, really good. Okay, I need to pee so badly because I've been doing this for 7 hours straight. Also, if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button over on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. I'm gonna go empty my little bladder into my toilet, and I will only need to flush once because I have an eco-friendly toilet that doesn't suck, unlike Tim Pool. And also consider dropping subs and donos. I've been working real hard. I'll be right back, and we'll finish up, when I get back, we'll finish up the Sam Seder, Tim Pool stuff. BRB. Also, I'm going to fix my makeup, because, goddamn, I look ancient. My eye makeup got under my eyes, and now I got raccoon eyes. BRB.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
exclamation point.
The dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack,
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, and he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascist say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are truth they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, we strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist is as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no ban sesame. Here come the 40 thieves riding into battle, wrath and power. This is stopping me. No matter how hard they try.
Hello, tipster. Hello, sweet myths. Thank you so much for letting me use your music. I really appreciate it.
Devon, W-H-I-T-A-N-A-N-E-S-S.
That was Sweet Myths music from the track Rise. Go check it out, folks. It's very, very good. And the first song that we played was Fun Grenade by Jazz Dog. The jazziest dog I know, in fact. Here, let me grab the link for you here. Burp. For that one, there we go. Break vibes, immaculate. I do my best, Fallen Hearts. Whew, all right. I come back with my bolero jacket that I am in love with. I fucking love this bolero jacket. Makes me feel so cool. And I know that might not be the right outfit to use it with, but you know what? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It covers the weird black spot on my arm. I was wondering where to find this song since it really hits the spot inside me. Then I saw the link. You're very welcome. Bolero. Wear it with whatever you want. I will. I am very tired. It's also 1 o'clock in the morning, but you know what? We will persevere. And we will finish. Goddamn Super Bowl. Tipster. Oh.
Was just about to buy my own sub, but Sam and Moose beat me to it. Time to pay it forward. Love ya, Jack. Stay awesome.
Tipster, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And like, I know you've been trying hard. I've been trying hard, and I see you. I see you trying hard too. We'll get through this, okay? We're all gonna get through this together, chat. Almost forgot about Sam. Yeah, we did go on a very long tangent. You know, no wonder this stream is 7.5 hours long. Which X-Men do you think believe in ACAB? Wolverine, Cable, Rogue, Gambit. You know what? I think Beast also believes in ACAB, though he would try to be pragmatic. He'd exhaust other options before just saying fuck these guys. I mean, Magneto, Storm. I would say most of the X-Men, with the exceptions of like Professor X, Scott, whatever, Cyclops. I think Jean Grey might be pro. No, Jean Grey reads too many minds. She would be ACAB because she'd be like, you know, I think we should really, you know, we should have a form of law enforcement. And then she'd read the mind of like, I don't know, 40% of the cops. Gambit wouldn't. No, Gambit's from Louisiana. I'm pretty sure like Gambit ran in some Cajun circles. All right, I'm pretty sure he's ACAB. Jubilee. Jubilee might be like a secret cop supporter. I think Jubilee might be pro cop. Yeah. Trans girl Jade.
Because it's been a while since I've done this. BWA 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 BWA
BWA energy off the charts tonight, folks. Thank you so goddamn much, trans girl Jade, bringing that true BWA spirit. Let's go. Paladin lost.
Grigor here. The reason Sam is not genius like Tim Pool is he not realize that being paid several times more than worth for content he would produce anyway is respect for high-level ideas. BWA.
Yes, it was a truly respectable.
This movies did
exchange.
Cyclops dirty. He literally became a revolutionary in the comics.
Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you for the donos, chat. You guys are making this show possible. Gambit is part of the Rogues Guild. Trust me, he's not. I'm tired. It's okay. It's okay. I think... Who else? Like, I think Iceman might be pro cop. I'm trying to think. Are there any other mainline X-Men that we missed? I know there are a lot of X-Men. Well, no, Storm is definitely ACAB. Oddly enough, Apocalypse, pro cop. Weird. Oh, Nightcrawler's definitely ACAB, but he's very polite. He's very polite about it. Angel's pro cop. Quicksilver's ACAB. Colossus is pro cop. Juggernaut, by the way, ACAB. Mystique, ACAB. Scarlet Witch, pro cop. No, see, I think Beast would be anti-cop. I think he's ACAB. I think Beast is ACAB. When push comes to shove, I think Beast is ACAB. Sabretooth, definitely ACAB. Like, Sabretooth and Wolverine would team up against exactly one enemy, and that's the local police force. Oh, my Riverboat chat paused. Weird. Pyro definitely isn't. Firestar. I don't know Firestar in the comics. Sorry. X-23 is definitely ACAB. You know what? One of you should put together like a tier list. I can
I'm
rate
just
them
a
on
soul whose
on
intentions
ACAB
are
to...
good. Oh Lord Dessa, please don't let me be misunderstood. Lisbeth Salander would be my type of cop.
Lisbeth Salander. Wait. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Who is Lisbeth? Okay, yeah, no, yeah, you know what? I'm looking at this character design. I get it. I get it. You know, sometimes you do find a cop that looks good in uniform. Okay? Sometimes you do find a very sexy cop, and I get it. And you know, maybe you can get them to be a class traitor, and that'd be cool. You know, if you can convince a cop to be a class traitor, that's like the ultimate kind of class traitor right there. Deadpool, you know, Deadpool is neither ACAB nor pro cop. Like, he oscillates on any given day. It's like every other day he's ACAB or pro cop. I don't know Kid Quantum. Darwin's definitely ACAB. Deadpool's ACAB 100%. I don't know. How do you figure regarding Deadpool? Because I think he would do it for fun. I think he'd be pro cop for a little bit. Maybe if there's like a hot lady cop or a hot guy cop that he's into. And like he would compromise. Like every other day he's pro cop. Yeah, I don't know. Deadpool feels like he should be very ACAB, I agree. But like, yeah, that's it, axolotls with cream. Deadpool is ACAB, but like in a fuck all cops sexy kind of way. Deadpool's an amazing movie. All of the Deadpool movies are amazing. I fucking adored Wolverine and Deadpool. I do like the idea of Deadpool being ACAB, but only in the sense that he really literally means fuck all cops. I do like that a lot. Fuck all cops. Sexual. Oh, God. Okay, folks, let's jump back into this. All right, we're jumping back in.
Wolverine has the most issues from the PTSD, so he is a way veteran, maybe pro-cop.
Nah, I disagree. I think Wolverine's been through enough shit where he's like, nah. He's been caged too many times. All right, we're back. Part 3 of Tim Pool versus Sam Seder. Let's go.
I expect them to,
I don't know, January 6, 2.0.
Well, I think this time around, people are going to be a lot more attuned to the potential of that happening. So I think they're going to inhibit it.
Would that also include the people who would perpetrate it?
Well, I'm unclear what you're saying.
Tim Pool is such a brainlet, man. Akumi, thank you for the $5 dono. Deadpool has no opinions on the police as an organization. He just loves a man or woman in uniform. True. You know, I also think
Deadpool has no opinions on the police as an organization. He just loves a man or woman in uniform.
I also think that Deadpool would find it fun for a limited amount of time to like cosplay as a cop and pretend to do cop things that he's seen on television. I do think that would be Deadpool's thing. Yeah, true. In Wolverine and Deadpool, the cops shoot Wolverine in the head. All right, let's go. Let's go.
If you're saying that people are attuned to expect a January 6th, would that not also include those who seek to perpetrate a January 6th? Meaning they will be prepared for countermeasures.
I mean, I guess that's conceivable, but I don't think that's a civil war at that point.
No,
I think
I agree,
actually the way that I think there's going to be civil strife. I don't think there's going to be some mass movement. I think that once Trump,
hey, we were literally talking about exactly this for like 30 or 40 minutes. We literally had this exact conversation.
In the event that he loses, I think over time there's just going to be less interest in the guy.
So you
don't spoil. Look, don't worry. I have not spoiled a single thing about Deadpool and Wolverine, or Wolverine and Deadpool. I forget. Don't worry about it. It's not a spoiler.
I don't think he's going to run again in 4 years. I mean, he can barely stand now.
Do you believe that there is a single-digit probability of a second January 6th type event? Trump loses and then his supporters come out in mass.
I think that, I mean, it's conceivable that there's an event, but he doesn't have control of the government in this instance where he did before.
Yep.
And so...
But people just showed up. Like, they weren't government actors, the 200,000 who showed up in D.C. that day.
Well, I mean, he planned a rally on the ellipse. I mean,
he could tweet that out again, and it could happen again.
He could tweet that out, but there's not going to be a rally. He's not.
Yeah, he also doesn't have institutional power this time around. Like, not having institutional power makes that like an exponentially more risky play. You know,
going to be able to have a rally there. He's just not going to get a permit.
You think Trump supporters would not show up if he asked them to show up because he doesn't have a permit?
I think there would be a lot less, yes, without a doubt. So, I mean, people thought there was going to be riots down at his courtroom appearances in New York City, and there was
waving flags and stuff.
There was not many people at all.
So when
I really do think that he is more of a paper tiger now. Now, are there fringe groups like militias that get inspired by him and the Republicans? Yes, we've always had those, though.
What percentage of people fought in the American Revolution?
How many
what was the percentage of the American population that actually fought?
I mean, we had 500,000 deaths, I would say, in the 1860s. I don't know. Maybe 10%?
I think 10's the academic number. There's a lot of people. Have you ever heard of the Three Percenters?
It's some right-wing militia group, right?
And that name comes from 3% of the American population fought in the American Revolution. So academics lean more towards like 10% or so. But the important factor there is it does not take very many people at all to instigate civil war. It takes actually only a couple. And that creates a scenario where dominoes.
And do you think that's more likely to happen with people on the right or on the left in this country?
In different ways equally. But there's a substantial difference.
Different ways equally.
What does that mean, dude?
So you think it's the same probability that it would come from the left as it would the right?
I don't know. I could calculate probabilities. I can say that the left has already created several autonomous zones.
How many left-wing militias are
there? Hundreds.
The left has already created several autonomous zones. Man, Chaz lives in these guys' heads rent-free. The like Portland autonomous zone that they've made like 8 years ago lives in their head rent-free. It's like a specter. It's crazy. They blocked off like 2 blocks and had a gigantic party for like, I don't know, 3 days. And to Tim Pool, this is like the epitome of chaos. That the Chaz, was it 2020? Or was it 2016? Genuinely, I do not remember how long ago it was because it mattered so little. Like, when push came to shove, police just walked in, undid the barricades, and then, like, it was business as usual.
Hundreds of left-wing militias.
With the John Brown Gun Club or the Red Guard, 2 prominent ones. Rose City Antifa may not be a militia, but they certainly did participate in taking over.
You've got 2 militias. Cities. How many people are in that? I mean, off the top of my head, I can name, like the 3 percenters, the Oath Keepers, those Bundy folks.
That's not a militia.
There are.
How many can you name? 2?
Well, I mean, there's neo-Nazi groups.
Come on. Don't tell me I need to name them all. You're not going to name any.
I don't. Well, you can. I'm sure you can. I mean,
I actually can't. I can think of.
So you think there's the same amount of right-wing militias as there are left-wing militias in this?
I said that we've already seen the left take over several city blocks for months on end and kill people. And was it in Portland? How many people were killed? 2 or 3. In Provo, Utah, a guy ran up to a car and just shot a guy for no reason. That was reckless insurgency. In Minnesota, you had the George Floyd Autonomous Zone for like 2 years. In Atlanta, you.
No, they didn't. I live in Minnesota. There wasn't a George Floyd autonomous zone. There was like there's George Floyd Square where they like erected like a monument, like a little like memorial for him. And that wasn't blocked off. You can literally drive through it. You could drive through it the entire time. It was just a spot like right next to where he lived. Like, not where he lived, where he died. Like, it's not. Like, man, he just hears these stories and like fabricates whole cloth what he think happened there. Like, that's his whole thing, you know? It really is that nuts.
You had the Wendy's autonomous zone. You've had numerous attempts.
The what?
Autonomous zone for like 2 years. In Atlanta, you had the Wendy's autonomous zone.
What are you talking about, bro? Think of the Wendy's. Think of the Wendy's. No one's ever heard of that. Though, I'm going to look this up, Tim. I'm going to look this up, okay? The Wendy's autonomous zone. By the way, this wasn't even like one of the first things. Like, Google doesn't even autocomplete this because it was from 3 years ago. Let's look at this. Gang members established autonomous zone in Atlanta. Killed 8-year-old girl during police protest. Okay, this was after the Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta. Violent gang members laid siege to a local Wendy's to protest his death, establishing an autonomous zone with a strict no trespassing policy for police officers or pedestrians before shooting and killing an 8-year-old girl, according to a warrant obtained by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Members of the Blood Street Gang established a perimeter around the Wendy's. Okay, so the Wendy's autonomous zone was quite literally just a Wendy's building. It was quite literally just a Wendy's. They took over a Wendy's. Are the Bloods a leftist organization now? Really? I need to be clear right now. Tim Pool is saying that the Bloods taking over a Wendy's franchise and saying it's an autonomous zone was, in his mind, a bunch of leftists taking over and establishing an independent governing state. Insane.
You've had numerous attempts. I mean, in Seattle with the Chaz Chop, you had armed guards outside, took over a police station and killed people. They unloaded hundreds of rounds from rifles into a white SUV with 2 teenagers in it.
What are the Bloods? The Bloods are like a really big street gang that span like quite a large area of the United States. One of the larger ones.
So if we're going to ignore the wave of mass violence, the 36 deaths in 2020, and act like only the right is...
Bloods are red, commies are red, same. Yeah, exactly. Blood is red, commies are red. Exactly. Okay, I see his logic here.
Capable of violence. It's silly.
Well, we have data from this. We have data from the Department of Justice.
Sure, and it's
right-wing authoritarian
which one has the higher probability,
militias.
But we do know that both are capable, and we don't know to what degree is required to start a conflict.
You and I both know what the bulk of people who own weapons in this country. We can look at the Department of Justice, regardless of who has been head of the administration, and see that they have been saying for decades that these militias exist on the right, and they're far more prominent. They're far more dangerous.
But I never made an equivalence. I said no to that question.
You're not making an equivalence.
You asked me if I thought there was equal probability. I said no.
Oh, which has more probability?
Yeah, the right in 100%.
Oh, so the right. Okay,
I never
we're
said
in agreement. All right, fine.
Right. That's why I don't
we
know.
both agree that if there is a threat from civil war, it comes from the right in this country.
That's an absolute statement that I didn't make.
Okay.
God.
Probably
both agree.
Oh
right is a larger.
Probabilistically.
This is so infuriating. How can okay, I do have to say, Sam has now been sitting here for 2 hours. Okay? 2 hours and 10 minutes. He's been sitting here. The fact that he's able to maintain this paternalistic air of calm towards Tim as he baby walks Tim to different points is a testament to A, how much he's enjoying this, and B, how absolutely saint-like his patience is. It is crazy. It is crazy.
Threat for destabilization than the left.
Why are you sort of like trying to obfuscate what you're saying? There's more of a chance if there's a civil war that it's going to come from the right than the left.
Agreed.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but I was never in disagreement on that.
Oh,
Not
I'm
once
sorry.
in any of my content have I ever said that. The question is, though, what does it mean to instigate a civil war? What does it mean to be the first shot fired? These are deep academic questions that go back to historical conflicts where we try to determine what started the war. And then you'll get people making arguments about when it really started, when it didn't. A big question of the war in 1861 is, for us, we know it started with Fort Sumter, but at the time, they didn't think Civil War started until well after the fact. To the degree that at the Battle of Bull Run, they were picnicking. Despite we know historically the Civil War started, they did not make that determination. So you could argue history is written by the victors. In the event that the right, and the reason why I say there's a greater risk for civil war from the right is they're the ones actively calling for national divorce, which is a mistake. They're the ones who are more likely to, January 6th, for instance, was bad. The left, while they riot and there is violence from them, it is what I would call blunt. Widespread, low impact. On the right, it's typically high impact, not as widespread. January 6th was a riot in one of the worst ways imaginable at a Capitol building during the election, the counting of the electoral vote, the certification. That's what I would call acute domestic violence.
And that was also...
Tim, there was nothing cute about that.
Really going towards the heart of a civil society, which is the peaceful transfer of power. I mean, to the extent that there were riots or protests. The idea was to change public policy, to show dissatisfaction with the police state or the state of policing. That is not a undermining of the fundamental principles of the way that the of basically undercutting across the board.
So
the political process.
The issue is that I see is that if you're saying something like the threat comes from the right, well, let's parse that down. There is a higher probability of instability or conflict arising from actions on the right because their actions tend to be acute. January 6th, sharp and extremely potentially dangerous. The left, however, does show a different propensity for violence, which we call blunt, obtuse. That is, the widespread riots of 2020 were not targeted at a Capitol building during an election, but they were substantially larger, resulting in around 30 or so deaths. I think we attribute around 20 plus to the director riots, and then there were ancillary deaths as a result of the actions of the riots. There were the seizure of autonomous zones, like in Seattle. There was an attempt in Portland, Minnesota, Atlanta, and when we're talking about what could ignite a civil war, you don't need only acute, but it is a higher risk. That is, you will more likely hear on the news a guy goes into a church and shoots a bunch of people because of how extreme and psychotic it is, though it happens substantially less than leftists punching someone in the head. Nobody really cares if a fight breaks out in the middle of Portland. We're not going to report on that. That's stupid. But if you get to the point where you get a Summer of Love 2020, with a Donald Trump in office, and this time around he says, I'm sending in the National Guard, you may end up with conflict, civil strife, insurgency instigated by left violence. Whereas with the right, you could get January 6 2.0, where they injure politicians.
I'm like sitting here in amazement to the extent that you have have contemplated these things that and have created this whole sort of like macro associated with it that is, I think, like incredibly unlikely. A and B. Like,
I never said it was incredibly likely.
No, I'm just I know that. I'm amazed. You know, like one of the things that the last video, and we didn't get a chance to talk about Social Security. I think you had brought it up before the show. But,
I was reading Forbes.
But the one of the things that I'm amazed about is how, and I think this is sort of was my point about you bringing it up so much. I suppose I can understand why like the Atlantic wants to make an opinion piece on it because it's sort of like clickbaity stuff, but the depth in which you are, you go into these scenarios, which again, I think are incredibly unlikely, and also some attempt to create some type of equivalence, although you do concede that the probability is higher on this is going to come from the right, versus like Social Security.
Well, real quick, I'll answer your point before you get to Social Security. I do think it's a bit unfair for you to ask me why I think a thing and then get mad that I brought it up.
Well, no,
criticize me. Like you say, how could the left do this? Well, here's one way. Haha. Why did you even think of something?
You still haven't answered that question.
You can ask me about quantum physics and
you just talking about
if you can't understand
blunt violence.
I can't help you.
Yeah, I mean,
This is crazy. Like
Sam's boomer dad energy and calm always gives me life. He's speaking to Tim like he's a disappointing child. KEKW.
Yeah, no, he really is. Like, and the kind of the wonderful part of this is watching Tim. Like, Tim has officially moved into being uncomfortable with this power dynamic. He's been uncomfortable the entire time, mind you, but like, I think now he's trying to posture to get out from underneath Sam, like in an intellectual way. Like he's trying to throw out buzzwords that he is fairly confident that Sam doesn't know anything about. Like he tried this earlier with guns, and Sam was just like, I'm not getting into the minutia of guns with you. And now he's trying to do it again with quantum physics, and I guarantee you the amount of knowledge that Tim has on quantum physics, like Sam's just gonna go like, what does that have to do with anything, Tim? And Tim's gonna be like, well, I guess nothing. Or like try and like pull out buzzwords that he thinks Sam won't know about. He's literally just throwing out terms like the same way he threw out Wendy's autonomous zone, as if a Wendy's being taken over briefly by the Bloods in a specific city was something that anyone else was going to remember from 3 years ago.
I think
we can talk about quantum physics and the
Please.
organization of nature, entropy, and
Please. I want to hear Tim talk about quantum physics with Sam so badly, but it's not going to happen.
entropy.
No.
But if you don't ask me about those things, you can't get mad that I talk about the things you
No,
asked me
I
to talk
understand.
about.
I understand. I just said I was amazed at the depth in which you do that relative to how much little time you spend on something like just even learning the basics of something like Social Security, which essentially our government does three things. It is a war machine. And then provides Medicare and Social Security. I mean, just on a per dollar basis.
Well, I think it's fair to point out, as pertaining to Social Security, is if I'm going to read The Atlantic and comment on it, criticize me for having unoriginal thoughts. If I'm going to read Forbes and comment on it, criticize me for having unoriginal thoughts.
No, I don't think you should have original thoughts. I mean, the part of this job is not.
No. My point is, your issue with my take on Social Security is just because I read The Atlantic and Forbes that day.
Well, and
they were wrong, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe you misread it, but
I read Forbes saying that insolvency is coming and the system can't sustain itself because on average you need 2.8 to 4 workers to maintain a single recipient.
No.
And I said, well, hold on. That
who
doesn't
did you
work.
read? Wait, when you
Oh man, please tell me that Tim is about to, in a fit of anger, try and talk to Sam Seder as if Tim knows anything about the solvency of Social Security. Please. Social Security is like Sam's bread and butter. That is Sam's red meat. And I want to see Tim Pool try and attack Social Security when Sam is just like, that's his wheelhouse, man. That is his wheelhouse. Get good sleep, Alan Smith. Get good sleep.
Say Forbes. Who was the writer?
Oh, pull up the video when we pulled up the Forbes. Want to pull it up?
I mean, one of the things that I think, when you brought up all the Dave Rubin videos I do, or we do a lot of videos about you, we got 230,000 views on that Social Security video.
Damn.
And I can tell you, I've talked about Social Security so many times, never gotten those type of numbers. But your presentation and lack of awareness about it gave me the opportunity to explain Social Security to 200,000.
Your utter buffoonish levels of incompetence gave me the opportunity is such an own, man.
People that wouldn't do it, but it was stunning. That's the
You
thing.
do talk about me a lot.
Well, I mean, because of honestly, in instances like that, like I say, no one's going to listen to a dry diatribe about Social Security. But when you come out with such misinformation based upon, I guess you read an article or two that day.
Indeed it is.
And it's literally one of the largest, like 1/3 of our government, at least in terms of dollars, is Social Security. And you read 2 articles that day in Forbes. You don't know by whom or what their perspective was.
Yes, I don't memorize every article I read.
I understand. But you then pontificate and say Social Security is a dumb idea. You don't realize that increase in productivity means that while it may have been, 2 workers for every...
This is fucking incredible. This is incredible. By the way, if Tim had bothered to prepare for this in any way, Tim would know not to go on this, go into this with Sam on this. This is incredible stuff.
Every one Social Security person back in the day, or I should say vice versa, 1 worker for every 2 retirees. Now it can be 1 worker for every 4 retirees because of increase in productivity. And Social Security is not going insolvent. There's a trust fund that was established during the Reagan era, and that will last for another 10 years if we don't do anything else. But everything else in this country will go broke.
I'm in complete agreement with you as one of the challenges we face. A lot of people like to attribute to me, and I say this as many times as I can, I just read the news and opine on it. That's really just,
one of the things that I have criticized you for in the past is that you don't go in depth with the serious stuff and actually like learn about this stuff, and you opine about it,
From
which
reading
it's
the
your
news.
well, but you're not reading it very well because
I'm just reading what the paragraph says. Here's CNBC.
Incredible,
Trust fund
dog.
reserves used to pay beneficiaries are projected to become insolvent by 2035.
Well, what does that mean?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, this is incredible. An incredible opportunity to demonstrate to Tim's audience just how bad Tim is at this. Okay? Just how bad he
Baconators
is.
for the people. By decree of the Wendy's Autonomous Zone.
G. Klein, thank you for the $10 super chat. And yes, Baconators for the people. So Sam is about to demonstrate exactly the depth of knowledge that Tim lacks while just reading the news, right? Like, you need to be able to, like, what does that mean? What does it mean for Social Security to go insolvent? And how could one avoid that seemingly bad outcome, right? Now, if Tim understood Social Security, he would know that you could raise the cap on, like, the Social Security tax, and it would be solvent for basically ever. Because I believe the cap is currently somewhere around like $120,000 or $200,000. I know that it's like 6 digits and like $200,000. It's up there. But like, if you just raise the cap,
Tim is
not a
reading
problem.
without comprehension.
Exactly, Charlie. Like, this is effectively the equivalent of someone who has mastered, you know, in grade school, has mastered rote memorization, but cannot tell you why something works. This is why in like math class, teachers want you to show your work so that you can demonstrate you know how to get from point A to point B, and not that just that you memorized that 2 plus 12 plus 12 is 24 or something like that, you know. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat.
It only that what comes in is able to go.
Why is there a cap again? To protect rich assholes. That's why. It's so that rich people don't just keep paying more and more and more into Social Security, when that's exactly how the system should work. Is the max 147K? Okay, I'll take you at your word there.
Go out.
Okay, and so what's the cuts on that?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, what comes in, what goes out. So, like, all right,
You'll have to increase taxes or increase the worker load.
right? Not the worker load, but the
amount of
trust-
workers.
What when the trust fund runs out? How much is what will payments be?
I don't know.
Okay, that's a pretty important aspect of this, right? I mean, this is the incuriosity that you have about
What's
the
incurious
basic.
about it?
You're not interested in what that means? You know that the trust fund is insolvent in 10 years, but you don't know what the implications of that.
The implications are older people will not have money and younger people have to pay more money.
When you say older people will not have money, how much less?
This is incredible.
Well, it depends on what the government decides they're going to allocate.
No. It's already set in stone. There's no
Okay. What is it?
allocation. It's 85% of benefits will be paid out. There'll be a loss of 15% benefits. But it's not necessarily younger people are going to have to pay money.
New workers will have to.
No. They're always going to have to pay, hopefully, with Social Security, unless the Republicans have their ability to cut it. But
Oh, you're right. It actually says 83%. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, you were wrong, Sam.
I was off by 2%. But these numbers, we should say, this is also, we should be clear.
Well, I
there
accept,
are three things
I
in the
accept.
actuarial state. But let me just say this about Social
But I accept your argument. You are correct, and I apologize. I just read the story. I read the news, and I made an assessment about it, as I tend to do.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. I read the news and I made an assessment about it, as I tend to do. But like, you talk about politics for your job, man. You've done this for 12 years now. Have you never had any curiosity about one of the biggest and most popular social safety programs that we have? How much does this bald make? He makes $1 million a month, according to his citation. So, like, he makes a lot of money.
I think you need to, like, on some of these bigger issues,
Have a little bit
you've
of
clearly gone
intellectual
very
curiosity,
deep into the
clearly.
Civil War thing, which we both agree has a very low chance of happening. You know, somewhere above zero.
We don't really talk about Social Security all that often. I think like 3 or 4 times.
It's the most important function of our government.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
We went a bit over, but I do want to talk to you about abortion. Do you want to do like
Sure.
10 minutes? We can talk about
Sure.
abortion. What are your thoughts on where we're currently at? Like, what do you think we should be doing?
What do I think we should be doing? Well, we should at the very least be reestablishing Roe v. Wade statutorily.
True.
I think the Supreme Court.
Oh man, he's about to say some real stupid shit. He's about to say, I can feel it. I can feel it coming through the force.
Was wrong, and I believe that the 14th Amendment.
Also, just as an FYI, the day that Roe v. Wade got repealed, he celebrated on his show with his co-hosts.
Requires that the federal government make a ruling specifically on the issue of abortion. What that becomes, I don't know, but the concept of personhood needs to be ruled on one way or the other. So this is not a state issue. Trump is wrong about that.
But the personhood should no. I don't believe in personhood in the womb.
Right. So you think the Supreme Court should say no personhood in the womb?
Definitely.
I think the Supreme Court needs to answer one way or the other.
Well, I mean, it would put some things to rest. I don't think they're going to do that. I mean,
Trump is saying it should be a state's issue, and I believe that is absolutely incorrect.
No, I think we had an individual right that existed in this country for 50 years, and it was rolled back. We've never had anything like that whatsoever. I think it's it
is an
right
unprecedented
that when taken away, deprives people who have babies their sovereignty over their own body, and it's both an economic issue and a personal liberty issue.
What do you think there should be restrictions
on abortion?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with restrictions, like for instance, we say only in the case of, let's say, a danger to a woman, or a woman's life, is that is extremely difficult to assess where that line is. And we've seen this. 2 women have died at least in Texas as a function of the abortion ban that they have there. We also know that infant mortality in the wake of the Texas thing, because there's been studies on this, increased 15% in the wake of the abortion ban there. So in general, I would say that restrictions are in practice not viable, not doable, because you end up costing women their lives. I think that to the extent that I would have restrictions, I think you need a medical provider to provide abortions, that go past the maybe midway through the second trimester.
But, do you think that with elective abortion should be available up to 9 months?
If it is I think that is the safest route for women if it is done by a medical provider. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Why do we have zero recourse whatsoever over the justices lying about Roe v. Wade in order to, in their confirmation hearings? I thought those were conducted under oath because it doesn't matter if they break their oath. Fundamentally, there is no checks on the people in the Supreme Court once they become justices. There is no way to hold them accountable, really. They're made to be just permanently part of the legislative branch, not legislative branch. What's the term? God, brain. Judiciary branch. There we go. God. Sorry, been going for 8 hours straight, guys. A little bit of slack needs to be cut. But basically, there's nothing you can do. If Congress had a supermajority, maybe you could do something. Like, it's kind of like where Congress can, put the president on trial, but like it's just a partisan endeavor, so it doesn't functionally do anything unless you have a supermajority in both houses, both in the House and the Senate. Same thing with the court. So there's nothing that actually binds the Supreme Court outside of Congress. You could pack the court, but that wouldn't like hold justices accountable. It would just make their position more watered down, I guess, And yeah, tipster, of course, there are valid medical reasons why someone may need a late term abortion. I don't think that there would be this epidemic of people, which Republicans seem to conjure out of the ether anytime abortion is a topic, where there are going to be like women or non-binary people or trans men that like get pregnant and then wait until month number 9 and then they're like, time to do some baby killing, and then just like kill fetuses for fun. I don't think that there is this kind of person. Maybe in human history, in the population of Earth right now, you might be able to find like one. But I don't think ruling around that kind of an outlier is fair when it punishes like other women who need them for out of medical necessity. Like it's not, it's about as real as what if the serial killer actually came after me? Like, it's about as real as your brain doing that after you watch Silence of the Lambs. It's not a real concern you need to have.
Elective. I asked elective, to be clear.
Yeah, basically what we're finding out with Trump and like Trump appointees and like the threat to our current system is that a lot of our government was based upon the idea that people would engage with the governmental systems in good faith and with an aim to like better the lives of their fellow citizens. And what we're finding out is that gentlemen's agreements do not actually like apply after you go 300 or 400 years into the history of a country, and like it's become more of like a corporatized power game. The gentlemen's agreements are gone.
Elective.
Meaning no reason given, no medical issues, just a woman saying, you know what,
I've carried this baby for 8.5 months and I've changed my mind.
Well, that's a little crass way of putting it. I think some women are going through some serious crises in their lives, and they may make a decision that's a bit more than just they've changed their mind. Like, for instance, where a woman is being battered by her husband, and then she realizes at month 6 that if she has this kid, he's going to continue to beat and harm the child, and she can't stay with him or something.
Well, I think, I'm not going to assess people's reasons for having an abortion. It's not really my business. But I think that having restrictions ends up costing...
Yeah, like Sam's just like, that's not my lane, though.
Women's lives. And so I would, on balance... not have restrictions outside of like, okay. Obviously, like, particularly as you get further into the pregnancy, requirements about medical, certified medical providers.
So let's say you have a scenario, a woman goes to a Planned Parenthood, 6 months pregnant, and she just says, I don't want to explain it. I just would like to get an abortion. Is that she should be allowed? There should be just medical professionals say, we're going to do it. We're not going to ask you why.
I think I think it's okay to explore it and get a sense, as you would for any type of like medical procedure.
What does that mean? Like,
I think that there's an obligation within the context of like ethical practice of medicine to
not just terminate a baby at 6 months without reason.
Well, no, I'm not saying that they should adjudicate this, but I don't think that like necessarily medical providers are going to be just like, hop up here, we'll just do this right now. I mean, I think there are procedures in which they do it, but essentially as long as it's like sort of like, they're following, medical procedures, Like, I don't think that somebody can, walk in here at 6 months and say to you, like, can you get rid of my baby? And you're allowed to do it.
No, but I'm just asking, like, should there be a time limit, like 16 weeks?
I think that is, that endangers women too much. So
Yeah, like anytime you put a limit on it, you wind up with cases where women die. Like a woman just died. And honestly, barely an adult woman. She was 18 years old, died of sepsis after being denied medical care in a state that doesn't allow her to get an abortion. Like,
the answer is no. I don't.
But the other thing is, like, if a fetus is viable outside the womb and it can be delivered safely, then what the doctor does isn't an abortion, it is just a delivery of the baby. You know?
I don't believe so.
So, but that would create a circumstance, be it as rare as, it may be, but where there's like an 8-month abortion.
It's conceivable. I mean, certainly in the 8th or 9th month. I mean, here's the thing: in the 8th or 9th month, you can you may find that the child is going to not be viable.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about elective. Like, I'm specifically trying to ask about that.
But here's the danger, though. Like, and this is what I'm talking about. Why you have women who have died in Texas, and there's probably a lot more that we're not aware of, is that imposing these restrictions is not like there's no like bulb that shows up when you say this child is 100% not viable, or that your life is 100% not threatened. Like, where's the threshold? Is it at 20%? If the woman's life is in jeopardy, it's 20%. And this is, a vague, a doctor doesn't have like some meter that they put on the, the woman and say, oh, okay, your life is at 20%. No, these are vague determinations. And when you impose these type of restrictions on, what invariably happens is women die, because in real life, not hypothetical world, in real life, the doctors are afraid of crossing a threshold where they could get imprisoned, or they could lose their license, or, conceivably the woman might too. And so I leave it up to a doctor and the patient. I don't know what constitutes even elective. Like, is it elective if there's a 20% chance I'm going to die?
No.
That's not elective.
It's not elective.
What about 5%?
That's not elective.
What about 1%?
Not elective.
Okay. We know that
elective is usually used to describe
0.5%.
I've decided I don't want the baby anymore.
Because we know that, there's always a danger of a woman dying in childbirth. And it's above 0. So we're...
Oh, come on.
No.
We're trying to be reasonable, right? We want to solve the problem. We don't want to just say, oh,
What's the problem?
There are conservatives who believe that if the baby is, well, for many, I don't even believe in IVF, because even a fertilized, embryo is life.
What's the problem? I understand that there are religious people who don't like what I do, but what's the problem?
The death of a baby.
Well, I would contend that we're talking about the death of a fetus. And
so the issue is whether someone determines personhood or not is a legal constitutional question that needs to be answered. For instance, in Civil War era, they didn't think black people were humans who had civil rights, and that's clearly the psychotic way to view the world. But you holding the view that an unborn child is or is not an individual who holds a view, whether they are or not, is an unanswered question at the Supreme Court level that I believe sooner or later will be answered. And they may make a determination that the unborn are persons who are.
What do you think?
Man, that's tough. I tend to be traditionally pro-choice. I think that when you have... do
you think there should be restrictions on abortion?
100%.
What should those restrictions be?
Time limit for sure, but I don't know. I'm not smart enough to give you a certain amount of time.
But here's the problem, is that when in practice, that time limit ends up killing women.
Well, you've got a dying baby or a dying woman, and we're trying to figure out how to save them both.
Well, I mean, one is...
But that's the thing. That's the thing, Tim. Sometimes you can't save them both, Tim. Sometimes you can't save them both, Tim. Like, what do you want? Like, if that's not an option. That's like saying, doctor, cure my cancer. And he's like, well, we can start you on chemo, but we don't have just a straight up cure for cancer. And it's like, cure my cancer, doctor. It's like, that's not an option. Cure it, doctor. It's just not an option. Tim is just a spineless fuck for money. That's it.
Restrictions are, if the baby can survive, why kill it?
So you're saying viability.
So yeah, viability is huge, and medical technology is rapidly expanding that. But there's still a lot of questions in how we handle it. So my position is that the government can't mandate one person provide their body to another person. However, if a person provides consent in the initial phase, now they have an obligation for a certain time period. So
if you have sex and you get pregnant, you are obligated to carry that baby to term. Is that what you're saying?
I think that I'd be in favor of abortion up to a certain point.
Well, but I don't understand what the logic is there.
Logic is compromise.
Oh, so this is just a question of splitting the baby in half, literally.
Not literally splitting the baby in half. It is, can the government tell someone you must provide your body and blood to another person?
And you say they can up to a certain point.
The questions of consent play a role in whether you allow someone and then have an obligation to them based on the requirement. So, for instance, like rape, I 100% exception. Health of the mother.
The exceptions aren't real. I hope Sam brings up that exceptions aren't real. Like, if you have an exception for rape or incest, do you guys know how long it takes to, solve an rape or incest case? Even if you have an allegation, even if you have all of the evidence in a row? Nah. It takes longer than 9 months. Sorry. That's not a real exception. If it takes longer than 9 months for you to prove your case to get an abortion exception, then it is not an actual exception.
Okay.
100%
so
exception.
let's take rape.
Yeah. The woman can choose.
Okay. What establishes rape?
When a person does not consent.
Okay. How rape is a criminal term, right?
Yes, indeed.
So you need to go through the court case.
Perhaps.
Well, I mean, perhaps.
Well,
can I come in and say I was raped and that's it? All I need to do is say I was raped.
Nope.
Okay. So you need to have a court case.
No, I didn't say that either. There would have to be some degree of
Well, you keep telling me what you're not saying, but why don't you just say what you're saying? How do you establish?
You got to calm down.
No, well, how do you establish if rape has taken place or not?
So there's rape kits, right? And we can check for abrasions, and a woman who was raped certainly would want to get a rape kit done, I'd imagine.
Well, okay. First of all,
but if you're asking,
we know for a fact
if you're asking
that a lot of we know for a fact that a lot of women don't seek rape kits for whatever reason.
Yep. Largely because for a couple of reasons. One, it's incredibly invasive right after an incredibly traumatic experience. And two, because often cops don't do anything about it. Often cops will mock you, belittle you, make you feel worthless or like you deserved it, talk to you. In fact, some cops will actively try and talk you out of levying charges against your rapist. It is an awful experience for a lot of victims.
Because
aren't there warehouses of unprocessed kits? You know, I remember reading about that years ago, that was a problem. Let's just take a quick look. Is that still a problem today? I'm gonna guess it is, but let's check. How many untested rape kits United States? Let's see. Okay, as of last year, across 30 states and Washington, D.C., this is USA Facts, found at least 25,000 kits in need of testing. Let's see how many we got at the moment. You know, the amount of untested kits very much ranges. Let's take a look. Here's USA Today from this year. America tested 100,000 forgotten rape kits. Literally, the justice system forgot about 100,000 rape kits. This country does not give a shit about sexual violence. Yeah, with untested rape kits piling up across the country, the Department of Justice wanted action and convictions. Years later, a USA Today investigation finds many of the same problems remain. Cool. On summer nights a year apart, 2 women left bars in downtown Austin, Texas, before they could get home safely. Both were raped. One knew her rapist. He was an acquaintance, she said, who saw she was intoxicated and offered her a ride on the handlebars of his bicycle before sexually assaulting her as she drifted in and out of consciousness. The other did not. She told police she was attacked by strangers who pinned her down and raped her. Neither investigation led to an arrest. Years later, in 2021, Austin police received a significant new lead. DNA found on one woman's jeans matched DNA from a swab of the other woman's neck. It suggested that the two women had been attacked by the same man, a serial rapist. This is the kind of breakthrough officials across the country hope for when they pledge to test sexual assault evidence that had been neglected for years in law enforcement storage rooms. Since 2015, the U.S. Department of Justice has given out nearly $350 million in grants to 90 local and state agencies throughout through the National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. Officials promised the money would put rapists behind bars and give victims long-awaited answers. Instead, a USA Today investigation found cases hit the same roadblocks they did when victims first came forward: kits left untested, haphazard or cursory reviews by police and prosecutors, and a reluctance to inform people about what had happened to evidence collected from their own bodies. By the Justice Department's count, the program led to 100,000 kits being tested and 1,500 convictions so far, nearly half from 2 agencies, while others have seen meager results. In Charlotte, North Carolina, a backlog of 2,300 kits netted 14 convictions. Mobile, Alabama, 1,100 kits led to 8 convictions. Austin, 4,400 kits, they secured just 1 conviction. After the 2 Austin cases matched through DNA, a detective reviewed the files. Police said they contacted the woman who had reported being raped by a stranger, but she did not want to speak with them, and her investigation was again closed. Officials did not tell her the man linked to her kit could be a serial rapist. Why the fuck would you not tell her that? On the other case, police botched their review and did nothing. Crystal Allison, the woman who had made that report, did not learn that the acquaintance she accused of rape had been linked to another reported sexual assault until USA Today contacted her this summer. That seriously sent chills down my spine. Nobody had reached out to me at all. I know nothing of it. Again, anytime you hear a story about the prevalence of sexual assault, anytime you hear a story about how, every woman knows someone who knows a woman who's been raped, but no man knows a rapist, or very few men know rapists, it's because police and our criminal justice system do not follow up. They do not follow up. And, the terrible thing is we could make the choice to prioritize this, but we don't. I love New York, but this is an area where they fail. New York City cops absolutely fail when it comes to rape. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I know people who have been belittled for coming forward to NYPD about being raped, and who have been absolutely and completely traumatized to the point that when they got sexually assaulted again in the future, they didn't even bother because it was so awful the first time. Because the cops actively made the rape worse. Oh yeah, that's the cops that straight up told me to leave when I tried to report a crime? Yep. They'll often try and dissuade rape victims from actually levying charges because it means more work for them. I never even thought about going to the authorities about it. Yeah. Yeah. I got assaulted and the NYPD told me it was a he said, they said. Yeah. You know, and that's the thing. They'll say that even if they have access to like physical evidence, you know? They'll say that even when they have access to hundreds of thousands of pieces of additional evidence. But don't they like getting convictions and get promoted or securing convictions? No. No. When it comes to like sexual assault cases, cops hate those. They hate them because it's difficult to prosecute. It's difficult to gather the evidence. It's difficult to get cooperation from victims, and also like it's difficult all around. And sometimes you can't get the physical evidence of the sexual assault, and so it winds up being a massive headache of paperwork for no actual like conviction that you can hand over to prosecutors. So it winds up being, in their mind, a gigantic waste of time. So when someone throws that on their desk, they want that headache to go away as quickly as possible, even if it means not actually investigating it. And people wonder why victims of sexual assault hesitate to come forward. Exactly, Mr. Anderson, exactly. So, like, again, when Tim is saying, well, let's throw the exceptions over to the police to investigate, I need you all to understand why that's a horrible idea.
They're afraid to. Okay, so if you don't get a rape kit,
we have responsibilities to ourselves and to others, and sometimes those choices are very difficult to make.
So just the existence of a rape kit will establish that rape has happened. Why do we need court cases to establish that rape has happened?
I didn't say we did. I said no.
Okay, so
a medical professional who assesses that a rape has occurred, I believe, is
what if they go in
largely
too many days after to get a rape kit?
And then there's no evidence of a rape taking place?
Yeah.
That would be a restriction.
Okay. So who makes that adjudication?
If a rape took place?
Yeah.
The person administering the rape kit.
So we would put rape kit people who are administering this and look at the evidence. And do you think it's just like completely binary? Do you think like when you get a rape kit, like this person has definitely been raped or this person has definitely not been raped?
I think that we're dealing with something outside of the simplicity of I can go to court, it takes 6 months to a year to figure something out, which means there's a compromise. How can we come to the best determination to make sure that women are not lying, which I assume would be exceedingly rare, and we're actually going after the criminals? I do not think it's fair to put the burden on someone to perform an abortion without actually taking the responsibility of yourself and saying, look, victims have responsibilities, and it's unfortunate that they're victims, but we're trying our best.
So if you don't go, so let's say, for instance, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever, and spent any time exploring the psychological and the sort of like social pressures on people to report rape. I mean, but you're basically saying that if you don't go and get a rape kit, it's contingent upon the police department to assess this rape kit. If you go too late,
is that who's administering the rape kit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a doctor.
No, I mean,
no. Like that's the horrible that's one of the horrible things, right? Like a doctor doesn't administer this. It's a cop. A cop comes in and does the rape kit. Like a cop comes in and probes your genitals. Like, and it's invasive too. Like, it's not. Yeah, you're lucky if you get a nurse.
They may have medical things.
Oh, I was talking about a doctor. She goes to the doctor. She says, I've been raped.
Like, Tim has given this so little thought, he doesn't even know. You know?
They do a kit and they say, okay. And then she says, I would not want to have a pregnancy from this.
Now,
And we say,
do you honestly, like, do you know how this works? It's not like it's preponderance of the evidence.
I'm so glad that Sam can keep his cool through this, because, like, I'd be losing it. I'd be so angry.
And it's like, so you're basically saying the doctor gets to decide.
I am. You don't think doctors should be able to decide to give a woman an abortion?
No, I think doctors can decide. Well, I think doctors are responsible for.
This is a compromise. I'm pro-choice, but I recognize that we're not going to live in a society where one side's demanding an extreme, the other side's demanding the other.
So you
extreme.
think the rule should be if you get a
doctor makes
rape kit? What if it's somebody?
We're
who's
talking
like,
about edge cases. I
what if
mean, I
it's
don't know why you're
15
getting so much into the edge cases.
It's not an edge case. Like, how often? No, honestly, Tim probably thinks that rape is rare. Okay.
Well, I mean,
how often does this even happen?
How often do people go in and get an abortion at 8.5 months because they feel like it?
That's my point.
Yeah, very, very few.
Right. So why are you bringing it up?
Well, because of the people who you would create.
You are the one who brought it up, Tim.
Restrictions are going to
exceedingly rare and not even an issue.
So then why would we have any restrictions whatsoever?
Because what do you mean? So that babies at 8 months don't have their lives ended?
Well, I mean, what if there are reasons for it?
That's then requiring adjudication. But it's so exceedingly rare. You're arguing an edge case for a dramatic change in policy.
But
I'm not. I'm
it's
saying
not a dramatic change in policy. There are, I think, like
it's kind of
10
wild that I'm
states.
like, women should be able to get abortions, but you're like, yes, but in these exceedingly rare circumstances, we should remove all restrictions because sometimes.
Excuse me. I think there's 10 states at least. I know you can look this up where there are no restrictions.
I agree. Yeah.
So it's not. This is not some type of like radical change of policy. It exists.
No, this is recent. After the end of Roe v. Wade, these are the restrictions that these changes started happening across the board.
I mean, I can understand that.
Do you agree with those states removing restrictions?
Like I say, yes, because I think
that's not Roe v. Wade. That's the end of Roe v.
Oh, I said at least go back to Roe v. Wade.
Didn't Roe v. Wade have a provision on viability? It was an additional case that people don't bring up. That was in the 90s.
Casey.
Is that what it was? There was a question about viability and whether or not you can end the life.
The court said in Casey it just changed the date in which, I should say the week in which states could then begin to impose restrictions on that right to get an abortion.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think these type of restrictions end up killing
the overturning of Roe and Casey resulted in states removing restrictions.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
What?
The overturning of Roe v. Wade created the legal precedents by which states could begin to remove restrictions.
No. They could. I think they could have done that prior to that.
Yeah.
I think they could have done that prior to that.
Roe v. Wade just established like a baseline.
So the question ultimately is, I'm not going to come down as the supreme judge and just say like it must be. The right is wrong.
The right is wrong. You're like it's not an enlightened position to just insist on being a dipshit. That's not actually an enlightened and good position to be in.
I say, and I've told Republicans this, if I was a woman that got raped and you told me I had to have a baby, I'd blow my brains out. Like, there is no fucking way you will tell me that I'm going to, by force, without my consent, give my body to somebody
You are
else.
telling that that woman who got raped.
There is some
that
degree of responsibility.
You have to announce this. You need to follow certain procedures as a victim of a crime. And if you don't, we're going to force you to carry that child to term.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
They're
fucking monstrous. Like when the fact that Sam can maintain composure here is such a testament to his ability, because I couldn't. But like, yeah, that's monstrous. That's monstrous.
There's a responsibility we have as victims of crimes as well. And one of the problems we have in this country is that...
That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's true. right? If you're a victim and you want accountability and justice, you have to go to court.
what if you make the determination that I don't want to go through what is involved with getting accountability and justice, but I also don't want to carry my rapist child. In that scenario, the woman is out of luck, according to you.
If you are not willing to take your responsibilities,
The responsibilities that that the rapist has imposed upon you.
Indeed, yes.
Okay, so this is what do you call this? The Rapist Empower Act?
I suppose you'd say that liberals have a view that they have no responsibilities at all. That there is no.
I don't feel like I have a responsibility. I certainly don't feel that if I was someone who could be, I am making an argument.
Well, the Rapist Responsibility Act is an emotional nonsense.
No, it isn't.
It's
It's exactly what you're advocating for. You are the one, Tim, you're the one who's saying that a rape victim has a responsibility to the rapist. Like that's what you're arguing for here, Tim. You're saying that if someone gets raped, they have a duty to their rapist that did not previously exist.
Talking about a person's responsibility to society.
That is exactly what you're suggesting.
It's drama
is
nonsense.
No, it's not drama
it's
nonsense.
prop clipping.
No, it is not.
Yes, you are. Come on,
dude.
You're not
I
making
don't
an
give
argument.
A shit about.
Make an argument. Don't say nonsense
The
words like
argument
rape.
is that what you are suggesting
is
that a woman who is raped has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist.
Yeah. No. Okay. Sam is actually starting to lose his shit here, and you know what? I'm finding it a bit cathartic here.
Rapist has chosen you. If I shoot you in the face, I have caused you I have imparted upon you a responsibility. What you're talking about is fascistic. It is
Sam, do you think
disgusting.
That if someone commits a crime against you,
and so I'm sorry I said Rape Empowerment Act and tried to do it in a more satirical way.
He did try and distance himself by like embracing a more comedic way of phrasing this, but like you can only like build a bit of distance here. Like Tim is saying that if his wife was raped by a man, she has a duty to that rapist. That's what he's saying. And maybe you need to put it in those terms to make it real to someone like Tim. Like maybe he can't recognize how like the depths of the depravity of his position here. There isn't that much more. We're almost through it. But maybe he can only recognize it if it's real to him, you know? Like, God forbid Tim Pool has a daughter. Imagine growing up and your dad is Tim Pool and you can watch this episode. Vomit-inducing.
What you're talking
your
about
logic
is
centers
disgusting.
are shutting down.
And listen, no.
You're getting overly emotional.
No, I'm not.
You are not speaking logically anymore.
No. What you're
Sam would be completely justified, by the way, in leaping over this table and like throttling Tim.
A victim of a crime. When a person is a victim of a crime, they have to file paperwork to get accountability.
Like you can find something in here, but
you're
it
not
is
talking about the argument anymore.
Nonsense. Yes, it is.
You are no longer talking about the issue
because
nor the
everybody
law.
sees. Oh, I am.
You are getting
definitely
overly
talking
emotional.
about it. I don't.
You're talking about my person. You're doing ad hominems. You've lost it.
No. Here's
Sam,
the point.
let's start with
You're
the law.
so full of crap.
You see,
it's
here you go.
Amazing.
You can't even make an argument anymore, can you?
I don't need to because
you don't
everybody
need to
who
make
has watched this.
arguments.
No. Everybody who's watched this knows that
watching you have an emotional
you're
breakdown on
saying that a rape victim has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. It's gross. It's disgusting.
You are.
Yeah, literally everyone can see this. And honestly, Tim probably was fishing for this as a way to kind of like regain power that he felt he'd lost throughout the rest of the conversation. He probably was deliberately fishing for this kind of emotional reaction, and in order to seem like the enlightened centrist, he's like dissociating from any kind of emotional response that he might have to Sam in order to seem like he's above getting emotional in an argument. When, like, in reality, we saw him express so much more emotion about being called out on his shit with Tenet Media. And now he's trying to be like, ah, yes, but you see, I have the sage-like wisdom to not get upset when I say that women have a responsibility to their rapist if they are raped. You see, I am not having an emotional reaction here because I am simply above emotional reactions. I am a being of pure logic, and therefore I am correct on this assessment. That is the like message he's trying to project to his audience right now. I'm actually kind of curious. Show chat replay. I want to see, is there a way we can see the chat on here? We're at 2 hours, 39 minutes in here. Let's
You've lost it.
No.
Can we see the chat replay? Oh, man. No chat replay.
Oh, no. Here's
Sam,
the point.
let's start with the
You're
law.
so full of crap.
You see,
it's
here you go.
amazing.
You can't even make an argument anymore, can you?
I don't need to, because
You don't need
everybody
to make
who's watched this,
arguments.
no. Everybody who's watched this knows
He's
that
watching you have an emotional
you're
breakdown on
saying that a
I wonder, look, I don't know if they purged the chat because that's just how YouTube works, or if chat will load if you let it play for a bit.
rape victim has a response.
Aha! Good looking out. All right. Man, Tim really cultivated an audience here. Okay, there are some people in chat here. Like, Tim's doing that ridiculous conservative, you're getting emotional thing when he's losing. Tim, the gaslighting pool. But the other people are just absolute ghouls, being like, oh, Sam's crying. Like, oh, look at how emotional he is. Oh, look at him. And it's like, you don't think people should be emotional over the subject of rape? You don't think it's not, you think it's not a topic that people should be emotional about? Like, the ultimate violation of their personhood isn't something to be emotional about? Like, you think like the women in your life being violated isn't something to get upset about? And then someone comes along and tells you that you have a duty to the person who violated you? That's not worth getting upset about? I mean, it's very 4chan, you know, it's very, I made you feel feelings, so that means I win. Honestly, it's an excellent indicator of the kind of community that he's formed. And honestly, if I ever create a community even remotely like that, I think I'm just going to shut the entire thing down, you know? At that point, I just burn every thing related to that community to the ground. Like, if I ever created a community where it was acceptable for you guys to talk this way, yeah, we nuke it from orbit. Yeah, we cover the riverboat in gasoline and walk away into the night. Like, this is not acceptable. Tossing a match behind us for dramatic effect. You space laser that shit. Exactly. Because I wouldn't do that to me. And I would never want to do that to any of you. Not a single one of you.
Responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. It's gross. It's disgusting.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
I'm not having an emotional breakdown right now.
Do you think the police
I'm getting
should be... Oh, you want to wait?
Because I'm thinking of my daughter.
Here we go.
I'm thinking of my daughter.
Here it is.
And
do you fucking hear that? No wonder Tim Pool has to live in a compound, bro. You know, if I was walking around antagonizing people by making them think about their daughter being raped, I guess I'd have to live in an armed compound too. Tim Pool is relishing the fact that he made Sam Seder think about his daughter being raped. And the horrifying aspect of this is that Tim opened this show talking about how he's going to be taking time off to be a good dad to his coming child. God forbid that child be a girl, or ever, you know, even if they're not a girl, ever the victim of rape. God forbid if that happens to that child, like they stumble across this particular VOD where Tim Pool laughs at a man who's talking about if his daughter got raped. Well, Mr. Miyagi, best case scenario for that child is for Tim Pool to marry that woman and then that woman divorce the shit out of him and take half his stuff. Best scenario for that child. Get full custody. Honestly, in order to get full custody, all you'd really have to show the judge are these VODs. Like, honestly, all you'd have to do is show, like, Tim Pool's body of work. And that woman gets all of Tim Pool's stuff and 100% custody.
And I'm thinking of the idea that a rapist could force her to do something that
you're spiraling.
No,
You're
I'm not
spiraling.
No.
Look at him. Fuck this asshole.
Spiraling.
Tim,
you're not even stopping talking
because you just
you're not even stopping talking.
You never
you're gonna,
think out anything that you
we're gonna say something. We're gonna talk, or are you gonna keep just talking about nonsense?
You in front of all of your
audience. Are you gonna wait for you prop clipping?
Rapist
you're prop clipping, Sam.
Act.
You're prop clipping.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You're
What
prop
does it
clipping
mean?
again.
What is prop clipping?
You're not arguing abortion anymore.
What is prop clipping?
You said, Tim, you're full of crap. You're not arguing abortion anymore.
Because
you disgust me. Oh, rape, blah, blah. You stopped
you're
arguing.
Saying
you
that
stopped arguing and you started doing performative garbage for the camera.
No, I'm not.
You want to have a discussion, Sam?
Dude, the best part of this.
You want to have a discussion,
was
or are you going to keep
tying
talking?
you in knots about the idea that a rapist can force a woman.
Here you go again. Here you go again. You're making things up.
I'm reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am
Sam,
reiterating your
You're
position.
getting overly emotional. You're getting heated. You're finger pointing. You're throwing slurs and name calling.
You're throwing slurs? Tim, what slurs did he use? What slurs did your feelings get hurt by there? What slurs were you able to identify?
You're
What's
full
the slur?
Well, forgive me. You're so full of crap. You disgust me. This is not an
honestly,
argument. You want to have a
I gotta
discussion?
be honest with you.
You want to have a discussion, or are you going to have an emotional breakdown?
You know what? I am going to continue with the so-called emotional breakdown because honestly, I think
that's right, Sam.
No, I honestly.
Let's solve our problems by Sam
I
just
honestly-
freaking out and having emotional breakdowns on camera.
I honestly think that what you
Sam.
do is so damaging.
Oh no!
And this
Here he goes.
whole notion that you would allow
It took 2 hours
for
and 40
race-
minutes for you to break.
Yeah,
You
this
broke.
whole
Sam.
Why are you keeping
broke.
me from talking?
Because you haven't
If
let
you
me talk
think
one
I'm-
time.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Victims of crimes who want accountability have responsibilities.
What if they don't want accountability? What if they don't want to put themselves on the stand and have to point
they
out
don't get
that
accountability.
guy? Okay, but they have to carry the baby, right? According to you.
If they don't want accountability, then this is a.
Then they have to carry the baby.
This is reality.
Say it.
A woman.
Say it. If they
I will
don't
say it as
want
plainly
accountability,
as I can
they
say it
have to
100%.
carry that rapist baby.
If a woman does not want accountability for her rape, she will carry that baby.
She has to.
She has to, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, up to 15 weeks.
That's the prop clip I want right
up
there.
to 15 weeks.
I mean, I think we have come to an agreement.
That women can get abortions if they're so choosing without any restrictions up to a certain amount of time. And then after viability would have to.
They don't want to pursue their rapists in public in a public setting, and they don't want to go
never
through
said that.
You literally just said that, Tim. You all heard that, right? You all heard that, right? Tim Pool said that unless a woman who has been raped faces their rapist in a court of law and is able to prove it,
This is why we picked the bear.
yeah, exactly, Fenry. No shit. Again, guys, if you've gotten this far and you happen to be conservative of any sort, or happen to be a young man, presumably young man, who doesn't understand the man versus bear thing and why women choose the bear over running. If you don't know what man versus bear, it's if a woman is walking alone in the woods and would you rather encounter a bear or encounter a man? This is why women choose the bear. Because you can't trust men like Tim Pool. You can't trust someone like that. And
Sam, you're having an emotional breakdown.
okay, just to be clear here. Tim Pool said that unless you face your accuser, or not your accuser, your rapist in court, it is incumbent upon you as a woman to carry your rapist's baby to term. If you are raped, he's graciously granting you some time, 15 weeks or whatever, in order to get that abortion. He again, as he's backed himself into more and more monstrous positions, he's been like, but you have a 15-week grace period. But otherwise, no. He's saying you have the obligation as a rape victim to carry the baby to term.
You've stopped listening to what's being said. You started getting angry, insulting. You're disgusting. How dare you? This is, and you know
you
what?
don't think
and
saying
Sam,
to
let
me
me tell
that
you,
you're prop clipping. I don't know what that means, but
So it's when you stopped arguing abortion, finger pointing and waving your hands and saying, I tied you in knots in front of the camera.
Yes.
And this is why people don't invite you on their show.
I don't give a shit.
I know.
I'll tell you something.
That's why you don't get invited on shows.
No,
Because you don't care. I know you don't care. I'm not saying you
don't care. I honestly, this is...
You start the show, I don't want to talk politics. I want to talk about how you said mean things about me before.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get that. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
no,
your
not mean
WWE
things.
politics.
No. Listen,
we're talking about how do we effectively have law on abortion. That should be a woman can do whatever she wants.
Hey, we had effective law on abortion. We had effective law on abortion for 50 goddamn years. We conservatives ripped that law apart. We could just go back to that law.
Up to 15, 16 weeks, maybe even 22. I don't know what the time limit is. But if the baby is viable, there has to be accountability.
None of what you're saying is meaningful at all.
That there should be a time restriction on
15, 22, you're just throwing around numbers.
Because there's a debate on how long that duration should be. But my position is that pre-viability, I don't know, some say 22, some say 26.
And my addressing you is that the restrictions that you're pushing,
and you're disgusting and emotional breakdown.
Yeah. My emotional breakdown to you is that when you put these restrictions on women, they in practice are impossible to actually execute.
There we go. See, this is what throughout this entire segment of the conversation, this is what
I'm all for the high ground, but can we form a hate group to discriminate against Tim Pool specifically?
Soul Black Guy, you are prohibited from forming hate groups. I'm sorry. But, you know, I maybe could condone something more lighthearted, like the Tim Pool Noogie Club, or the Tim Pool Wedgie Society, something like that. Not a hate group. It's all just in good fun. I think the Tim Pool Wedgie Society has a nice ring to it. But one thing I will say here is that I think that a lot of this could have been avoided if Sam had opened up from the start. And I think he was trying to do it in a gentle way that Tim maybe like circumvented here by being a complete and total ghoul. But we should have opened up with the fact that like these are not viable exceptions. Exceptions are not actually practicable. They do not actually go in and help women in extenuating circumstances get abortions. They don't work. The Tim Pool Dirty Swirly Club? Well, it's only a dirty swirly if it's in his own house, apparently.
Execute. And you have shown that by saying that if a woman refuses to go in front of a court,
I never said that. This is what I said, Sam. For the love of all that is holy.
I mean, unfortunately for Tim Pool, like, there is a camera and they made the mistake of filming this live so we could all see exactly what he said.
Accountability. What does accountability mean?
A rape kit.
Okay. So if
that is going to the police. If you are getting a rape kit, you are levying rape charges. Like, which means you are, you know, you need to prove your rape in a court of law. That's what that means. You can't just go get a rape kit and then have nothing to do with the investigation after that.
Rape kit.
You're saying I was raped with no proof and no evidence, and therefore I should have to terminate a 6-month baby.
They've got to go in within 24 to 36 hours and say to a doctor, I was raped. And if they don't do that, then they're forced to carry the rapist baby.
Depending on what you want to happen in society, there are things you have to do. Sometimes you may not want to have to do them, but this idea you have that...
Or, I'm just throwing this out there, women could just be allowed to get abortions. You know, like that's the alternative. What's the alternative here? Women can get abortions without restriction.
People, what you're proposing is that the state should be able to enforce crimes against people without evidence.
What?
What is that? What are you talking about? That didn't even make sense as a sentence.
You want accountability, but you do not want to go through...
I don't want accountability. I just don't want this woman to have to carry a rapist baby.
Right, so this is very 5th grade.
No, what Tim is about to do is supremely stupid, right?
I don't want this woman to have to carry a rapist baby.
Tim is about to be extraordinarily pedantic in an effort to get under Sam's skin. And Tim is about to say, well, you can only know if she's carrying a rapist's baby if you can prove the rape happened. That's what Tim is about to do. It's going to be infuriating.
Right, so this is very 5th grade, right? There is a legal system that exists We have to work within a legal system because we have compromises and a social contract with other people. The idea that I can take action against another person without proper adjudication is fascistic. What we have to do is figure out what are the terms for each individual circumstance.
Who's the other person you're talking about?
So we're the baby.
Oh, so you
at 6 months.
You consider a baby a person at 6 months.
Viability.
Let me ask you this. If
Well, I consider a baby a person the whole time.
a fetus, a person the whole
Life
time.
begins at conception. But the state doesn't
Life
have,
begins at conception.
But yeah.
Wait, what? What? Dude, if that is your position, if your position is that a human life begins at conception, then you arguing that like there's a 15-week, 22-week, whatever position here where like abortion's okay, but then after that it's not okay, and also, maybe you can take the morning after, maybe you can use like a, Nuva ring, whatever. Doesn't make any sense. If he believes that, I honestly, the vibe I'm getting here is that Tim is so thoroughly rattled by Sam that he has no idea what he's talking about. He's lost the plot on his abortion position.
Yes, but the state doesn't
You
have
believe that in the context of
But the
immigration?
state doesn't have the authority to tell a person when they must give their body to another person. There's arguments over consent, in which case rape is an exception. However, I'm pro-choice.
Okay.
That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. You cannot reconcile those positions. You simply cannot. Also, just as an FYI, the average rape investigation, not rape trial, rape investigation, takes anywhere from several weeks to over a year. And if you are talking about needing to prove this in a court of law, that means it might take anywhere from, well, a few weeks for a trial to then begin to start, or an entire year for a trial to begin to start. Which means it is not a viable exception to have to prove this in court.
So what we're talking about now, because, make sure you include this in the context, and I'm glad you're here, I can say it to you, is a woman up to pre-viability, in my opinion, should be allowed to get an abortion if she so chooses because of the impossibility of properly adjudicating anything in between. I think that's where, when I say you're having a breakdown, it's because I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. After viability, we're talking about extenuating circumstances where a baby that could survive on its own. There's now an issue there where the question becomes, why kill the baby? If we're
They don't kill the baby if it's viable, Tim. If it's viable outside the womb, doctors don't kill the baby. They just do a C-section.
We're talking about a period where we're not sure the baby's viable or not. We're wondering why the woman carried the baby this long. The issue is not so black and white for you to just say.
Well, you're saying this is about viability, not time limit.
Yeah, I'm
You keep vacillating back and forth. Maybe you don't realize this, but there's completely.
If you
everything
can't
you're
understand,
saying
I'll
is
explain it to you.
inconsistent with it. What you're saying.
week is viability?
What week is viability?
Yes,
I mean,
it
I
varies.
think there's some debate about that.
Agreed. My point is, I don't know the point at which we as a society will determine it's going to be 16 or 22 or 26. I'm not a scientist or a medical doctor. I agree. There's an issue where if the baby can survive on its own, there's no reason to kill it.
Well, would you be in favor of a woman getting a C-section in 4 or 5 months just because she doesn't want to carry the baby anymore?
If the baby can survive on its own, my position is typically the woman can make that choice, as long as the baby's not being killed. But, so you know how they perform abortions after that point?
How they perform abortions after what?
Like there's varying degrees of how abortions are performed. So
Yes.
the question I have is this. Let me put it this way. You know,
Like dilation and extraction, are you talking about in terms of like,
my position largely is we've got two real distinct worldviews on this one that are extreme ends. They neither agrees with each other, and I'm trying to navigate in between to get people to be like, look, there's got to be some standard.
Dude, these are the ideas behind anti-abortion are primarily religious fundamentalism, and it is about maintaining a gender hierarchy. And the idea that you can negotiate, you're basically taking Hillary Clinton's position from 2004.
Probably.
And it is...
You know, that's not a good look to your audience, Tim. Like, being able to be like, ah, yes, I adopted this from Hillary Clinton. Yeah, no, Tim doesn't have a position. But Brianna Huffman, you have to understand, Sam can't just say, Tim, you have no position, because he'll say, I have a position. And then he'll say what that position is. And then 5 seconds later, he'll have a different one. What Sam needs to do here is clearly demonstrate that he has no position.
It doesn't work that way. The fundamentalists who are pushing this ideology, and it's largely fundamentalists, and if not directly, certainly downstream from a religious fundamentalism, they're not interested in your compromise. It is, and the proof of it is
Not interested in yours.
I'm not compromising. The proof of it is after 50 years, there was a compromise. It was Casey. Exactly what you're talking about, which is why when you asked me at the beginning, I said, at the very least, go back to Roe v. Wade and maintain those protections. But that equilibrium was not enough for the right-wing Republican Party. And so, therefore, that's where we're at now. That's the end of story.
And now we have states with no restrictions, and we have states with absolute restrictions.
There was a compromise, and the right wing in this country did not want it.
I mean, again, if Sam gets too hard, he gets kicked off the show. Like, I mean, fundamentally, like, Tim's goal here is to goad Sam into going harder on him and losing control. Like, that is his goal.
That's it. That's why this is why a debate. And you have an individual right that has cost the lives of multiple women across the country. It is increased infant mortality, like I said, at least in Texas, by 15%. And it's, I think it also, and I think it's much harder to measure this, but it subjugates women.
That would make him look like a weak-willed little bitch boy? No, it wouldn't. They would simply write off Sam's position as being hysterical. Like, you can, like, I looked briefly at the live chat, that it's what they were already doing. They would just do it even more.
In this country, because it basically says you have less rights to have bodily autonomy, and that's just the beginning.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah, if as I stated, if I was a woman and I was raped and I was forced to carry the baby, I'd blow my brains out. And so that's...
Yeah, but you're setting up a framework that forces rape victims to do that. Like, this is, again, like, you're the one creating this hypothetical framework, by the way, that is entirely your own, that makes women do that.
That's why I say up to a certain point, I'm pro-choice. I mean, to a certain time period, because I agree, after the baby can live on its own, I don't understand why you kill it.
If there was a way to have the type of restrictions you're talking and have a child be viable, outside of the womb and all of this, but in reality, that's not the way it works. These things don't work the way that you're talking about. The rape exceptions,
and you're gonna to be fair, this issue is the razor's edge. There's no middle. It's one side or the other.
Man, that must be really inconvenient for you, Tim, sitting on a razor. I hear those edges are sharp. Must be clefting your ass in twain.
Has to be in the way that it is in practice, and frankly, but these are religious fundamentalists, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop with abortion. They will come for IVF. Of course they will.
I would also make the argument that I don't think the left will stop with their ideology either. Both are going to...
I think...
What ideology are you talking... Tim, are you saying that the left is going to start saying that you can abort 35-year-old men? Because honestly, I'm getting close to being radicalized to that position. I'm not there yet. But you are directly responsible for me being radicalized to exactly that position. But you know what? Maybe we should just have an exception specifically for 35-year-old men who can't stop wearing beanies. You know, extraordinarily late-term abortion, we'll call it. That's the extreme position he believes the left wants. That's what they were imposing in the Wendy's autonomous zone.
I mean, listen, you started this by saying Obama didn't even in case Roe v. Wade in statute. I mean, the left. My issue with that was Democrats and Republicans both will argue they're for something, but then use it as a wedge issue. The left was essentially as a political matter.
Damn, Tim is 38. Okay, I could be convinced to go a few years older on the extraordinary late-term abortion policy.
Was fine with Roe v. Wade and Casey, for that matter. I mean, to the extent that there was any talk about abortion rights amongst Democrats and the left, it was to lock it in because the right is coming for this right. And they have now done it. So I mean, the false equivalency you're making here is literally that.
What false equivalency?
Well, the idea that the left is pushing this agenda beyond. No, what's happening is
I'm talking about the general.
There was a compromise.
The right's got their agenda items, the left has their agenda items.
I guess
they're both pushing them endlessly.
Well, I mean, everybody.
Yes, you are describing what an agenda is. Good job. You understand what agendas are for political parties. Good job, Tim. Astute political analysis there.
These are political animals, and they want, they have their program.
Right. So,
for society.
which is me agreeing with you. You say Republicans won't stop, and I say I agree on the issues the left cares about.
Yeah, but you said you could just say I agree with that. You don't have to try and sound smart by just describing what political groups are built to do.
They won't stop either.
Which is to pursue agendas.
Well, that's true. And I think, people make a determination whether they want a religious fundamentalist party to dictate their lives or not.
Or an ideological fundamentalist party.
Well, no, the fundamentalism is an ideology as well. It just happens to be born in religion and religious fundamentalism.
The Wendy's autonomous zone encourages you to dip your fries in your Frosty, but only if you want to.
True.
Last question, because we've gone way over. I do appreciate you hanging out. Why do you think it is so many former liberals are now leaving the left?
Oh boy.
I mean, people switch parties and ideologies.
Not happening the other way around.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
where's a big right-wing pundit who joined a liberal network, like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving the left? You know what I mean? Or Dave Rubin.
I mean, listen, if you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Well, I would suggest it's probably cash. I mean,
you think
like
Anna
you said...
Kasparian wanted money?
She said as much, as far as I know, in the past, on TYT.
She said she would make more money by being not leftist?
I don't know if she said that. But I know that on her show on TYT she's complained about not making money. I don't know why she's
still on TYT. Like, aren't they going to lose members who are progressives?
I got to be honest with
you. They already have been.
I don't really pay that much attention to like showbiz.
Well, so outside of her, why are there so many people? Like, you had the meme from Colin Wright where it shows the left going all the way to the far left and liberals being like, what's happening?
I don't know who Colin Wright is.
I don't either. I gotta be completely honest with you guys. I also don't pay that much attention to other shows, and I don't know who Tim is referencing here.
Sure. There's many prominent personalities who used to be liberals and now identify as moderates or disaffected liberals or post-liberal.
Like you're saying, like a substantial.
There is a huge financial motivation for liberal pundits to go right. There is not a huge mountain of cash waiting for conservatives to pundits to shift left. Sorry, that's just not how it works. The backers who, build these media networks are extraordinarily wealthy conservatives for the most part. And if you're looking for liberal commentators, there are always up-and-coming idealists on the left that are willing to work for less money. And on the right, there is a premium to be paid for liberals that will sane wash insane conservative policy. Like that's fundamentally the dynamic at play here.
Financial amount to like sway an election, or
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg.
These are billionaires, dude. They're not leftists. Are you kidding me?
I'm not going to call them progressives.
Why are billionaires becoming conservatives?
I didn't say they're becoming conservatives.
Why are billionaires
who are previously supporting Democrat politicians now aligning with?
Well, I would say, I mean, when you're talking about Zuckerberg or Elon Musk.
I'm sorry. I didn't say that.
Why are billionaires?
I'm not going to call them progressives.
Why are billionaires becoming conservatives?
I didn't say they're becoming conservatives.
I didn't say they're becoming conservatives. They're just aligning with Republican politicians. Yeah, conservatives. Those are conservatives, bro. Republican politicians are conservatives.
Australia is poor country. Much money to sponsor dingoes and drop bears. We can only afford to fund so many personalities for our agenda.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And folks, thank you for supporting stream tonight. I very much appreciate it. This has been rough as hell. In an extreme way. I didn't think that this was going to be as rough as it was. And it was really fun for like 2.5 hours, and then it got really not fun.
Why are billionaires
who are previously supporting Democrat politicians now aligning with?
Well, I would say, I mean, when you're talking about Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, I would say Lena Khan, head of the FTC. I would say John Cantor at the DOJ antitrust.
Why? So
I think money.
I agree with you.
Money,
absolutely.
Money is
I think
threatened to buy any type of sort of liberal stuff. But
why did they support Democrats before?
Why did they?
Yeah,
because Democrats were all about investing in Silicon Valley startups. Democrats are like what helped fund their companies before they got obscenely bloated and colossal. Democrats supported those startups, seeing possible potential, but now that they've become extraordinarily successful billionaires with companies that span the entire globe, they're looking for massive tax cuts and like monopolistic status and like company towns. Things that they can get by courting right-wing politicians. It's very simple.
Well, because I think the Democrats went through a period of neoliberalism, and Joe Biden, frankly, ended that. There's a ton of never-Trumpers in the Republican Party.
I agree.
I don't necessarily want them to influence our policy.
I'll completely agree with you on the.
Disagree with your assessment. You're just looking at
right. No, you're
Dave
completely
Rubin
right.
and Anna
about
Kasparian
Zuckerberg.
as some type of measure of stuff.
But you've got people like Eric Weinstein, for instance, who says the craziness primarily coming from the left. Well, you can laugh at them all you want, but I'm curious.
I do laugh at him. I think he's ridiculous. This guy works for Peter. The guy who works for Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
The CEFO of Peter Thiel's. Like
okay, Brett Weinstein,
the
evolutionary biologist.
The
evolutionary biologist. Why?
The guy who was mad about pronouns.
That's not him. No, that's Jordan Peterson.
Oh, I get confused on which.
Brett Weinstein was the professor who got ousted from a university over, I think it was a racial disparity.
Oh, he's the anti-vaxxer guy.
No.
Yeah. He's the COVID pandemic, the one who's with his wife. He does a show, right?
Well, I don't know if that's.
Oh yeah,
I'm speaking
Oh,
specifically.
I've seen this guy. He's completely insane.
Sure. So what do you think happens for him specifically, going back to when he was at university in Pacific Northwest, or
you want me to make
Nick
some type of generalization about one guy who's now?
No, I've named several, and I keep
one guy who I just tangentially know, can barely identify in a lineup, and don't pay attention to. Awesome. Good job, Tim.
naming them, but it's like I just don't.
You've named 5 YouTubers.
That Nick Christopherson. What's his name? Nick Christakis.
I don't know
Who
who
the
that is.
fuck is that guy?
Look, man.
You're naming 5 people to me and attributing it to some like mass.
Why do you think there is a trope that people are leaving the left? Why did C-SPAN have a segment where people called in saying they're quitting the Democrats?
He already said no. He already said he doesn't pay attention. He thinks it's money, and that's been the same answer. I'm so glad Sam is bringing it home. Bringing it home for us here. This is great.
Democratic Party, the left has gone nuts.
I don't know, Tim. Why did you accept a suspiciously large offer to do Russian propaganda? Why did you accept a suspiciously large check to make Russian propaganda, Tim? Why'd you do that? What could have possibly motivated you to do that, Tim? Oh, right, money. It was money. Money. Yeah, that thing that you can use to buy goods and services.
There are clicks. Are you asking me? Do I think that there is a? Are you asking me? Do I think that there is a movement?
You can just say money. I mean, I was fine with that answer.
Well, I'm not even sure I understand. I mean, I can say in those specific instances, but I'm not even sure that that's a phenomenon, to be honest with you.
So
I think this country has moved to the left significantly. I can tell you, like even at Occupy, there was no ideological sort of cohesion in Occupy. I think relative, like the idea that Bernie Sanders could be a senator. I interviewed Bernie Sanders in 2004. Maybe it's just because I have a longer, timeline. But I interviewed Bernie Sanders in 2004 when he was a congressman from Vermont. And I remember saying, like, if we could get, 200 Bernie Sanders, that would be amazing. But like, I was like, this guy's going to be a backbencher his entire career. And the idea that, 12 years later, he nearly wins the Democratic
Why are a bunch of our stooges repeating these exact talking points on the media they control? Thoughtful face.
Who could say?
Is a huge indication of a move to the left.
What do you think it would mean if Trump wins the popular vote?
I would be shocked, but it would mean that there are more people. There are more people who voted for Trump.
But you don't think it's indicative of any kind of like national mandate, like worldview?
What would you say Donald Trump's ideology is?
Trumpism.
Right.
There's got to be a new word for it.
Right.
People like to say fascism or whatever, but these are just archaic terms.
I mean, my biggest worry about Donald Trump is the Republican Party, but that's submerged, I think, from most people's voting. Your average person voting, they're just making a different choice between two personalities, largely. So I would say that is not indicative of an ideological shift as much as it is an aesthetic one.
I think there's RCP has Trump up 0.3. I don't know if it means anything. 2020, Biden was up 8. Some say that RCP is no good because they like to use Rasmussen, but I would just say that
we don't need to argue about polls because we're going to know in 4 days.
Right. It's trending towards in all of the data and prediction models a Trump popular
for
vote.
every RCP.
There is not even a snowball's chance in hell that Donald Trump wins the popular vote. That is a prediction on par with Tim Pool saying that Donald Trump was going to sweep all 50 states.
thing that you can say. I can come up with
I agree.
a significant amount of data that shows that there's reason to believe that the pollsters are overcorrecting from mistakes that they've made in the
100%.
past.
100%.
So I would say,
and poly market is a prediction market, which means Trump might win by 0.1, but they're showing 65. It doesn't mean anything.
yes, it's also, there was just a report that there's a ton of sort of fake money going in there. It's an offshore thing that is owned by Peter
French
Thiel
guy.
and I think
French guy put in 30
Thiel's-
million, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's there's people
Nobody
feel
knows.
that there is value in creating that sense that maybe it's a foregone conclusion. I personally think that a lot of it is about Trump trying to gin up what you talked about earlier, a January 6th response. If he loses by creating the expectation that he's definitely going to win, and I think it's going to be close, but I don't think that it's in any way close to even being a foregone conclusion about either one of them.
Completely agree. I have no idea what's going to happen. Everybody thinks they know. I learned my lesson. Sam, I do appreciate you coming on. It's been fun.
Have you learned your lesson? Because this entire thing was an exercise in how very specifically you've learned nothing. God damn. Tim Pool really comes across as weirdly not caring about anything. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he was, sociopathic. It genuinely would not. He seems to have a pretty blank affect. Maybe, honestly, maybe that's part of his charm to a lot of people. Just a blank affect and a lack of curiosity that allows him to just say whatever, and he just doesn't really care about any of the content.
We went an extra hour. Thanks for hanging out.
I hope I get my plane.
Sorry, man. I apologize.
All right.
We'll be back tonight at youtube.com/TimCastIRL if you want to shout anything out.
Wear that hat.
I will.
That
We'll put it up.
20th anniversary Majority Report hat is available at our merchandise store.
I want.
In Sam's defense, he did remarkably well for a man who woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get on a plane to fly out to a compound in the middle of nowhere to then talked at length for 3 hours straight to a man who's absolutely trying to bait him into saying something stupid. Well done, Sam. Hats off to you. And also, beanies off to you. And honestly, I really do want a Majority Report beanie. I do want one.
Wanted to invite you to come on the show tonight, but I know you got to fly out. So
No, I got to fly out. I got to get my kid.
I appreciate you coming on, man. Thanks for hanging out, and for everybody
Aw, man, Sam's not going to get any sushi with the boys.
else. Hope you had a good time. I hope everybody got their clips in, and they're going to argue who was better. All your fans will say you did. All my fans will say I did, and then, whatever.
I think some of your fans will say I did too.
I don't know.
I think
The level of confidence that Sam said that with is incredible. I want to see that again.
And they're going to argue who was better. All your fans will say you did. All my fans will say I did, and then, whatever.
I think some of your fans will say I did too.
I don't know.
You could actually see his face fall. You could actually see it. The moment it registered, right? But they aren't. I disagree. How many people have watched this? This has been viewed by almost 220,000 people, okay? I think at least a significant, I would even hazard a guess, 20% of the people who viewed this accurately were able to be like, Tim Pool's actually looking like a complete and utter fool right now. They aren't objective and logical. I mean, well, no one is. Not a single goddamn person you've ever met in your life is objective and logical. Believing us to be that is a fallacy, I think. It's fallacious. We are flawed and we are emotional creatures made out of flesh. With little electricity and chemical blurts in our brains. That's how that like we're not logical creatures. We are not logical constructions. But I will say that like I think that Sam succeeded in his goal here. He made Tim look like a fool and ran circles around him and very clearly demonstrated on multiple occasions that Tim had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. Not a single
Going to
clue.
have to spend the next 2 hours of work crying and watching cute animals to cheer up. Your pauses are the only thing that got me through it. From Caracal.
Well, Caracal, thank you for the $10 super chat. And also, I'm sorry that you're going to have to do some work crying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, a lot of the comments are dunking on Tim. Probably a little bit of brigading, but still. Yeah, I mean, like, I do think that at the end of the day, Tim thinks that, like, when the cameras are off, like, they can be friends, you know?
I hope everybody got their clips in and they're going to argue who was better. All your fans will say you did, all my fans will say I did, and then, you know, whatever.
I think so.
You know, like that is genuinely his stance there. You know, your fans will say you did well, my fans will say I did well, and then, you know, nothing matters. And then Sam ruins this perfect fence-sitting balance by making this particular point, you know?
I just wanted to say your political analysis is always spot on.
Aw.
Thanks for the great stream tonight and for fostering a community with good vibes.
Tierstar, thank you for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. And it has been an almost 10-hour stream on my end, so this is definitely a good time for us to slowly mosey on to bed here. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to start more at like a normal 8 o'clock time, largely because I'll be editing thumbnails and scheduling videos and stuff. This VOD, by the way, me covering Tim Pool and Sam might not come out until after the election, just because I need to get so many things out, and I think this will be okay. MSG rally. Tomorrow we'll probably cover bits of the MSG rally. I don't think I can cover the full thing because it's like 6 hours long. We'll have to pick and choose the speakers, but we'll definitely cover some of that because I want to get that out before the election as well, so that I can have the Harris closing argument and the Trump closing argument contrasted. There's so much content, Uncle Gumbald, but that's kind of a problem. I don't like so much content, not enough time to post all of it. So we're gonna be choosing what can go up. But I just before we finish, I want this last few seconds. We have less than a minute of this video left. Let's go.
Some of your fans will say I did too.
I don't know.
I love it.
And you know, whatever.
I think some of your fans will say I did too.
I don't.
Just very specifically, you can like see his face change. Like he's absorbing it. He absorbed it.
I don't know. I think we're too partisan. I think people are going to be like, it doesn't matter if Sam has a good idea. He's wrong. You know what I mean? Well, I'll give him some more credit than that. They say you had some good points for sure. We got a lot of moderates. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys tonight. Bye-bye.
Yeah, a lot of the people who watch me, they'll admit that I get blood out of the water. Just look at this, Lisa. You can actually pinpoint the second at which his heart rips in half. Yeah. Honestly.
Oh no, Sam Seder. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
And folks, with that, I think I have to bid you all adieu. This has been the largest stream I have ever done. We had like a solid 500 to 600 people for a good few hours. Thank you all for coming and supporting. This is really exciting. I hope you guys come back on election day. I'll be going on a very, very long stream for election day. So folks, please please do schedule time to vote and to be here on election day, okay? I need to get sleep so my eyes aren't so puffy tomorrow. With that, let's see. Who will I drop you off with today? Who will I drop you off with today? I think I've found a good spot. With that, good night, everybody. When is election day? November 5th. So literally, today's Saturday morning, and it is on Tuesday. So we don't have much time left. See you all tomorrow.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena.
You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. Look, no idea that you were taking your show off early last time. I had no idea this was going to happen. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that Steven Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy.